We did talk to him yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't really get to say much before I got interrogated and been called like plant-based, bro.
Well,
Can you imagine?
well, you said you were vegan for the environment. I mean,
No, I said I was a
well,
vegan
that's-
for everything, everything around us, That includes animals, including everything.
yeah, and that's not
Look,
Like
veganism.
you mean like for the shared consciousnness that is pervading all of us?
No, but like the thing is, if I'm gonna explain how deep it goes a lot deeper, But
Yeah,
of
very
course,
simple.
it
very
ends up
simple.
with caring about animals,
No,
Of
that's
course.
the core of it. It's very simple. I mean, you coming here and saying you're vegan for the environment and health does not make you a vegan at all.
I never said that. You guys put it in my mouth, man. That's the
No,
funny
you
thing.
wrote-
I
you
said
said
I'm
that.
vegan for everything, everyone.
I have to stop. Yeah. As long as they're not harming animals, that's good, right? We can, if you... Bro, stop. All I want to say
Who's
is,
muting?
What the fuck?
all I want to say is, if you guys want to talk later, like one-to-one, that's fine. But as long as non-vegans are coming into this channel, I want to kind of prioritize them. Amnesia is not harming any animals. That's a huge plus. If you want to interrogate each other about
For almost
this,
10 years, by the way.
yeah, if you guys want to talk about this somewhere else, about what it means or what it is, that's fine. But right now, all I care about is
Yeah, I
specifically...
agree.
Yeah.
I kind of agree.
I mean, to be honest with you guys, I kind of...
I disagree.
So
I disagree with that.
Well, I mean, I know where you're coming from, Jesus, but the thing is this, right? If he's doing this consistently and doesn't like have slip-ups, I don't care, honestly.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
What do you mean? Like, I mean, I have not eaten a single piece of meat.
Let him speak. Let me speak. I mean, let him please speak. Wait, what? Sorry, come again. Vegan?
Oh no, I thought Amnesia wanted to speak. Go ahead, Amnesia. Sorry.
No problem, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, so you guys are 100% about animals only. You're not thinking any further, basically.
Definitionally, veganism is. I mean, the thing is, if you look at the vegan society definition, it's actually not so straightforward, because it actually says in the definition it's not just about the animals, but also about the environment. But the way I see it, if you actually look at the vegan society definition, sorry?
I don't think it does. I think it mentions the environment and health, but I don't think it makes it like a central point of why you should go vegan. Let's check it out.
Well, but why would it then? Yeah. Actually, I will also check it out for... Maybe I was wrong, though.
It has changed over 15 times the definition of on the vegan society, apparently.
The thing is, right? Like, animals are part of the environment, and we are too.
Can I I'll quickly address this because it's also
so it says for the benefit of animals, humans, and the environment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I want to say the byproduct of saving animals, by being vegan, it's you saving the environment, which saves more animals.
Yeah, saves more people and saves everything in the end of the world. That's it, man. This guy gets it. I wish you were here yesterday.
And whenever people actually use the definition, I mean, I think that there are some problems, right? But the thing is, the way I read the definition, especially like the possible and practicable, I think a lot of people get actually hung up. I think this is a very ambitious definition. It's not something lukewarm. Like, practicable means actually that it is feasible. So if it takes the extra mile, you should actually go the extra mile. It's not just, oh, you know what? I'm right now here and there's nothing available. You know what? Just let's consume some corpses. That's not how you read it.
Yeah, I think we can go into semantics and about stuff like that. Yes.
It's very important that people... I'm not saying this person is not a vegan, right? I'm not saying that at all. And the vegan also said something very important. We appreciate the way this person is living and so on. But it is very important that vegans know what veganism actually is. I mean, how many vegans do we actually meet who say they're vegan and they're like plant-based or something like this, right? This is not very good for the movement.
Yeah.
So that's why we are so eminent on this, and explained also the definition yesterday, which Amnesia did not know the original definition, which is okay. That's not a problem. But it's very important that vegans understand what they're actually meaning on what veganism is about, and not say when people ask them, why are you vegan? Primarily for the environment and for my health. That's not veganism.
Animals, like, look, I said for everyone, including animals, basically. That's what you guys misinterpreted. You know? Like, when I say everyone, it doesn't just mean people. It means animals too. You know? And when I say environment, it means everything in the environment, man. Like, if we keep...
I think I know the confusion.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Felix.
But I'm soon done, guys, because, like, honestly, I don't know how long you guys have been vegan, you know? But, I mean, I'm getting interrogated by like, I mean, most of my friends don't like you guys, and I see now why, you know?
Yeah, let me ask you this one question then. Like, so suppose that veganism, for some reason, would actually be a little bit more environmentally damaging than, let's say, an animal-based diet. Like, let's say 5% worse, right? Or let's say 10% worse. Would you then say you wouldn't be vegan?
Wait, you were here yesterday, Vol?
No, I wasn't.
I asked a very similar question.
Okay, because...
Go ahead.
No, can you answer the question?
No, I would still not want to murder animals, bro.
Exactly, yeah. That's the point. Yeah, okay.
But we already got to that point yesterday. Like, I mean, I didn't get to say much, you know, and then a lot of words got put into my mouth, which I didn't agree with. But, you know, if you're gonna talk over people are gonna think you're a troll or something. So I just let them talk, and then I explained myself. But then I was still being called plant-based guy, which is hilarious.
I apologize. Can we move on to the Nguyen? What's up, Nguyen?
Yeah.
Nguyen, how are you doing?
It's grasping at straws. Yeah.
We have to we have to be careful, because keep in mind, when someone explains something, maybe they explain it in a different way.
I'm not a native English speaker, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying overall, in relation to like anything. If I say something a little bit off, sure, people can catch me as like, oh, hello, everybody. Yeah, we shouldn't. If someone says something in a different way, that doesn't mean that, you know, this or this or this or that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's also just like so unproductive to do this right now in VC.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk somewhere else about it, but I was the one that talked. I was the one that talked to Amnesia when he arrived yesterday.
I can't hear you if you're talking.
I can hear them. Yeah. If you guys want to talk about semantics, not semantics, sorry, the true definitions of stuff, sure, you can do it somewhere else. But for now, let's just focus on some new people coming in.
Well, like, what are you talking about? Semantics. The vegan definition is so important.
Wait. This is what I mean. I said the word semantics, but then I kind of rephrased myself.
Okay.
It's.
I think Jesus. Maybe we should debate this at some point. Friendly.
When I said semantics, it wasn't the word.
I mean, I do agree with you. I do agree with you, though. I do agree with you. And I think.
So,
yeah.
So, can I just very briefly explain what happened yesterday when Amnesia came in?
We already went through this.
Nah, we don't. I don't think we have to. We have to reiterate this. I think it's not so important. I mean.
Well, I was the one that talked to him. So if you don't want to hear what happened, then fine.
There's a non-vegan in the chat.
No, I mean, we don't have any non-vegan speaking. I'm okay with the vegan.
Okay. If Nguyen Vit is not speaking, then sure, of course, yeah, no issue.
So they came in and I said hello, and we said hello back, and I said, are you vegan? And they said yes. And then we talked for a bit, and I said, oh, so what made you go vegan? And they said, for my health. I've had a near-death experience, and it affected my health in a major way. I don't really want to talk about that, but it was to do with my health. And we carried on, and then they said, oh, it's about the environment. And I was very patient. I wasn't pushing at all, and we talked for quite a while. And I said, well, there's one word you've not mentioned at all yet, and you say you've been vegan for 8 years. And the word animal had not come up at all in any way, shape, or form.
Dave, Amnesia says they've never said health. They never mentioned health. They say it in chat. So what's going on?
Well, they did. They did.
Never mentioned health, man. Never.
Yeah, you did.
I said I had a long time to think, and that I went vegan for everything, everything around me, basically, man.
Right,
The
well,
environment,
I'm not
including
here.
myself, including everything that's alive.
Yeah, I'm not here to split words, and I don't remember the exact words you said, but I know I talked to you for about 5 or 10 minutes before I stopped you and said there is a word you've not mentioned yet. And you've been talking about your veganism and your reason for being vegan, and you've not mentioned this word yet.
Hey, what's up, man?
Horses are not skeletally mature until around 5 years of age, but commonly their racing careers begin when they're only 2.
Yeah. Are you here? I guess not. Since it devolved into like this fucking definition shithole, I'm just looking somewhere else to do activism in. But I'm sorry if you hear the horrific sounds. If anybody, 56 people are watching, you're not watching for my pretty face. Let me know what you think about animal rights. What do you think? Do animals deserve the right to life? While I'm looking for another space, maybe to do activism in. I mean, I could go to vegan world, but I don't want to talk to children. It's just like, and it's mostly children there. Nothing wrong with talking to children, right? I just don't feel like it's very productive for me specifically. Yeah, okay, I guess I don't know any other place. Partly because you're pretty face. Well, the 56 people are not watching for my pretty face, that's for sure.
Like how that like, I mean, because I kind of explained to him that I was like suffering, and I wouldn't want that suffering on any other.
No, it's still fucking. Just stop arguing with him. It doesn't matter if he's vegan for both animals and the environment. He's vegan for animals. Which is, I understand. It's the meaning of the word, right? But I understand. It has a lot of problems when people who are like just like trying like plant-based food for a month call themselves vegan. I understand, but he said he's vegan for animals. Why do we keep arguing with him? Why? I don't get it. By the way, have you joined my bloody Discord server? Have you done it? Please join my bloody Discord server. It's gonna have activism in it at some point. So, if that's something you wanna do. God damn it. Yeah. Oh. It's the only place to actually do activism in. And people are sitting there fighting about the definition of veganism. Why? What I'm yapping about is this. Right. So I know the big numbers are scary or whatever, Goblin, right? But this is daily slaughter count. This doesn't even count the exploitation of animals. So, oh fuck, I should totally leave it somehow at all. How do I leave it? Maybe I join another Discord. There you go. Right, 900,000 cows are slaughtered every single day for unnecessary stuff. Here's the thing about killing somebody. You used to work on a farm. Everybody used to work on a farm, it seems. Everybody who comes into my live stream, they used to work on a farm. I was born on a small hobby farm. We killed and sold the cows and ate them. I know. That is the reality. We are here to not talk about just the reality, but the morality of the thing. Is it moral? Let me just join some kind of a... let me just join here so that I guess it's not going to... Let me... One sec. There you go. There you go. So, West Texas cattle and hay. Yeah. Well, the point is, though, to talk about the morality of the thing, not whether it exists. I know it exists. Vegans are integrated into reality. We know it exists. That's why we're fighting against it, mate, Goblin. That's why. We know it happens. We know that almost 1 million cows are slaughtered every day. We know this. We know that 1.4 million goats are slaughtered every day. 1.7 million sheep. 3.8 million pigs. Where you are, Texas, it's done by gas chambers. 12 million ducks, 202 million chickens. They're electrocuted in a bath and then have their throats slit. A lot of them duck the bath and are conscious when that happens, right? So you can't even claim welfare, but the act of slaughter itself is immoral. Goblin, that's what I'm yapping about. And the hundreds of millions of fish. Nobody even cares about the fish welfare. They're just suffocated or will have their throats slit. Nobody is even providing the welfare to fish. Tell me, Goblin, why should we suffer this to continue happening? What's the justification for breeding, exploiting, and slaughtering animals? What's the justification? And it better not be, well, we're doing it. That's irrelevant to the conversation of whether we should do it, right? It's kind of why I haven't been doing this in a while. Every time I go to English Hub, it's weird there now, kind of. It's not. It still is a good place to do activism, but. Apex Predator times where Apex Predators, well, you are also supposedly have a brain? Goblin? Yes or no? So if you have a brain, supposedly it's a superior human brain, a big brain, then what you defined yourself as matters less than what we should do, what would be the just thing to do, right? Apex Predator is kind of a pointless definition. Who cares? Logical humans understand this. Well, who cares that we are apex predators? We're not, by the way, but okay. It's something we defined ourselves as. It's just a definition. Who cares? Why does it matter? What's the actual justification? Like, I'm a human being. I'm an apex predator, according to you. And yet I haven't paid for Animal Corpse for 10 years. Does it make me less of an apex predator? And if it does, why does it matter? Why is it better to be an apex predator than not to be an apex predator? Doesn't even matter if it's true or not, right? Let's take 2 examples, Goblin, you and I. You are an apex predator and I'm an apex predator, according to you, because we're just based on the fact that we're human. You exploit and kill animals, I don't exploit and kill animals. Which one is better? Which one? I should move this. This is annoying. Let me move this. Oh, that's according to science. Well, oh, I had it somewhere. The apex predator silly business. I had it open somewhere. I'm not gonna look for it now. According to science, well, it doesn't matter though, right? According to science, you can also not exploit and kill animals. Why do you ignore that part of science? Goblin. Louis, I saw you in the chat of Plant Giza. Is he done? Is he not live streaming anymore? What a fantastic activist. Oh, he still is. Okay. Well, thank you for coming to my space to say hello as well. Goblin, Goblin, are you listening to me? You were talking about me yapping. Well, then answer my yaps, please. Why is it better to be an apex predator or to not to be an apex predator when you have the choice? Why do you have to kill everything around you? Why? Why? And why do you ignore the science that says that you can be vegan, right? Or plant-based, at least. Why? Why? Why do you ignore it? Are you listening to me? I hate it when people ignore my shit. I hate it. Did you mute me? Discussion. Let's try to have like a little debate there. Let's see how predatory Goblin is. Will they eat me alive? Did you know that the probability to get a boy or girl during pregnancy is not uniformly distributed? That's not necessarily what it means. It's the case that right now it's about 51% girls or boys. It used to be girls, if that's what you're saying. It doesn't really matter. It could be just environmental, that some like girls are more aborted or whatever. What's the topic of discussion? Animal rights. Roach, we exploit and slaughter this many animals every single day. It's a lot. And each one of those animals is an individual. They are sentient. They have the ability to feel pain, joy. They experience life around them. It's the thing that we have in common with animals. Sentience. It's called sentience. It's the ability to experience the world around you. And when you boil it down, why is it not okay to kill a human? It's those traits. It's the traits of them experiencing life, right? And the golden rule. If you yourself, right, you experiencing life, pain, joy, and you, generally speaking, would prefer to avoid the pain part and attract the joy part, and you want to continue living. If that's the case, that's the reason why you don't kill other people, generally speaking, right? When you boil it down to its irreducible parts. And that's the reason we shouldn't kill animals either, or exploit them either, right? That's the discussion. Am I vegan? Yes, I am vegan. Kraken Pines. Have been for 10 years. Horrible little sleep. Yeah, okay. Hey, what's up? Humans are meant to eat meat and non-meat. Well, what do you mean by meant, Mason? What do you mean by that? I would like to hear a bit more words about it. Do you think, like, do you mean like evolutionary adaptations, or do you mean God? Those are two separate things. Each one of those animals is an individual who can experience life. And if we can avoid it, well, what teeth? All of our teeth. Well, why does that matter? Like, you can eat just the plants as well. You're not gonna lose your teeth if you eat meat, don't eat meat, right? You can just bite into other chewy stuff. Yeah, that tastes good, Jane. The problem is that it doesn't, it's not a good justification to kill somebody. You know what I mean? Like, if you really think about it. Like, someone should be incredibly, incredibly worthless if you kill them for taste pleasure. And the question is, are animals worthless to you? They're not worthless to me. So, people with concussion only understand otherwise. Okay, I don't know what that means. Let them live for the sole purpose of their feelings. Well, it's not the feelings, it's the experience. It's the same experience that we have, right? And by the way, the what we propose is to not breed them into the world in the first place. Like, if you breed animals for the sole purpose of exploiting and killing them, that's slavery, man. That's slavery. That's unjustifiable, right? And the animals in the wild, of course, as well, it's like unjustifiable to kill them. As Jane says, what it usually comes down to is taste pleasure. Well, would you kill a puppy for a burger? You have only two options, let's say, hypothetically. One burger is a plant burger, the other burger is you have to kill a puppy for it. Which burger would you choose, Jane? Hey, vegan gays, what's up? You think chickens have the same experience as humans? No, because we have the higher consciousness as well, but they do experience life and experience fear and joy and want to live, right? If you try to kill them, they try to run away, if they can. We, of course, are stronger. So if you go by might makes right, then yeah, I guess you can kill a chicken. But they have an experience not the same as human, but it's the reason why we shouldn't kill humans is sentience, and animals have that as well. It's the experience of life. If someone experiences life, that makes them an individual, that makes them a someone. That usually means they don't want to die, they don't want to be exploited, they want to have autonomy of their body. Humans have it and animals have it as well. As simple as that. Did you know that people eat no meat, take meds and stuff and gives your body what you need? Well, no, we take a supplement, right? So I have this supplement. I should get an affiliate link for this sucker. I've been like waving it around. So we take a supplement. We don't have to take medication. Supplements are not medications. Yeah, so if you are strong enough to grab one pill a day and just like swallow, or 2 pills a day, like it could be that you won't like maximize your well-being. So you grab 2 pills a day. If you're strong enough to do this and just like put it in your mouth and drink it, and why would you kill animals for that, right? There you go, look. And by the way, I just don't want people to think it's disgusting. That's creatine in my bottle. So I take creatine as well, right? Everybody should take creatine at this point, I think. How will I heat my protein? Pretty simple. You take tofu, tempeh, things like that. Beans, lentils. Pretty easy. It's textured vegetable protein. Eat bullets. It's very easy in the end. And there's also the soy protein isolate, which is fantastic. Yeah, Jane, there you go. You would go vegan, take the vegan burger if it was puppies. So why don't you apply that to cows? What's the morally relevant difference between a cow and a puppy, that you would spare the cow by taking the plant-based burger, but you like wouldn't spare a cow for it, right? And this is why I believe in Jesus. All animals go to heaven because they live the world that results of our sin. Well, why are you resigning to sinning, Bean? Shouldn't you make yourself better? Why do animals have to suffer for your sins? Go vegan, man. Spare God's creatures. Spare Jesus' creatures. I'm pretty much exhausted with the same arguments. I've heard my entire life. So what do you say to the Inuit people who are of the Arctic who cannot grow or sustain vegetable-based diets? Well, Fishad, first of all, you'd have to prove that they cannot. I think they do eat plants these days, right? And I think if they just don't have access to it, we should help them. We should send them fruit and veg are very helpful. And if we can spare animals by sending them fruit and veg, we should help out the societies that are in harsh environments, not resigned to like just leave them alone and kill them or whatever. But also, I'm supposing that you are not in that situation because you have an internet connection and you're here talking to me. Which implies that you need to eat meat for that naturally. Well, not necessarily, right? Like a bunch of those multivitamins, vitamins and minerals in plants as well. I'm just taking this just because I have a shitty diet at this point right now, right? I'm an activist. I don't have the bandwidth to cook, so I take this. The only thing you need to do is take B12, and cows are given that, so you're taking your B12 from a supplement as well. Any other ecological system which we cannot? So actually, I have this fantastic. Where do I put it? I never remember where I put it. I have to organize this thing. Can I? There you go. So these days, even the Maasai warriors have access to vegan food. So, Fishad, I wouldn't worry too much about them. I would worry about myself. You, by the fact that you're connected to the internet, sound like you're a city folk, like me. So you probably should go vegan. Because you can, they can as well. But if some people can't, you should go vegan anyways, because you can. What is that? Oh, it jumped again. Fuck. I hate this. Crops face the same dilemma vegan. No, it's a huge reduction. A huge reduction. They face some dilemma. I'm not gonna say crops have no ethical implications, but much lower. So if you look at this, let me just expand it a little bit. Holy shit, this thing is not very usable. So you can just see this is like eight foods that are collected, how many animals die for, right? And chicken, eggs, beef, pork, milk, the most animals die for. Vegetables, fruit, grains are the smallest amount. But if we can prevent that, we should, obviously, Jane. The thing is, right, if you would choose the vegan burger over the puppy burger, you should choose the vegan burger over the baby cow burger. Let's just say it like that. And yes, I'm trying to manipulate you by saying baby cow, sure. But they are kind of young when they die, when they're killed. They're very young. So hundreds of thousands of years of their lifestyle is unacceptable to you. Well, I don't prioritize lifestyle over somebody's life, Fishad, right? I think the animal's life is more important than somebody's lifestyle if we can change that lifestyle in a way that the humans can still survive and be happy and stuff like that, and we can. Do you eat avocados? Not personally, but should you make your point, Los Angeles? Please make your point. For other vegans who do eat avocados, you cannot stop sin. What do you mean? You can't stop exploiting and slaughtering God's creatures? I think you can. I think you can do that. Let me see. I never said they were factory farming. It's obviously a complete difference. Well, it doesn't matter if they're factory farming or not. They're still taking an animal's life. And if we can prevent that, we should. Like, would you say that, Fishard, about, like, if there was a, hypothetically, like a remote tribe that was exploiting and slaughtering humans? In a nice way, not in a factory farm. They're just like shooting them from afar or something like that. Would you say that's morally okay? I wouldn't. Oh shit, it's been jumping. I'm sorry, guys. Have you sent them fruits and veggies? Well, no, I personally don't have. There are amnesties and shit like that and organizations that do that or can do that, right? Handling pro-servers. Do you drink almond milk? No, Los Angeles, but can you make the fucking point? I don't drink almond milk, but can you make the point as if I do? Can you please say something about this and not just like ask a question? What else is there? Every vegan ever tells, yes, we're telling people to stop paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals, Bean. We're not just telling them to stop eating meat. In fact, I can give you examples of meat that you can eat right now that would be ethically neutral. I can do that if you want. I can show you how to be an ethical meat eater if you want to. It's not going to be interesting to you, though, I think, because I think most people just like going to a supermarket and buying the slab of meat or the pre-packaged patties and shit like that. Think about how many animals you killed with your farming. Well, much less. You can see it right here. Much, much less than you. Because animals also eat, right? And once you have like an animal eating, then the amount of animals killed for their food, are astonishing. So let's see what else we have. Shit. People died because they didn't know how to work around the protein problem. Well, they're not gonna die in 2025. Like, there are like Challenge 22 who has dietitians on staff that can help everybody go vegan very safely, fantastically safely. We're not in that space anymore, War Machine. So also people died because they didn't know how to work around protein problems. That's just like blatantly incorrect. So usually only people who starve die from lack of protein. I mean, if you eat enough food, like if you don't want to be swole like me, right? I'm on my way to being swole. I'm working hard for it. But like, if you don't want to be swole, I don't work hard on it, frankly. But if you don't want to be swole, if you just want to live like a normal person or whatever, right? And you just eat enough vegan food and like, just like throw a block of tofu in the air fryer once in a while, you're gonna be fine. Really, lacking protein is not a problem on a plant-based diet. Crops wouldn't grow from what? Nutrients in crop soil can't be infinitely replaced. Well, yes, they can. We have synthetic nitrogen, synthetic phosphorus. We also have like what's called green manure, which is basically the silage that we feed to animals right now, can be turned into manure, basically to have enough nutrients and stuff. But also we have our own shit. We can just use our own shit if you want. So a vegan world would be net better for everybody. Switch to different question. I'm curious about here in America, the vegan wave is definitely here. I think a plant-based wave is. Fishard, I'm not gonna lie. However, I would say 3 out of 4 vegans that I speak to are eating processed foods. Processed foods are a strange thing. So the vegan processed food is less detrimental to health than the non-vegan processed food, Fishard. It's just a matter of like you in America would definitely have like a shitty food environment. People should eat more beans and lentils and shit. And yeah, more like potatoes and stuff even, I would say. Like if you don't have like a lot of access to like actual fruit and veg and an array of fruit and veg the way I do, for instance, right? I go to a market every once a week and I just buy some fruit and veg, and that's a big bulk of my diet, right? But there are choices in America that you can make that would like reduce the amount of detrimental processed food that you intake, but not all processed food is created equally. For instance, a protein powder is a processed, ultra-processed food, but it's generally incredibly good to your health, right? Especially like if you're lifting and shit like that, you probably would take that. Again, guys, did you make the claim that you believe in direct equality between? No, why would I? I made the claim that we both have the trait of sentience, and when you run down the trait and reduce it to why it's not the reasons why it's not okay to exploit and kill humans, that would be sentience, and animals have that as well. But yeah, well, there are lots of difference between humans and dogs. I didn't talk about no morally significant difference, although I don't see one, because of sentience again. There's a famous vegan gains. Yeah, there are a lot of bodybuilders. I mean, guys, vegans can be incredibly thick. And like set world records and shit. Look at that, Mr. Olympia, vegan Mr. Olympia is here. So vegans can be as thick as you want, basically. Sometimes you have to take drugs for it and shit like that, but that's just like a vegan bodybuilding thing. But those guys on top, right, they hold records in lifting, Olympic lifting, right? Vegan, many years, hold records, there you go. All animals will be in the kingdom of God. Well, do you not value this life at all, Bean? Because if you don't, just kill yourself and go to the kingdom of God now. In the video game, obviously. Like, if you don't value this life right now, Bean. Why? What about the boars and that rip up plants, the overpopulation issues? Well, I think it's like created by us, this problem. But I'm pretty sure it could be solved. But if it can't be solved in any other way but lethally, I think it's morally justified. But we should like really consider not killing animals. It's, if you notice, Sarah, we just go to that immediately, to killing animals, right? We don't consider any other possibility, right? Like building, I don't know, bigger fences, like putting our crops in greenhouses. We don't consider any of that stuff. We just straight go to like fucking killing animals. We should stop doing that. Animal lives have worth. Animal lives matter, is what I'm trying to say, basically. I'm very behind. I'm gonna jump to the beginning. Oh, Beans is talking about Jesus again. Beans, if you want to go to Jesus, Jesus, you monster, you just told me to. Well, you talking about, well, it's okay to kill animals because they just go into the kingdom of God. So I'm like, if the life that animals have is not worth anything, if the only thing they're worth is to end up in the kingdom of God, surely that's your life as well. If kingdom of God is so good that you would take the life of an animal, don't get fucking, holier than thou on me, brother. You're here advocating for killing animals because they end up in the kingdom of God. So, please, Bean, don't be all sanctimonious about it. If we have a moral obligation to prevent animal suffering death, shall we interfere in nature and stop animals from killing each other? I think if we can, we should. I think the animals in nature suffer greatly. And if there is a possibility to do it, then yes. It could be that we just can't prevent that in any intelligent way, right? But you still can say, if you can't prevent something, you can still say it's wrong. And I think that the wild animal suffering is wrong, and if we can prevent, we should. But Fishad, we can prevent the suffering that we cause. Is that what I'm advocating for? But my stance is consistent with wild animal suffering prevention, if we can as well. There you go. Small wildlife indeed dies in the process of harvesting crops. Field mice are run over, pesticides kill insects, fertilizer runs into the water and kills fish, and the bird habitats are destroyed. Well, it happens, it's more likely to happen on, where is it? It happens more for animals. So, Los Angeles, unless you're creating some kind of a nirvana fallacy, if you care about all of those field mice and insects, then you should go vegan. Because it happens less on a plant-based diet. Like, first of all, it seems that you care about animals. And if you care about animals, shouldn't you do everything that you personally can to prevent as many animals' exploitations and deaths as you can? And if that's so, you should stop eating animal products and go for veg. It's very clear. It's very clear cut. It's also incredibly hot in here. So if I look sweaty, that's why. Shit, I'm jumping again. I need a better system of seeing what you're writing, guys. People lives matter. Well, animal lives matter too. I don't know why that's it. Like, they don't go against each other. You can value people's lives and animals' lives at the same time. People haven't died that much over not eating right. A plant-based diet can be incredibly helpful, and it's very easy to maintain. Look, guys, I'm pretty lazy. I don't cook that much, and I've been maintaining my vegan life for 10 years. So it's 100% doable. So you go into like some kind of an extreme, like 1 or 2 people died on a plant-based diet. How many people die from cardiovascular disease? And an omnivorous diet increases cardiovascular disease risk. How many people die from cancers, from colorectal cancers, for instance, and an omnivorous diet increases the risk of colorectal cancers? Why aren't you speaking up for those people? Why aren't you saying, well, those deaths matter? It's the one vegan plant-based dieter who drank piss and starved herself. Well, that's what we're gonna go for. Let's ignore people like me who've been vegan for 10 years. Let's ignore people like Vegan Gaze, who's been vegan for 11 years. Let's ignore people like Moby, who's been vegan for 40 years. Let's ignore people like Jane Goodall, who went vegan at 83 years old. Still alive, around and kicking, been vegetarian, lifelong vegetarian. So, like, you're ignoring all the examples against the opposition. Bean. You've been justifying exploiting and slaughtering animals because the animals will go to the kingdom of God. Stop being sanctimonious. You are the insane one, mate. I think if this person speaks long enough, they will convince everyone veganism is not rational. What's not rational about what I said, lad? Please be specific, point it out. Better yet, if you want to have like a voice conversation, let's do it. Let me know. I'm gonna look for Lat JJ Tal to tell me what you're saying. You look sick. I don't look sick. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't look sick and I'm not sick. I look sweaty because it's hot. But I don't look sick. I don't look emaciated. I look good. You're just inventing it, Belle. Oh, you've been around here before. This is not your first rodeo as well. I remember you. Let's see what else. What else is there? Can we all agree we should eat less meat? Industrial farming is excessively inhumane. No, we should agree that we should eat no meat. We don't need it. We can be strong, healthy, and ethical without it. I mean, I agree with like the notion that like industrial farming is worse than non-industrial farming, but I think we should go all the way. Why not? Why not? It's a delicious diet. It's the most ethical diet on earth right now, and yeah, we should do it. No one is saying you're the one attempting to control a diet. Well, I'm not attempting to control a diet. You can eat what you want. I'm just telling you that paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals is morally wrong. For most people, by the way, this is just not just my opinion, right? There was a Jane in the comments. I asked her if there was a plant-based burger or puppy burger, which one would you choose? Well, they chose the plant-based burger, right? So most people think that an animal's life is not as worth more than their taste pleasure, whatever you eat animal products for, right? When it comes to dogs, why don't we apply this to cows, chicks, chickens, pigs? Why not? Alex? Oh, it wasn't Alex. I don't know who said. Cold stop will collapse economies and food chains. Not if you cold stop, Alex. Not if you cold stop today. Nothing will collapse. But eventually, yeah, those economies, they will shift. Eventually, if I convince enough people to take the responsibility to grow a fucking spine and start defending animals instead of paying for their exploitation and slaughter, if you grow a spine and go vegan, no economy will collapse. You're just going to be one more person on the right side of history. BL, I don't look sick. Stop spreading lies. Shit. Eating 3 pounds of pork shoulder a day. Holy fuck. Poor pigs, poor colon. Your colon is ripped, mate. Are you a carnivore dieter, Bayal? What's delusional about my stance? It's Harvey. Be specific, please. Let's see. You guys subscribe only to say something non-specific? Shit, that's a waste of subscribe, mate. I would eat a dog if those were the only 2 options. Well, you're fucked, man. That's really weird, Gary. Not gonna lie. Eating a dog burger over a plant burger is fucked. It's like a terrible moral position. And I think most people, like, every time somebody abuses a dog or like a dog is stuck in a car or something like that, all the omnivores are like, oh my god, this person is fucked. Give me their address, I'm gonna kill them. Well, Gary, please give us your address so that the non-vegans could come and show you what's what about dogs. If you're from UK, that will tell me all you need to know. I'm not from the UK. But I do have like UK in my YouTube thingy because my ad revenue goes to like a UK account. But I don't live in the UK. But I don't know what your point is though. A lot of people have been hiring a lot, I don't know. Doesn't seem related. Hello everybody, hello Jake, hello Luis. Vegan gays is fighting the good fight in my comments. Vegans made me eat more animals. Nah, mate, that's you. That's your fucked morality. Yes, don't try to put it on us. We're not offended. What is it called? It's called backfire effect. Backfire effects are very short, mate. Oh fuck, it's hot. If vegans made you eat more animals, that's your morality, and it sucks. I eat a lot of onions, I will have no cancer. Onions don't prevent cancer, mate. Eating a lot of animal products, especially red meat. Like, what did you say, 3 pounds of pork, which is red meat. a day. Holy shit, colorectal cancer risk increased. Absolutely. Alex is vegan. And I think we culturally shift about the devil advocate. Okay, well, how do you recommend we transition the infrastructure? Subsidies from governments by preference. Let's not talk about this now, Alex. We can talk about it later. If you want, you can join my Discord server and we can talk about it there. If you want, there are plenty of people to answer those questions as well. But right now, I'm trying to outreach to non-vegans, if you don't mind. Let's see. You said that there is an ethical way to eat meat. What is it? Sure, Gary. So, one of the best ways to eat meat that is ethical right now is first to eat plant-based meat. But I'm guessing you're not going to accept that as a meat. So what you can do is go to restaurants, to the back alley, and basically whatever they throw out, grab that and eat. That's an ethical meat. That's not going to increase rights violations by any measure, right? If you just basically take trash. If you find roadkill, accidental roadkill, if you kill the animal, that's not ethical anymore. But if you find roadkill and you grab that dead body and you bring it home, clean it up and cook it up, that's ethical meat. What else is there? Oh, I remember writing to Veganella and we found like 10,000 ways to eat ethical meat. So maybe I can grab that scenario and tell you there are so many ways. Holy shit, there you go. Fresh bear meat available following an attack, right? So if a bear attacks an animal and doesn't eat the entire carcass, you can just eat that carcass. We established that some mice die for crop production, right? So, or some other rodents, small mammals and shit like that. You can just go to a harvest, fresh harvest and gather all of those corpses and eat them, right? I'm not even convinced that mice are killed for crops, but let's say they are. What else is there? What else did you say? I guess like if you walk into nature and you find a predator who's about to kill like a herbivore or something like that, and you kill that predator, you save the herbivore, and you can grab that predator and eat them. Some people would find that moral. I'm against killing predators, but I'm pro-intervention. I guess in that case, I am pro killing a predator if you are like immediately saving an animal's life, right? What else did she say? Yeah, I guess that's the best ones. That's the best ones, Gary. Let me jump to the end. I have no choice. I don't mind eating vegan meat, but it's too expensive. Well, tofu isn't. Tofu is vegan meat and it's not too expensive. Textured vegetable protein, it's not expensive. You need to buy the textured vegetable protein and like some kind of a vegan flavor, like vegan chicken flavor or vegan beef flavor. And it's like very cheap, incredibly protein rich. I think it's like 52% of the calories are from protein, which is fantastic, or 52% of the weight is protein, something like that. So it's a really good food. Yeah, the like Beyond Meats are more expensive, I guess. But like if you eat the mushroom patties, the mushroom burgers are frankly tasty as fuck. Those are pretty cheap. They're like, I think cheaper than regular patties. They're not protein matched sometimes though, so just notice that. What else? It's ethical to kill accidental death roadkill. No, I didn't say it's. Well, you are making an error there. Kill accidental death is an oxymoron. So it's not ethical to kill. But if you find accidental roadkill on the thing, you can grab that corpse and you cook it up. That would be ethical. But kill accidental death is weird. Huge word salating there. I'm just trying to. Oh, you mean eat? Yeah, eat accidental death like roadkill would be ethical. I wouldn't do it because it's kind of gross and dangerous. But if you really want meat, that would be an ethical type of meat. Seems sick and tired of, well, sees that didn't get enough proteins. Dude, who's not getting enough protein? Protein is so easy. Let me show you my my diary, my food diary, and I only like count when I'm dieting. So you're gonna see me doing enough protein in a setting of what is it called? Like a calorie restriction. Let me just find it. Holy fuck! I need to delete all of those. Let me see. When was the last time I actually did? Is that a whole day of eating? Yeah, there you go. Look at that. So, let me increase it. So, who asked it? I'm not sure. War. There you go. Look at that. So, this is me eating a whole day. This is all day of food. It's in a calorie restriction, so minus 303 calories, right? And it has 91 grams of protein. I weigh, at that point, I weighed about 55 kilograms. So that's way over 1.6 grams per 4 kilogram per kilogram of weight. And look at that. Look how pretty. Got all of my nutrition by taking a supplement, obviously. I just want to make sure that people know that you should take a supplement. I think you should take a supplement not on a vegan diet as well. At this point, how can you be sure that your food has enough of the stuff? What else do we have here? Okay, you avoided the second half. You justified eating human flesh if it's accidental. Oh, Joel is arguing with somebody else. I'm sorry. You don't need a calorie restriction. You're already too thin. I'm thin now. And now I've ended the calorie restriction, and I'm not too thin. I have muscle. I'm not too thin, guys. Gary, come on. When you body build, right? You go through this. You bulk and then you cut calories to expose the muscle. So that's what I did. I'm not too thin, but I'm thin enough now, right? And by the way, that, you can be too thin or too thick on any diet. So it's not a matter of my diet. Do you think the way you communicate with these viewers is conducive to your goals? You have said the morality is fucked, for example. Well, what's wrong with the word fuck? Or what's wrong with saying somebody's morality is fucked? They said they would eat a dog burger, a burger that they know dogs were killed for. Most people in every society would find that abhorrent, morally abhorrent. Would you not? SHK? I don't see what the problem is. It might not convince Gary. I think Gary said that he would eat a dog burger over a plant burger, but there are 89 other people listening. It might convince them. They would look at this person and say, holy shit, they would actually eat a dog burger or a plant burger. That's fucked morality. They would say that. Most omnivores would say that Gary's morality is fucked. I'm sorry, Gary, if you weren't the ones who said that. I apologize. About time you teach instead of bully and say crap. Who bullies? Jesus Christ, are you okay? Am I bullying somebody? Are you feeling bullied? How could we prevent predator? Oh, okay. Somebody's saying stupid shit. How am I not answering the question? Do I think it's convince anyone? Yeah, I said it will convince some people. Because they would agree with me. Most people would agree with me that it's a fucked morality to choose a dog burger over a plant burger. No, I did say that about the dog burger person. I did say that about the dog burger person. Like this SHK, do you think if somebody is doing an immoral act, do you not think we should call them out? I'm sweaty as fuck. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring a fan. I mean, guys, you should stop eating meat. Holy shit. Climate change is affecting all of us. My point is not about whether you are right, but about communicating. Yeah, I don't mind. I think, again, I think a lot of people would agree with me that it's a fucked morality. I mean, if you're against, like, saying the word fuck or something, I can't help you, I'm sorry. I don't find anything problematic about saying the word fuck. It's just a word. It's just a word, mate. I wouldn't eat people, but I would eat a giraffe or a lemur. So what's the morally relevant difference between a lemur, which I think is a monkey, and a human that would make it okay to eat a lemur but not a human? Gary, what's the morally relevant difference? If it's just your feelings, you know, your feelings are valid, but then it's not morally justified. What did you say? You look like you need you. Oh fuck! The way you write is really hard to read. My health is fine. I am tired. I have sleeping disorders. I'm always tired, but my health is fine. So I don't need to go to a doctor. I don't know why I would say that. I do think you should call them out, alright? You just don't want me to use the word fuck? That's fine. I do my thing, you do yours. It's okay, SK. SHK. Fine, I'll appease you. I'll use the word fuck a little less. I'll appease you. Do you ever poop parasite box? No. Why? Converting a non-vegan... Oh, converting is a weird loaded word. It requires them accepting the horrors they're already responsible for. Okay. Well, Alex, I don't know. A lemur is similar to a monkey. Well, Gary, what is the morally relevant difference? Because they are not human. Well, what is it about the human that makes it not okay to kill, but okay to kill other animals? That's the question, right? I know who a lemur is, and I know who a human is, right? I'm asking you, which traits do you think humans have that make it not okay to kill humans? And the lemurs lack that make it okay to kill lemurs? I just want to know what the traits are. No one is gonna join your side if you're rude to them. The word fuck is not rude. Come on, mate. It's just a word. Oh, my light just fucking died. It's okay. It's just a word, mate. I don't know why people have such a hard time with this word, but I'll try. Could you please expand your position on killing predator animals? By this logic, would you not be pro-trophy hunting lions? Well, if you're talking to me, Tyler, obviously I'm not pro trophy hunting. I'm not pro food hunting either. And I'm not pro killing predator simpliciter. But if you have a predator about to kill an innocent animal, I think I should try and, if I can, obviously, should try and prevent the predator from killing. Why is my light dead? I think it overheated. Well, now everyone's gonna say I'm sick because I'm in like part shade or something. It's alright. You can say that I'm sick, I'm not. I don't give a fuck about your servants. What is it about? I mean, what was rude about saying that somebody has a fucked morality if they choose a dog burger over a plant burger, man? I mean, when somebody says something like that, tell me, how do you convey that that morality sucks without saying that the morality sucks? I'm sorry, SHK, if I'm missing the point, I apologize. I'm doing it my way, you do it your way, but I'll try to appease you as well. Being human is that trait. Being human is not a trait. It's a taxonomic classification. If you value taxonomic classifications, then tell me that. But that's not a trait. No one is going to join your side if you can't answer a question of speciesism. What's the question of speciesism? Valuing the life of one form of life of another form is silly. We invented domains of animals, plants, fungi. We invented sentience, pain, intelligence. We didn't invent sentience. Sentience arises in animals, not in all animals, but only animals can have that. I'm not understanding your question, though. You're not asking me a question. It's not speciesism to say that plant lives don't matter. They're not sentient. What else do we have? And as I said, if a wild animal were overpowered me and eat me, I wouldn't be mad about it. Well, you would be dead, but would that be a good thing? The loss of your life so tragically, Gary? I mean, if you would say yes, then this is a suicidal position. That means, if you wouldn't be mad about it, can I come and hypothetically in a video game take your life? I'll save some animals for it. Indigenous tribes on islands eat humans, yeah, and if they kill humans to eat them, that's not good. That's not good. We should prevent that if we can. Right, because I said so. Well, no, I said a lot of things. You can ask for evidence for them. It's Harvey. Harvey, you're not being specific. Unless I missed something. You're being incredibly unspecific about what you're saying. So can you be more specific? You can also come and talk to me if you want. I can invite you to have a conversation with me, like a voice conversation, a video conversation if you want. Although people usually don't put cameras on. Tyler, if you can join my Discord server if you want to, we can talk about it there. It would rude of you to tell me one person to commit slip and slide if they actually... I don't understand, Gary, what you're saying, like half the time, I'm sorry. English is not my first language, but I think also you kind of writing weird, like the... It's just not very structured. I don't know what you're saying, Gary. It was rude for you to tell that one person to commit slip and slide. I don't know what that means. If they actually go and do that, you will be complicit in their death. Well, it was the logical extension of that position. If it was rude of me, that's fine, but it was the logical extension of their position. And they got all upset about it when it came to them, but they totally accepted that for animal lives. So it's a hypocritical position, unless they can explain what is the actually morally relevant difference between an animal and a human, such that makes it totally okay to like slaughter as many animals as we want, but not okay to like even suggest that in a video game to a human. Come on. Come on, guys, don't be so fucking weak. Don't be so weak that when the logical extension of your position is that something harmful would happen to you, that is like a fracture of what happens to animals, when you go to supermarkets and pay for animals to be slaughtered for you guys. It's a hypocritical position, and you like being kind of snowflakes. If like, oh my God, you hurt my sensibilities by saying, well, is asking if it's okay to then do the same to you. Are you getting hurt about it? When you go and pay for an animal to be slaughtered every single day, mate. So, like, spine up. Start taking responsibility for what you do. What are you doing, guys? You're wasting your life sitting in my YouTube channel, sitting in my chat, saying some stupid shit. When you pay for animals to be exploited and slaughtered, and you can't even give me one good justification for it. If you can't give a good justification for exploiting and slaughtering animals, then you should stop. It's incredibly easy to do. Just stop paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals and grab another product in a supermarket. That's all you need to do. Meanwhile, I'm expected to be like nice to people for paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals and saying, oh, it's because it tastes good or something like that. Or, I would eat any animal, including a dog or a puppy or whatever. Guys, what are we doing? Are you so weak that me saying the word fuck or me saying that your morality is fucked hurts your feelings more than the exploitation and slaughter of fucking billions of animals every single day? What's going on with you guys? This is worse. This is worse than the not so kind words that I say. Holy shit. Grow a spine. Start doing ethical shit in your life. Start considering animals in your life. That's all I'm saying. Holy shit. Why are people so weak? Why are you so weak, guys? That a tiny person on the internet hurts your fucking feelings by showing the logical extension of your position. Well, no, stealing meat from a supermarket still increases the rights violations because they would have to replace it. And to replace it, I would have to slaughter an animal. And, you know, also, like, stealing in itself is not ethical. Especially, like, for your meat addiction or something. I'm gonna... You see, those are the people. Look at the weakness, the cope. I'm gonna sacrifice one of my cows in your name. Why? Did I offend you by saying that your position is immoral, Mert? Did I offend you so much that you're gonna go and kill an innocent bystander, basically? Why don't you threaten my life, Mert? Threaten my life. Why do you threaten the cow's life? Traditional animal husbandry is humane. Ice cream, if traditionally people started raising dogs just to be killed, would you find that humane, Ice cream? Let's test your position. Let's test your position. You will crush me. You want to debate me, the Backtrack podcast. You want to debate me? Sure. Let's debate. What's your proposition? You don't have to send me money. We'll do it for free. What's your proposition? I will crush you. What's your proposition? Wild animals have nothing to do with animal agriculture. No, but it's a separate subject, but it's an important subject. Okay, easy to say, you're just weak, I guess. There come guys who don't want to debate. But do you think, well, I don't understand what you're saying, Archie. My English is an obstacle to here. Backtrack. What's your proposition? I'll debate you. Backtrack. I'll even. I'm obviously missing it. You lazy boy. Well, you've been so nice. I don't see a proposition here. I don't see a proposition. And I've scrolled pretty back. Let's see, maybe I can find it. I don't see a proposition. Please write a proposition. And then we can debate. The health reasons are not real, lad. It's generally very healthy to be on a plant-based diet. If you supplement. If you don't ignore B12 and like prioritize certain foods and stuff like that. But also if you like just take a multi-supplement and basically eat what you want kind of situation. Plant-based diets can be very healthy. Masking tables. Why is the vegan look so predominant? I don't know. I think it's... I don't know masking tables, but we can talk about it in my Discord server if you want. No, I want to hear your proposition first, and then I'll debate you. Don't worry about it. I even put my Discord server in there. If you want to get in there... Oh, backtrack. You outreach and debate. You're already there. All right. What's up? What's your proposition?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Right. I was looking for somebody to VC. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you want to...
I'm just saying, right? Like, vegan... don't... I'm just saying, hold on. I'm just saying, don't immediately assume that I'm scared of you or something. Don't immediately assume that shit.
What? Why would I assume you're scared of me? You don't even know
I don't know
me.
why.
Why would you be scared of me?
No, yeah, because you were like spamming my chat with, oh, go in VC, go in VC. I obviously didn't get there yet.
I think there was chat delay. I don't know. Is there chat delay?
Oh, because also when I'm answering a question, I'm keeping it in the chat, right? And until it like jumps to the end of it, I'm just like going through the chat one by one.
Okay.
So it's delayed.
I thought you were ignoring my messages. Okay, that's on me. That's fine. All right, I have no problem with that. All right, so my proposition is vegans are bad people because they degrade humanity to the level of animals. They believe that there's only quantitative differences between humanity and animals, and that is fucking wrong. That is wrong simply by the fact that we are in a fucking house with a roof over my head with an ACR.
Hold on. So vegans are bad people.
Correct.
Let me just put it on the screen so everybody can see. Vegans are bad people. You don't need to see my face, so there you go. Because
I would say that I don't personally care that much. But I will say that is my proposition. I will debate that. I personally don't actually give a fuck if you're vegan or not. Whatever, do what you want.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to write down your proposition because you didn't actually put it in chat. So vegans are bad people because they degrade, you say? Humanity. What does that mean, degrade humanity? Well, let's write it down and then talk about it.
Let's write it down first, then we can get into that.
Yeah, degrade humanity to
humanity.
Yeah,
to the level of animals.
To the level of animals by...
Well, I guess non-human, non-human animals, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, I know.
Obviously, okay. So yeah, that's basically the gist of
what's the mechanism?
Oh, I can just explain that. So they don't believe that animals are they believe that animals are quantitatively different than humans. They don't believe in their fundamental qualitative difference between humans and animals.
Hold on.
This is simple dialectics. So
Yeah, I'm
Very simple.
not really good at
How nature
logic, but I'm still trying to write it down, right? So,
Oh, you're German. You should know this. Just kidding.
sorry?
You're German, right?
No, I don't disclose where I am from online, though.
I mean, oh, okay, you don't have to, but I mean, the accent's enough.
Sorry?
It's around that area, probably. Oh, whatever. It doesn't really matter.
doesn't
I just
matter.
was wondering.
Why does it matter?
Because I figured, I just was wondering if you're a German leftist, because it seemed like you kind of had that vibe to you.
Wait, so...
No offense.
Yeah. Why would that be offensive? German people are fantastic.
Well, I mean,
By-
German leftists aren't, I don't have a very high opinion of them. I don't know if you do. Maybe you do. You know?
Yeah,
So,
one of my good
anyway.
good
top
friends
hand,
is
right?
German. My
what do you-
friend's
what is
husband
your-
is German, so quantitative.
All right. Anyway,
Wait. So by ignoring the quantitative, right, differences.
qualitative differences. Qualitative difference between humans and animals, especially with regards to consciousness.
Between them.
Fundamentally different consciousness, qualitatively different.
Especially.
They think that it's only a quantitative change, that it's only more intelligent.
In
Different, qualitatively
no.
different kind.
Hold on. You talk like 20 miles an hour. Hold on. Just give me a break. Holy fuck. Especially differences
caffeine or something,
in
dude.
consciousness.
You're not gonna be able to keep up.
Okay, yeah. That's what happens when you talk to a non-English speaker or a native
fair enough.
English speaker. Yeah. So be
that's
charitable,
fair.
mate. Be charitable.
I will.
So what do you mean by
Fair.
bad people?
I mean, realistically speaking, I'm not really here to make a moral judgment, but it's the best way
Sounds
to
like
have this
it.
argument. What's the best way to have this argument? I would say that it is. I think that they're fundamentally misunderstanding humanity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a more sympathetic way to put it. But obviously, for the sake of the conversation, we can always make it more antagonistic. I have no problem defending that position either.
What does degrade humanity means?
Huh?
Does degrade humanity just means that
Humanity on the same level as a rodent or some kind of
so like
vermin, or even a dog, or even a cow.
so by that
fundamentally different.
Jesus Christ, you gotta let me talk as well.
Yes.
Okay, so by that you just mean that because vegans equate, you think humans to animals, right?
Well, they do.
Uh,
A lot of them. Some of them, I will say, are
Humans.
not as ideological, and I don't have as much of a problem with those guys.
So when you say vegans are bad people, right? You're making a very strong claim that basically means all vegans are bad people, and now you're like quantifying.
I will say there. I mean, obviously, there's degrees to which you are ideologically involved in veganism, or I'm sorry, vegetarianism, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's the same shit. So
no, it's not the same shit. Sorry, veganism and vegetarianism are not the same shit.
Regards to the conversation we're having right
Veganism
now,
and vegetarianism are not the same shit, right?
With regards to what we are talking about right now, we could treat them as the exact same thing. It would
No.
not change the argument at all.
Disagree.
Yeah, no, it would not
Hard
change
disagree.
my argument at all if we said vegans or vegetarians.
No,
I'm saying
I think
for
it
this
would
purpose,
too.
It would not matter. I'm understanding that they are different. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm saying it does not matter. Same shit. Doesn't matter because in this context, it could be either one, and it would
So
be the
can you
same
define
fucking
vegans
argument, okay?
then? I can see that you have a problem there.
They're like they eat less shit than fucking vegetarians do, okay?
Eat
I'm not gonna get into the fucking
less.
nitty gritty because you want to get into the nitty gritty. We're gonna talk about my proposition and not something yet you want to pull
Yeah,
out your
I
ass.
first want to understand your
because you know you can't win this argument.
I first
okay?
want to
And that's
understand
fine.
your proposition.
Yeah, but
Because
you
I can
don't have to
assume-
fucking
I can
definition monger over
assume-
the word vegan. We
Yeah,
both have a fucking intuitive understanding of the word vegan, right?
Backtrack. I can assume a bunch of stuff about your proposition.
No.
Well, I can
Don't
make
fucking
sure
do
that
this
I
liberal
understand it,
nonsense.
right?
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. I'm not gonna have you definition monger the entire fucking time.
No,
We
I
both
don't-
have an intuitive
I don't
understanding.
care about definitions.
Shut the fuck up. We have an
backtrack.
intuitive understanding of the word vegan and vegetarian. As humans, as people who are in society and are actively engaging in society and engaging in language and engaging in with people and using language actually, okay? We're not going to talk about fucking,
Well,
what does this mean? What etymology of this
No,
word?
no, hold
Fuck
on.
that.
Hold
we know
on.
what it means. We're just going
Backtrack.
to argue about the actual
Backtrack.
concrete points. We're going to
Backtrack.
state that.
I'm gonna mute you because you are not letting me speak. Just want to understand when you say word vegan, what you mean by that. That's all I want to do. If you want me to assume that you understand that word, we're gonna run into a problem.
Vegan is a vegetarian, is a vegan, is a vegetarian. They eat plants, they don't like eat meat, they don't eat meat, and they advocate against eating meat. There you go. That's my definition, and we can use that as a common, standard, place, everyday definition, and that's fine. We don't have to get into the fucking nitty-gritty. We don't have to pull up fucking Merriam-Webster, because everybody in this fucking chat is here, and they know what a fucking vegan is.
Well,
they
you
have
don't.
fucking veganism
You
or
don't.
vegetarianism
You
explained.
don't.
And I just
You don't know what vegan is.
I just explained to you my understanding that is enough for us to have this conversation. I'm not going to fucking get into the
But you want
nitty-gritty
hold
of it.
on. But you want me to
You're going to try to score some fucking points here by trying to
Be
say, oh, you don't know what
quiet.
vegan.
Be quiet. You want me to defend the counter position to this, supposedly, and you don't know what veganism is.
Veganism is I have a commonplace every man's understanding of veganism, just like everybody in the fucking
But that's
chat.
not
okay?
what veganism
just because,
is.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just because I
Calm
do not do
down.
fucking extensive
Calm
research on the
down.
topic of veganism and have a comprehensive understanding
down.
of it,
You
does
don't
not
know what
mean I cannot have
veganism
a
means.
commonplace. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking do this nonsense. Does not mean I can have a commonplace, everyday understanding of what fucking vegans mean, okay, or what vegans are. I've met vegans. How can I not understand the concept of veganism if I've
Because
met
most
vegans? I
people
know
don't.
they have a different diet, and I can understand
No,
the
that's
basics.
not what
understanding
veganism
in
is.
general.
There you go. It's not what veganism is.
Tell me the definition of veganism that's going to fundamentally
Yeah.
change my understanding of the concept of veganism. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So the vegan position is is the ethical position against exploitation and slaughter of animals. Has nothing.
You already
like
said that part,
the,
right?
the
I was already included in my definition. So what are you adding?
No. Your definition.
What are you
was
adding that's new?
back? Come on.
What are you adding that's new?
You gotta let me talk once in a while.
No, but if you're just gonna obfuscate,
Why
I'm
are
not gonna
you so
fucking let you
upset?
obfuscate.
Calm the fuck down.
Because
Why
you're
so upset?
just obfuscating. If you're
I'm not
obfuscating, I'm gonna
obfuscating.
put
That's
you
what
back on
vegan
track,
means. That's what vegan
Okay.
means.
So it's just an ethical position. Does it have any requirements?
Sure.
Health requirements?
The entailment of that position is that animals don't eat vegans don't eat most animal products. Or
Okay.
like feel
And I
morally obliged not to eat.
I also express that in a general way. So
Yeah, but that's
we
not what
both have an
veganism
understanding.
is. When
So
you
wait,
say vegans
the
are
problem is-
bad people.
No. But it is because that's not the fucking because right now I'm telling you that is not the definition an
Can you
everyday
calm
fucking
down,
person would
please?
say. No. Shut up. The everyday regular person is not gonna pull out fucking Merriam-Webster and be like,
Okay. If you're gonna continue screaming, you can just scream to yourself. I just want to have a discussion. Why are you so screamy? Are you capable of having a discussion?
we're having a discussion right now. You
No,
seem
you're
to be unable to
screaming
have that
at
discussion.
me.
because You continue.
Can you calm
continue
down?
to obfuscate.
No,
You
I'm
continue to
not.
obfuscate.
How is it obfuscation if I'm asking you what you mean by your words?
No, because
How
you
the
know
fuck
what I
is
mean,
that
and I explain it in a
obfuscation?
commonplace definition that everybody in fucking chat can understand. I'm sure everybody in
No.
chat saying
Well,
this
it's
makes
clear
fucking
that you
sense.
didn't.
Okay?
It's clear that you didn't, though, right?
But it is. Because
The
you know what I said?
motivation-
I said three aspects. There are certain health restrictions. You can't eat meat, and you advocate for an ideology or a moral ethics.
No, that's not what
says
you said.
We should get rid of. We should get
It's
rid
not
of the
what you
slaughtering
said.
of animals. We
I
should
wrote
treat them
it
more
down.
humanely.
It's
Okay?
not what you said.
So all three,
It's not what you
all
said,
three
though.
things. All three we could go back in the clip and watch it. All three things
Sure.
are things included in your definition, okay? The one that you gave me. Except you said it in a little bit more technical terms. I said it in a way that the everyday layman understands as
Okay.
vegan meat, okay? That's how we use words. We don't use words by
Okay.
their strict definitions. In fact, we often use words not in their definition. We call girls bad if they're hot, okay? We use the words in completely incorrect
call
ways.
girls
But
bad
because
if
we
they're
are
hot?
humans and understand this fact, we can extrapolate what these words mean. You understand that fact?
Wait,
So stop
SHK want to
acting
jump
like a
in.
fucking idiot and be a human being, okay? Because we are both humans. We both understand things, okay? We can both comprehend shit. So how about we start comprehending shit? It's not.
Okay.
I'm not saying anything crazy here. Let's get to fucking actual debate.
Okay,
because
okay.
That was complete diatribe, okay?
Okay.
Complete unrelated nonsense.
Okay. Well, you done? Is this how it's gonna go, by the way? You're just gonna scream at me? the
If you
entire time?
continue to engage in these bad faith debate tactics,
It's not bad faith.
Sure.
Holy shit, since
Yes,
when
it
is it bad faith
Yes.
to like fucking write down a definition and talk about it? How is that bad fucking faith?
Because it's a form
because-
it's liberalism.
because-
It's a form of mental liberalism. Okay, it's also a form of mental retardation. We don't have to talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, and I will say this. Okay, it's something that Destiny does. Destiny, DGG, Bosch does
Well,
this.
Destiny
It's
is a good
bad faith
debater.
tactic. It's a bad faith tactic in which
It's not.
you get your opponent jumbled up
Bro.
in definitions
Bro,
so that
back.
you can score points.
Yeah, I muted you again. If you think that it's bad faith to write down a definition and then make sure that everybody understands, like to write down the proposition and then to make sure that everybody understands it, then you're not in a debate, mate. You're in a shouting match. Why would I continue talking to you? I want a debate or a conversation, right?
I've debated hundreds of people. Okay,
And
I've
that's how
seen
you
this before,
debate?
and I will see it again. Okay, it is a tactic people use to obfuscate
it's
or get
absolutely
away
not.
from
What the
from
fuck
the
are you
topic at
talking
hand
about?
and try to go on to a different tangent or go on a different thing or try to score singular brownie points during the debate in order so that you view them better, even if they actually really lost the debate. You score enough brownie points, and all of a sudden your optics look better, and your fans support you, even if you were wrong. Okay,
That's
it's a common
not-
debate tactic. It is not something that is it's unheard of. Okay,
Bro,
this is a common thing that happens.
bro.
It's a thing that happens. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, but let's get back to the actual conversation. Okay.
Give me a
Since you now know
second.
what
Give me a
vegans mean,
second. Give
right?
me a second. Give me a second. So, I've added this, and let me go back to here, and let me just tag you. I think Drizzle. Give me a sec. Because somebody else wants to debate you because they feel like I'm not doing a good job, I guess.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I would agree with them.
Drizzle.
I would agree. I would get them
I
up
would-
here. That's
Okay,
awesome. Get them up here. Hopefully they don't. They're not like a fucking rhetorician, fucking nonsense. I hate that
I
sophistry
mean,
nonsense.
I don't know why.
That's probably what they're gonna come up here and do, but we'll see. Hopefully they come up here with the fucking arguments. I'm ready.
You know what's happening? You
You wait, you didn't even really
assuming a
try to
bunch of
debate me.
stuff.
Like what was that about? I thought you were gonna debate me.
I'm trying to bring this person in because they think they
Okay.
would do a better job.
right.
But
That's fine.
I
I
constructed.
thought you were gonna be more formidable. I did a
Bro.
little preparation for this. I saw your live
was
stream.
trying to
I saw your live
understand
stream.
what you're saying. How
Okay,
the fuck
okay,
is
sorry,
that
I'll speak slower. I'll
disingenuous,
speak
you
slower.
motherfucker?
Wait. What?
How is that disingenuous
me?
to understand what you're saying?
What? I didn't say anything about disingenuous.
I'm gonna
I think I
mute
just
you
speak-
for a second while I'm trying to figure this out, though. Hold on. I don't know how to give you that role. I'm trying as HQ. Let me just allow you 1 second. I'm gonna mute you, but I need you to shut up for a second because I can't work and think. All right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was already being quiet. I get it. I'm the same way.
Why can't I find them? What the fuck is wrong with this? I gave them all the fucking roles. I constructed this thing in a way that is like doesn't allow me to invite them in here. I don't know why.
How? I mean, how did you fuck that up?
Because I'm a boomer, basically.
You're not a boomer. You're like a millennial. Maybe Gen X. Not Gen X. What is the other one?
Yeah, I'm a Gen X,
Yeah, Gen X,
millennial
yeah.
on the thing there. So full. Let's see. Now they'll be able to, I think. Drizzle.
I don't
yeah,
know.
there you go.
I just did the normal thing, and I could join immediately.
No,
me
it's
see.
fine. They can do it now. They can come in now. There you go, Drizzle.
Oh, anime profile picture. Off to a great start. All right. What's up, Drizzle?
Why are you so judgy, mate? What the fuck are you so
I'm in
judgy?
politics. I'm in politics. Of course, I'm judgy.
Oh God. There you go. SHK, you can talk to them if you want.
What do you mean? You're in politics too.
In what way? In the politics
What do you mean?
server,
It's
yeah?
inherently political. You've made it political. I mean, it's a political topic. You're advocating
When?
you're doing political advocacy.
Maybe
You're
don't
more
think so. I
ideological,
don't view it
yeah.
that way though.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you view it that way. It's subjectively political.
Hi. Can you guys?
I don't know. I don't
I gotta turn you up a little
advocate
bit.
for
Give me a second.
politics. I just advocate for people to take personal responsibility. I don't see how is that advocating for politics.
How's my audio coming through? Can you?
Yeah, you're doing okay.
Conservatives just advocate for people to take personal responsibility for their lives. So it's like the same. It's not the same thing, but it's funny that you said
Yeah,
that.
it's not the same thing though. So.
Oh no, but it's in a similar vein. It's in a similar plane of existence.
Yeah, but it's
And it
not the
proves
same
point.
thing though. SHK.
Yeah, but it proved the point.
Here you go. You can now.
Hi.
Anyway, sorry, Grizzle.
yeah,
Grizzle. You wanted to debate me?
Nice to meet you both. I actually didn't want to come in here to debate you. I wanted to come in here and debate postmortem, or just talk really. Postmortem's got some good points on you. Unfortunately, like what you said before I joined here. They're going to be a liberal, blah blah blah, whatever it was you said specifically. Like a lot of assumptions. There are also
What?
Like,
What? You didn't
there
say
are some-
anything there. Wait, you didn't say anything there. You didn't say anything. You just said a lot of assumptions. What is that? What do you?
you made some assumptions before I joined the conversation, which.
I was told that you were coming on to debate me.
I don't know why you would.
That was my assumption. That was my assumption.
Anyway, even if that was the case, you're just jumping the gun a little bit. You do have some points as well. So when you guys were arguing semantics about like, oh, here's the definition of veganism and such. Backtrack is talking in layman's terms. He's using kind of more simple language, which you need to kind of give a little bit of credit there and kind of be able to go, okay, we generally can agree that this is what that means.
Thank you.
If you are going to debate semantics and if you are going to go in on that, then like there's kind of for both of you, but mostly for you, Backtrack, you got to conduct yourself a little bit better, right?
No,
Me?
I disagree. I mean, that's just you insane optics or whatever. Yeah, but I just disagree.
Yeah,
I don't have that problem.
I am talking optics because all these people in the YouTube chat are literally taking the piss out of you because they think you're crashing out, right?
Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. I'm right. Why would I give a shit? I didn't come here for social approval. I don't have chat up right now. You know? I don't care. You know?
Backtrack. Shut the fuck up for 1 minute and let them talk. They're muted now.
This is kind of the thing I want to bring forward, though, right? Is like if you don't care, but you've decided to come on here and communicate, and then people are actively
I'm not communicating. I'm debating.
Be quiet for a second. Let them
I'm
finish.
not trying to educate anybody. Well, yeah, he's wrong. I'm
Backtrack.
not
Let
trying to
them
educate anybody.
finish, though.
Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to call bullshit on that. Debating is a form of communication. You are communicating, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
You are putting ideas across. The way in which you are putting ideas across is not fucking achieving anything. And then when you're criticized on that, you jump to saying, "I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking care."
No. You know what it is? Do you know what it is? The reason why I'm debating right now is to hold my own debate skills. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Why should I be interested in that?
So if you
I'm interested in debating you because I actually do have a point to make, and I would like to make that point.
If you want to hone your skills, then you should be open to taking some feedback and criticism, which is that the way that you're doing this is not fucking useful.
I get your criticisms or whatever. Fantastic, wonderful. I don't agree. Fundamentally disagree.
That's fine. You don't have to agree, and that's kind of the whole point of having conversations
your
like
criticisms
these.
Are null and void. That's why I said I don't care, because it has nothing to do with me.
It's literally a criticism of how you're communicating. How would it not have something to do with you?
Because it's not relevant to me. I don't give a fuck. Why would I care?
Which I said you don't give a fuck, and then you're saying you don't give a fuck because you don't give a fuck.
No, my God. There's a certain context in which I give a fuck. But the stuff you're talking about, don't care.
Okay, so what do you want to achieve other than honing your debating skills?
I was having a good time. I mean, it's just fun for me. I just have fun talking to people and debating people. So, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, you're not letting people speak,
though,
right?
At debating would be useful for your own goals of having fun.
I am better at debating than a lot of people I know, okay? I'm fine. I will be fine. I don't need your coaching. I appreciate you trying to give me advice. Wonderful. Thank you. But I'm fine, dude. I'm just getting into my element here. Okay, just let me chill, dude. It's just we're chilling. All right. You think I'm crashing out or?
I don't.
I'm like,
but
no.
people in chat do.
I know. I put the words in your mouth. That was my bad. Okay. People say whatever. It's just like I have fun. I get a little worked up. I like getting worked up. I like being passionate about the things I'm talking about. If you're not passionate about the things you're talking about, I don't know what you're talking about them. And some people show they're passionate in different ways, and I just happen to do it in a way which you think is bad optics, and that's fine. But
yeah,
it's not. I don't really have anything against postmortem. I think I have nothing against them personally. No problem with them. I don't disagree. So it's nothing.
That's great.
Oh man, that's somebody called you Destiny Light. Somebody called you Destiny Light. I think you should be upset about that.
I'm completely on the other side of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Kind of what I
also the tactics I was using were counterpoised to Destiny's tactics. In fact, the tactic of going and trying to get into definition mongering is a Destiny tactic. So I would disagree with that fact. I would say, you could argue, you probably don't have the right tools.
Hold on.
To make the right comparison.
Can I have like 1 minute to?
Wait, I just want to finish.
No. I don't want you to finish. I don't want you to finish because it's like kind of irrelevant, right? Here's the thing, right? I want 1 minute to have a piece, if that's okay, to speak my piece. So right now, the way we've written down the definition, like your proposition, right? I can just assume what you mean by quantitative differences and difference of consciousness and just say that you are completely wrong. You read vegans wrong and like just get the fuck out of here, right?
Huh?
But that wouldn't be conducive to a good conversation.
No, but I was willing to explain that part. That was not the part that was under contention. The part under contention.
But wait,
you were like, well, what is a vegan? And you were trying to make me define a vegan.
I understand. Yeah, because you don't know what veganism is. So when you say vegans are bad people, I need to understand what you think vegans are and what bad people are.
Hey, but you're wrong.
What do you mean you're wrong? I can also assume.
You even acknowledge my definition.
No,
you acknowledge my definition as being correct by including all aspects of my definition in yours.
No, that's not what the definition that you gave in the beginning, though. If you think that vegans and vegetarians are the same thing for the purpose of this conversation, and they're not.
I said the purpose of this conversation, it would not matter.
No, because we talk about like dairy and eggs as well, the exploitation of animals in dairy and eggs. So
how can you not get this? Okay, wait. Can I say something?
No.
I don't know how you can't get this. Okay.
I said no.
Go ahead. Then go ahead. Then finish your sentence and let me speak.
Okay. So what does quantitative differences mean? Quantitative differences.
Okay. Well, you went on a different topic, but I want to finish this. I want to just put this to bed. Okay. So it would not matter to me whether I said vegans are bad people or vegetarians are bad people. It would be the same thing with regards to my argument. It is the same idea behind the argument, regardless of. I could say vegans and vegetarians. That probably would have been a better thing to say. I didn't say that. I just said vegans because that's just what I wrote.
I got you.
I didn't write both. Okay.
I got you. So I got you. So give me a second. So
honestly, the differences are just differences in quantity. Okay, it's changes in just a little bit more intelligence, a little bit less intelligence, a little bit more dexterity, a little bit less dexterity, more flexibility, less flexibility. But there's a thing where you get enough quantity, or for example, you boil something, right? And it slowly rises. The temperature slowly rises, right? And then eventually you get a qualitative difference, right? That qualitative difference is now that boiling point. That's the qualitative difference. Now it's boiling, and then you get another.
Wait, are you on to talking about?
Let me finish.
No, I don't understand if you want to. No, I don't understand.
Let me finish.
No, because I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're talking about.
I can interrupt you.
No, because I don't understand what you're on about. Have you moved on to understand, to explain to me quantitative differences?
Because you have to counterpoise them to each other in order to understand them. That's how dialectics works.
Have you moved on? That's all I'm fucking asking. Have you moved on?
To understand the internal contradictions within something that is making it change.
Start over, because I was doing something else. Start over, because I thought you were still talking about that stupid shit. If you moved on to something that I actually want to hear, quantitative differences, then start fucking over. Start over.
That's just on you. You were just were not listening. When I was responding to your
I
point.
just said I wasn't listening. I was doing something else because I thought he was still talking
Okay.
about the stupid shit that I don't give a shit about.
I wasn't. Okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
Anyway.
now say what quantitative differences is.
Quantitative changes are changes in quantity. Okay. So, for example, when you're boiling something, there's no observable metric that it's the temperature is rising, but the temperature is rising. Okay? And then all of a sudden, once it hits boiling point, right? It now has a qualitative change, and now it's into boil. Now it's boiling, and now that the water is now turning into gas or whatever.
That is not what those words mean.
All
What
right.
the fuck are you talking about?
That isn't what those words mean.
Quantitative changes? Yes. The changes in temperature slowly until it turns into a qualitative change. That qualitative change is now it's boiling. Okay, now it's reached a new state. Okay, a new state.
Drizzle, what do you think it
Or at
means?
least, it's not a very good
backtrack.
example.
Backtrack. Let him explain now.
Okay, you could also do this. You could also do this you just use this in fucking addition. Okay, quantity, adding one,
Yeah.
adding one, and then changing.
Quantitative is numerical. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Okay, that's quantity.
Qualitative
okay?
is to do with
Qualitative
attributes
is
and
a completely
characteristics.
different quality. It's a new quality. It's a fundamentally different quality. Okay,
Right.
which boiling water has, and regular water
my
does not.
bad. My bad. I just think your example isn't great for getting the difference across.
It's a perfectly viable example, but it's whatever. It doesn't
It's
matter.
fine. It's fine.
Honestly, I don't even know why you're in
matter.
here because now it's just me and her arguing, and I really don't feel like we should have fucking great people in here.
Them.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with debating both of you, but it's just gonna
Backtrack.
get too chaotic.
Backtrack.
I'm
I'm
not
not,
against
I'm not here to
Backtrack.
debate you,
chaotic.
dude.
Whatever.
My-
You can stay
backtrack.
in here. I don't have a problem with it.
Be quiet. So my
Understand.
pronouns are they, them. Please respect them.
What did I say? I don't remember. I said
But that's fine. You didn't know. Now you know.
no. Okay, whatever.
So what's the differences in consciousness?
Qualitatively, humans are qualitatively different. That's why we use different terms for them. We don't use sentience to describe humans. We use sapience to describe humans. Fundamentally different quality. Okay? Humans are in fucking houses with ACs that they made with technological improvements, which they made with technical advancement, which they made with their fucking brains. Because their brains are qualitatively different and on a higher level or a higher plane than regular animals.
And why do you think vegans don't Why do you think
on the same level?
Wait, why do you think vegans don't appreciate those differences?
Because they put them on the same level.
No, who told you that we put them on the same level? Who told you?
They don't put them on the same level quantitatively,
No.
but they put them on the same level qualitatively.
No,
Yes.
also no.
By attempting to
not
empathize
true.
and
That's just not
anthropomorphize
true.
the animals,
Could I
you are
That's just not true, man.
you are engaging in a
That's
kind of
just
you are
not
engaging
true,
in a
man.
kind of
That's not
Could I
true.
step in and ask a question, please?
Go on.
Fine.
Post-mortem.
Fine. I mean, fucking whatever. Go ahead.
I'm going to kind of make an assumption, but it's a question, and I want to kind of understand your position a bit better here.
Just ask it.
Is your position in respect to as to like why you are vegan that the ending of a living creature, generally an animal's life, is morally wrong?
Sentient
What?
creatures.
There's nothing to do with my argument right now.
No, they're asking me. Drizzle is asking me.
Sorry.
I'm asking them, and it
Sorry, I
actually
was
does have
confused. I was
something to
confused.
do with your
I was
argument.
confused. I was allowed to talk
So
about it.
I said living creature, and you've responded with sentient creature. What is the difference between living creature and sentient creature to you?
Sure. So the difference is living, like plants are living, right? Something that is alive, have like reproductive cells and can die one day, right? That's living.
So
Generally speaking,
animals, broadly speaking. Yeah.
so sentience can only arise in animals. That includes humans. And but not all animals are sentient. Some animals are not sentient. They don't have this emergent quality. Sentience is basically it's basal consciousness. It's the ability to experience
we're not
life.
talking about kind of single cell life. We're not talking about plant life. We're talking about multicellular animals, and you
Who have
define that.
sentience? Who have sentience? Because there are multicellular animals who don't.
Yeah. So
don't
this is
listen.
why it's relevant to what you're saying here, Backtrack. So their position is that it is a moral wrong to kill anything with any level of sentience, not to equate humans and animals.
No, but they are. By doing that, that's exactly what they're doing.
Why?
Because humans are fundamentally different creatures,
what?
okay? And you are anthropomorphizing animals
I'm not.
by trying to empathize or say that, oh, this is how a cow thinks
Sorry,
or feels.
hold
You
on,
cannot
hold on,
understand.
backtrack.
You
Hold
cannot
on.
understand
Animals
how a
don't.
cow
hold
thinks or
on.
feels.
Hold on. A human can't have empathy towards animals. Is that
You cannot
like?
you cannot effectively put yourself in the shoes of a cow. Yes, I strongly believe that. Okay, or the hooves of a cow.
Okay, can you sympathize with an animal? Well, why do you have to like feel the physical things?
No, because that's what you're trying to do.
That's not.
You're anthropomorphizing them.
Sorry, can
there's
I
no
backtrack.
shared
Hold
sentience.
on.
You're
You
trying
said
to make
you
a
think.
connection between.
Backtrack. You said you think. Hold on. You said you think. Now let me respond. Let me just talk more than one sentence. Is that possible? Do you think? Speaking of, if you're here to hone your debate skills, if you're here to hone your debate skills, you should also listen.
But you also interrupt me. You also interrupted me just then when I was fucking speaking.
You kind of need to be interrupted a bit.
You need to be interrupted, exactly.
Well, then I also agree that you need to be interrupted a little bit. So then we're on the same page.
No,
Fantastic.
you're not letting me to say even one sentence out, and you interrupt me.
I will. You just go ahead.
Okay. So I don't equate human to animals in every aspect, right? And I have a little graphic for it. Let me just find
that's the quantitative difference I was talking about. You do acknowledge quantitative difference, but you don't acknowledge...
No, I acknowledge the qualitative difference as well, just not to the point that it's okay to kill animals for some reason. I can't find the reason there. That's the only thing.
Well, because you think they have a kind of coherence and structure to their reality that they just do not. They do not have that kind of. They're not experiencing things as you are experiencing them. They don't have
what's
feelings.
the evidence for that?
Because for example, just the word feelings itself has a lot of human baggage behind it. Okay,
well, do animals not feel?
There's no relation to how animals feel versus how humans feel. It is qualitatively different.
What's the evidence for that?
You yourself said it. They only have basic consciousness, rudimentary.
I said
rudimentary.
No.
Yes,
hold on.
you did.
Hold
yes,
on.
You
hold
did.
on. Hold on. Let me fucking
explain.
explain. Backtrack. Jesus, I'm not gonna go back on what I said. I'm just gonna explain that you misunderstood what I meant. So I said that animals, sentience is this basal consciousness, right? And it has like variety of consciousnesses, right? So something can be very basal, right? Having like a very small experience, like maybe I think shrimp, some shrimp or some land snails maybe are sentient. Maybe not, right? So they have like a relatively narrow experience. And then you have a cow who has like a bigger experience than them, than the land snail. And then you have a human who has the higher consciousness, right? We are experiencing things through the lens of thinking about them deeper. And therefore that enriches our experience, right? But I don't equate them, right? Yeah. I only equate them in a way that both are sentient, and that's what I value.
This is where you can perhaps differentiate sentience and sapience, but yeah, so... Again,
sapience has nothing to do with this at all. I don't consider sapience...
No, exactly. Yeah. I'm saying it's where you can differentiate them, right? But again, this is relevant to where your initial argument backtrack, so... Post has quite literally just now said that they acknowledge there is a granular scale of sentience, that it isn't all one block.
Wait,
all the same thing.
I just remembered something you said when I was watching you before I got into chat. You were talking about morality and like you wouldn't kill a human, right? Didn't you say that at some point? Am I wrong?
What?
You said something about not killing humans way earlier. You remember that? You remember the context of that?
You would have to like elaborate. Obviously, I'm against killing humans for unjustified reasons.
You're talking about people's moral fabric being shit, and you're like, oh, your moral fabric's bad. And if you logically extend this, you would want to kill humans. I'm just curious what you meant by that.
No,
I'm sorry. It's just,
Jesus Christ.
I just wanted to know the context of that.
Can you listen?
I just thought of it. It might be relevant to my
argument.
argument.
Can you stop yapping? So
I just wanted to add more context so we
I
can know what
don't know.
you're talking about.
You don't remember the context either. So just let me give you
Yeah.
my position. My position that you shouldn't kill humans either for unjustified reasons. It's not like I don't say don't ever kill animals. I'm just saying if it's not justified, you should avoid killing animals and humans. Obviously, my position there differs, right? If it was, for instance, either kill a human or kill an animal, I would probably like kill an animal to save the human, right? If that was that kind of dichotomy. So I definitely differentiate between animals and humans. I know like the humans might have like a higher capacity to suffer. There are arguments that animals actually have a higher capacity to suffer just because you can't explain to them why they're suffering, right? The way you can to
But
humans.
they aren't understanding the suffering either. So
Yeah, what do you mean not understanding the suffering? Backtrack. What do you mean by that? No.
Doesn't matter.
No, what do you mean it doesn't matter? What do you mean they don't understand suffering? They obviously do.
I don't want to get into that.
No, they obviously do understand suffering, though. It's like the root of your
I'm just saying
position.
their basic cognition is enough to understand basic suffering, probably.
Yeah.
But complex forms of suffering are obviously out of the question.
So if you had hypothetically two possible worlds, in one of them the animals suffer, in the other one the animals don't suffer, and all else is equal, which world would be better?
Animals always suffer. It's a part of life.
Can you answer
We
my
suffer.
question?
What's a ridiculous hypothetical?
Okay, let me change it.
Animals are not fucking suffering.
Let me change
but animals
it.
are suffering, and animals
Let
suffer,
me
and that's
change
fine.
it. Let me change it for you. In this hypothetical, animals suffer more in World A, and World B they just suffer a normal amount, like humans suffer a normal amount, right? All else equal. That's what it means. All else equal.
In World A, do I get to eat meat?
I don't know why that matters in a position in the question.
Because you're trying to fucking give me a fucking hypothetical.
Give me a second.
And that's the fucking.
Can you listen? You can't listen.
You're just fucking doing hypotheticals.
Backtrack. Just listen. I don't know why that matters. The question is about animals and not about you. Do you understand now? The question is about animals and not about you. All else equal. So that means in both worlds you get to eat meat, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, meat from animals. Cool.
Vegan gays, go on. You can join. I need to give you a role as well. So let me just join Vegan gays. Okay. She's better at discourse and stuff like that. I just need to give her a role so that she can join. Maybe roles. I need to fix this role thing. Vegan gays, you can join. No,
and I'm not entirely convinced of the validity of sentience in animals, generally speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary. I have not been. I can't do both. I can't both read and thing.
Who's Gary?
Gary is in VC with us, and they're writing in the chat. I can't do both. I can't both talk to you, backfire, and like.
Do you have YouTube? I have a YouTube. Yeah.
So hold on. So what would you?
Oh, Gary, you a fan? Yo, Gary's a fan. Let's go. Yo, let's go. Gary's a fucking fan. Let's go, Gary. What's up, bro? How you doing?
What's your answer?
I didn't see you in chat.
Backtrack. What's your answer to my question?
What question do you ask? Sorry, I was looking at Gary in chat.
No problem. So there are two possible worlds. In one of them, animals suffer more. In the other one, animals suffer a normal amount. All else equal.
I'll play your fucking games. They suffer a normal amount. I'll play your fucking stupid hypothetical fucking games. It's fucking Destiny DDD bullshit.
You want to debate, but you don't believe in hypotheticals?
I'm the fucking DDDer, but you're fucking the one
you want
talking about
to learn how to debate, but you don't believe, like, you don't want to consider hypotheticals? Are you a dumbass?
But oftentimes they're just rhetorical traps they can set for your opponent and
They're
get an
not.
easy
They're
brownie
showing
point, okay? That's
up.
oftentimes-
They're showing
that
you
is
up for your
90%
morality.
of hypotheticals, okay?
There is a tendency for them to be used like that. I do have to agree with
Yeah,
backtrack.
okay, exactly.
They're
alright?
not
So-
in this
so
case.
I just think it's interesting. I maybe it's a valid hypothetical, but I just think
Wait.
it's interesting. You can have to fucking bring up hypotheticals, and we can't argue about actual shit that happens in the real fucking world.
Well, it
Yeah.
is a
Like,
shit that
not-
happens
like,
in the real
not-
fucking world.
Not all hypotheticals.
We don't have two
are
alternative
rhetorical
worlds,
traps,
one
but
where the
they can
suffering
be
is
used
greater
for
and one where it's
such.
less. Okay, we don't even
Yeah.
have another world with fucking life on it. Okay.
Well,
What the fuck do you mean
that
that happens in
world
the
is
real world,
available
okay?
to you. That world is available to you. You can just go
It's
vegan
not.
and
Oh, it's not.
it
It's just
reduces
not,
the
by way.
suffering of animals
You
by going
cannot-
vegan.
I don't even believe you have the technological capacity to replace meat. Okay, I don't even believe that.
Well, that
You
doesn't
don't.
matter. That's not
You don't,
part of the
especially
question.
especially not in the third world.
That's
I
not
think
part
if
of
you
the question.
implemented vegan
That
policies
doesn't matter. That's not
all
part
over
of the
world, You
question.
would have a famine and
What's up, VG? I muted them again because Backtrack is not capable of being short and listening. Maybe VG can do it. I can't.
What's the argument they're making?
I don't know anymore. Backtrack, explain your argument to vegan gays, please.
Well, there's a couple of them. I mean, what do you want to fucking talk about? I mean, obviously you
Hello, by
can't
the way, Backtrack.
debate the actual topic at hand because you keep fucking bringing people in.
What is the argument? Are you against
Why is
veganism?
the fucking party? I mean, what is this? I thought you
The
were the
I
debater.
thought the point was for you to learn how to do debates. Vegan gays is
I mean,
much
I don't
better
have
at
a problem
debating than
debating
me.
I don't have a problem debating multiple people at once. It's just
I can't
really
hear
fucking annoying.
Backtrack.
And it's easier for
If
you to
you
come
can't
out on
put your
top.
position in a couple of
You just have
words,
fucking more people.
you're terrible at
you have fucking
debate.
three people.
I'm not
It's three on
here
one,
to
you know?
actually defend either side necessarily. I was here because
Yeah,
I wanted to have a chat with
but
more
you,
than.
what I mean, it doesn't
Okay,
matter. You're a
so
little
what
more
was Backtrack
sympathetic to
saying,
them.
though?
That's
Sorry.
fine.
I've been
That's fine, I have no
sympathetic to
problem
you
with
as
that.
well. You've
Yes,
both
I
brought
agree.
up
I
good
agree.
stuff.
I agree.
Look,
I agree.
VG,
You've
I've
been
put.
telling
Everybody be
a little bit
quiet
more
for a
on that
second.
side.
Everybody be quiet. VG, I've put the so far the proposition that they came in with and the disambiguation that we came to in the chat. Vegans, they defined it a little different than just by the action of being vegan, and they equated it to vegetarianism for the sake of this argument. So I didn't write that down.
I'm trying to look in the chat. Sorry, I am.
Oh shit, are you that rusty you don't remember the chat? How you open it?
No. Where is
Oh,
the
shit.
chat?
There's
You
the
mean,
icon on top right corner.
There's a little
Oh
speech.
yeah, I
bubble.
got you. I got you.
Okay.
Got you. Vegans are bad people because they degrade humanity to the level of animals by ignoring the quantitative differences between them, especially differences in consciousness. So if you if we take
I think that's right. It's supposed to be qualitative differences.
Yeah, I think you meant qualitative.
And most humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, so
Not a big deal. Just
even if we were to assume there's we ignore differences, like I don't even take that to be the case that differences are ignored. Like should we start with that? What differences are ignored by vegans in your view?
The anthropomorphized animals. I mean, this is a problem generally in the West.
How's that
anyway.
a difference?
Okay, so
Generally,
hang on then. So what are we
people
how
tend
are
to
we
anthropomorphize and make
Yeah.
human a lot of animals, and to put them even on the same level. You may not say it so explicitly.
Hang on, let's slow down.
You may not
let's slow
say
down.
it. So, can I speak? Can I finish?
No, hang
Can I
on,
finish?
Just let's
Well,
let's
why
just sit
can I
with
not
that.
finish my sentence?
No. Yeah, because you've just gone on. You're going to say quite a few things. So when you say
that's how a fucking debate
anthropomorphize,
works.
can you
I'm
give an
sorry you guys
example
have
of when
fucking
a
brain
vegan
rot
does
and
that?
can't fucking listen.
Backtrack.
Okay? I shouldn't be
Listen.
fucking limited because you guys can't fucking listen to me speak for.
I'm gonna mute you. Listen, you can't debate and not fucking listen.
No, backtrack. Can you give an
I'm
example?
trying to ask you a question. Chill the fuck out,
Yeah,
dude.
just chill.
What do you mean?
You got an
What do you mean
example?
chill out?
of a
I am
vegan
chilled out. It's fun.
anthropomorphizing
We're having a fun time
animals?
right now.
Be
Give me an example.
Why are you guys all uptight
Quiet and
shit?
let her ask you a question.
What?
Be quiet and let her,
I
let
can't
her
hear
ask
you
you a
if you're
question.
talking. I just want one example, and then we can move on to your next claim.
One example of what?
Of
Is Backtrack speaking?
anthropomorphizing. Or something.
Yeah. Yes, right now.
An example of what is question.
Why can't I suddenly hear them every so often?
Okay. Well, I don't know. I think it's a you problem because I haven't had anybody else complain about that.
VG, can you hear me?
I can't hear Backtrack if they're speaking. Is there some sort of issue with the mic?
No, check
no
that you
idea.
haven't muted them. No, we can hear them.
Fine. So backtrack. They've asked for an example of vegans anthropomorphizing animals.
VG, maybe you've muted them accidentally.
Let's see here. I don't know. They kind of there's a few. I mean, it's hard to narrow down specifics because I haven't obviously pulled up
Crystal,
one. I don't have one.
Can you
I don't have one. I don't
Hold
have
on,
one.
backtrack. VG can't hear you. She can't hear you.
I'm gonna
She can't
fucking
hear you.
send the message over. Chill.
No,
Don't worry
VG,
about
please
it. Go
check
ahead.
if they're muted for you or something.
Oh.
No, because I just
if
saw
you
their
can't hear me,
mic
then
go
I'm trying to- Yeah, all right.
when
You know
they
what? I'll just
laughed,
think,
but I can't hear them
and then
actually
once we
speaking.
fix it, we'll be fine.
It's weird. Maybe if we Drizzle, you know their argument, right?
Yeah, so I'm trying to, because you can't hear them, I'm going to ask
Yeah.
them the question and then tell you the fucking answer.
Yeah, go
Easy
then.
peasy. So, backtrack, you're saying specifics, examples of this stuff. Give me, if you can't give a specific, can you give like a general idea?
Yeah, a good example is dogs. People treat dogs like humans. That's a big example. There's a lot of, for example, Orientalism when it comes to eating like a cow versus eating a dog. There's actually there's not too much of a difference between these things, except the compatibility with obviously dogs. But even then, you can't really.
What was the example?
You can't actually give them a human characteristic. They don't actually have human characteristic. That's kind of an example. That's one of the best examples.
Okay, be quiet now. Be quiet now.
Can I say
Be
one more thing?
quiet now. Let them relate.
No.
Be
please
quiet.
Go ahead and say one more thing.
Jesus.
More about it's more of a almost subconscious understanding of humanity in animals. It doesn't always come out explicitly. That's one of the things that makes it a little more difficult to talk about this because it is just an implicit part of their understanding of the world, and they don't really recognize that fact.
Okay,
in my opinion. So
right. Okay. So the example given, and backtrack it. If I have said something incorrect, would you mind trying to wait till I get to the end of it and tell me where I've gone wrong with this? An example that is given is kind of like to do with dogs and how people empathize with dogs. That this isn't necessarily compatible across all cultures. I think that personally, there's other examples of this where certain animals are considered sacred, but that's just me just putting a little bit extra context in there. It ain't just dogs. And furthermore, what you've said on that is that it isn't necessarily explicit. Sometimes it's a kind of subconscious bias, and it's implicit to the worldview of vegans.
Oh, so it sounds like they don't know what anthropomorphism is, because like people can anthropomorphize dogs, for example, like say, oh, they're smiling, so they're happy like a human, when actually they're panting because they're hot.
Yeah.
Like that's not something that vegans specifically do. What we're looking for is what is entailed in the vegan philosophy.
Oops. Sorry.
What is that?
Not killing them. Pretty much not killing them. That is one of the things.
Wait, so not killing them is anthropomorphizing them?
Yeah. It's a little bit of an extreme example, but yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay, so can you expand how it's anthropomorphizing?
Not killing them for food, actually. I should specify, not killing them for food.
Okay, what does anthropomorphizing mean?
Not just killing them willy-nilly, yeah.
Backtrack, what does anthropomorphizing mean to you?
It means trying to make something human that's not human, basically, give or take.
Okay, so do you think vegans don't kill animals on the basis that they think they're like humans or are humans?
Pretty much.
Okay, so this is a misunderstanding of the vegan position.
No,
you don't need backtrack. I'm a vegan. I've been a vegan for 11 years. I can tell you what veganism means, right? So I don't look at a sheep. Backtrack. I don't look at. Please just listen for a second, okay?
Go ahead.
I don't look at a sheep and go, "Oh, you're a human," or "Oh, you are like."
Jesus, listen.
Oh my God, backtrack. Your argument is that vegans do not kill animals on the basis that they think they are a human or are like a human, right? Is that correct?
They're on the same plane of consciousness, yeah.
You know, you don't have to
Nobody finds that.
anthropomorphize a dog in order to understand that they might be on the same plane of consciousness. It could be the case that an alien could have the same plane of consciousness as a human being. It wouldn't mean they're a human. It would just mean they're an alien with the same level of consciousness. Do you acknowledge that?
There are no animals that have the same.
Can you answer the question?
Can you
Debate
answer the
is answering the question.
The question is irrelevant if I have a problem with the fucking framing. Okay.
No. So your claim is that we think, oh, these animals are on the same level of consciousness. Could it be the case that an alien could be on the same level of consciousness without us actually anthropomorphizing them?
No. No,
So you think we would? So you think we would have to anthropomorphize a hypothetical alien?
Things. Yeah.
Huh?
That's one of the ways we understand things. That's one of the ways we understand things by relating to them. Yeah. That's why it's very human to do.
That's not what she's
What
asking.
do you mean? Oh my god!
Yeah,
I'm getting brain fucked by this inability to like actually track what I'm saying.
You would have to compare them to something, right?
I think there's a.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I think there's somewhat an issue of semantics here. I don't know if this might pertain previously to when we were looking at how your argument tracks against Mortem's position in particular, on the basis of it being anything that expresses the quality of being sentient, which is kind of fundamentally not within what your argument actually
But
specifies.
no,
I think we
right? She was talking about having an alien on the same level of consciousness, so that's what I was referring to.
I think let's then move on, because I don't think we're going to get further with this. Your claim is that vegans are bad people because they degrade humanity by anthropomorphizing, so comparing characteristics
I want to
that
say
they
one more
have.
thing.
Hang on, backtrack.
Go ahead. No, go. Finish.
Thank you.
I'll write it down.
Thank you. So your claim is that vegans are bad people because they degrade humanity to the level of animals by ignoring the differences between them. Okay, so by anthropomorphizing them, so we're attributing apparently human characteristics to these animals. By what basis is that degrading humanity?
You're not really acknowledging the greatness and the quality of humans. You're kind of there was this one video I remember where this crab made a small shelter, and people were like, "Oh my god, look, he's like a little, not a little human, but they're like, oh, look at him, he's making a little house." And it's like, oh, dude, isn't that so cool that they can make little houses and shit? And it's like, no, not really. It's not even that. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's a little neat, I'll say. But it's like, have you seen a fucking actual house? That shit is so fucking cool, dude. You know how much shit went into making houses?
This is semantics. It doesn't matter.
Right now? No, it's not.
It's not relevant to the vegan position. Those people weren't vegan who were saying like houses, blah blah blah. We don't.
It's the same kind of concept that you have.
I think it's a little unfair,
you don't
though.
acknowledge it explicitly. You only acknowledge it implicitly because it is an implicit part of your worldview. That is why you are the way you are.
Yeah, but I remember not being me. I remember not being vegan.
I genuinely don't think that this
What? You can have different forms of consciousness throughout your life. What are you talking about?
The position is that there is a moral issue with the killing of a sentient creature. That position does not implicitly or explicitly undermine human achievement.
Yes, it does.
Right, okay,
Humans
you
got
know
killed
what?
where-
I actually, hang on.
killing
I
eating
picture,
animals.
hang on, Drizzle. I've just pictured in
Humans
my
got
mind what's
where they
happening.
were by
No,
killing
Backtrack, be quiet. I muted them.
Be
Go on.
quiet for a second here. Yeah, so I see what's happening here. I think we're trying to take it to somewhere that you might feel a bit more comfortable, when actually the thing is, it is possible to be vegan without even putting like what you're saying, like about, oh look, isn't it amazing, this crab made a house or something. You could be vegan without even caring about the achievements or lack of achievements of animals. So let's just go to the vegan position. Like, why do you think it's acceptable to exploit and kill these sentient beings, where in the same context it wouldn't be suitable to do that for a human?
Because we're humans.
Okay, so that's circular. So can we explain what is it
Well, yeah,
that's
because
intrinsic to
humans
it?
fundamentally, as part of their culture, they're literally, I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive the world, especially the third world, would collapse. There would be genocide. There would be all sorts of essentially, it would be a mass genocide. if vegan policies were implemented worldwide, because they cannot grow enough lab-grown meat. They cannot do any of this kind of stuff. The policies we're advocating for are fundamentally anti-human. Fundamentally anti-human.
It's going to get very frustrating if I ask you a question. If I ask you a question and you go somewhere completely different, that's going to get frustrating very quick. So what did I ask you, Backtrack? Did I ask you about policy? Or did I ask you a completely different question?
Yeah, but it has to relate exactly with your ideology, right? I mean, you're advocating something, are you not?
Can you repeat her question, please? Can you repeat her question?
No, I cannot. I have.
No, you went.
There you go.
I want to throw a little bit of a stone, just a quick one, and then backtrack.
Before you do, Drizzle, Drizzle, hang on, no.
Drizzle, I'm gonna mute you. Drizzle, I'm muting you.
No.
Backtrack.
Backtrack. Drizzle.
Be quiet.
No, unfortunately, No, hang on, just a second.
A majority of the third world actually depends on plant-based foods, Backtrack.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
It does matter because he said that.
That doesn't matter. Right now we're asking.
Oh my god! Can we just stop? Hang on. This is why. No. Let's. Oh my.
Yeah,
how are you dealing with this?
That happens, and there would be problems. There would be issues. There would be fundamental.
This is why I want to go back to the let's stick to one thing at a time. Let's not bring up other points because then everything just goes elsewhere.
Like I said, I just wanted to throw a stone there because the
I know, I understand.
Collapse is a little silly.
No, but been here before many a time. It just leads to just complete confusion. So, what is the morally significant difference, Backtrack, between humans and non-human animals that justifies their exploitation and killing, that doesn't in the human context? So I'm not asking about policy, to be clear. I'm asking what is intrinsically the case within a human that makes it so I can't exploit and stab them, but I can for a goat, a cow, a pig, a chicken, a dog.
Because you are in the same qualitative level of consciousness.
Why does that matter?
Because it is a fundamentally different being. It is a fundamentally different organism.
Why does it matter to the question whether you kill somebody or not? Why does that matter?
Because for a animal or a pig, it is a part of the ecosystem. It could be important, but it is.
That's not the question. The question is.
It is a prey animal, and we are predators. It is simply natural.
No, Backtrack. Stop.
We're on the top of the food chain.
What's the argument that we're on the same level? Wait,
that's a false.
Are we at the top of these?
Hang on.
I mean, we could go simply from a point of
Backtrack. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet.
Slow.
I've got some issue with that take. There's kind of a false equivalence there. So, I kind of want to presume that you do have a decent knowledge of sort of human history and industrial development and can maybe look at how, in the grand scheme of things, our species hasn't really been top dog for the longest time. There's archaeological evidence that we did. There's archaeological evidence that we did hunt.
Drizzle, this doesn't matter.
Hang on.
No.
Drizzle, can you? Sorry, everybody.
Well, you have to kill to eat, right? I don't.
Everybody be quiet.
Drizzle.
Everybody be quiet. Let me. Drizzle, please let vegan gays debate backtrack, whatever. Please don't intervene for now. Sorry, I'm gonna.
Just because. Thank you. Sorry, PM. It's just because you're getting tempted to bite things. He's laying out all this mess. He's just throwing shit at the wall and hoping that it sticks. So we're going to go.
Yeah, just
I understand, but he's laying a trap.
Okay, go.
Yeah, okay.
God damn it, just
so
speak.
You said it's the consciousness level, okay? So is it the case that humans are on the same level of consciousness as each other?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay, what's the argument for that? Wait, for the most part?
Yes, for the most part. Obviously, you don't. If they have the capacity for it, and they don't actually have the capacity for it, they're still human. Obviously, it doesn't make them a qualitatively different species or a qualitatively different form of. I mean, maybe they have a different form of consciousness, but the actual. I guess I misphrased it, but the actual point of decisive significance is that they could have it if they weren't born with a birth defect or whatever. So yeah.
Okay, so the argument's not that they're human. The argument's that the same level of consciousness, they have more consciousness than these animals, right?
Yeah, but I just misspoke. I meant that they are human, and that's kind of what I meant anyway. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, continue.
So is it the property of the consciousness, or is it the property of being human?
The actual property of the consciousness is called sapience, and that is specifically regards to humans. So I don't even know what you're fucking saying. Even some of the lower forms, even some of the lower forms of consciousness, like someone who has Downs or something like that, even they would have a little bit higher of consciousness than some other individuals, and they also have kinds of intelligence that are different than animal intelligence. So even with that argument, it's not very solid.
Okay, so just to be clear, so a Neanderthal, a dog, a cat.
Well, Neanderthals aren't sapient, right? Aren't sapiens?
Exactly. So what? So let me finish my sentence, and we'll get some clarity on what I'm even asking. Yeah. So yeah, a Neanderthal, a cat, a dog. If I can perpetually exploit them, I can take everything from them. I can brand them, mutilate them. I can take their babies from them. I can send them to the slaughterhouse because they're not human. Is that the viewpoint?
I'm not too sure. The slaughterhouse, go to the slaughterhouse. But I'm not so sure about Neanderthals. I think there could be evidence that they had more sapiens than we give them credit for.
They're not Homo sapiens sapien though, are they?
But they follow in the same kind of lineage, and it would be the same kind of argument. I mean, you could try to make that argument and be like, oh well, they're not the same thing. You're not the same. But it's kind of a stupid fucking thing to argue about because it would be the same argument either way. And then we just be rehashing.
It's kind of fucking stupid. Yeah, it's kind of your argument because the lineage we share with other animals as well. Like we have like their DNA with flies, with apes, with all these animals, for example.
You're doing it. You're doing it right now.
Yeah, the Neanderthals, they're not Homo sapiens sapien though, are they? The
But you're putting them. You just put them on the same level when you said we share the same DNA. Yeah, okay. We share the same DNA with a lot of fucking shit.
The exact same DNA.
Not the not the exact same DNA.
Wait.
Not share the same
exact DNA. Your name.
Those two would be the same
tracking
fucking
your
thing.
name. No, backtrack. There's tracking your name, but you're not tracking. Your argument is that
you could have just said something about backtrack.
They're human, because they share the DNA of a human. We don't get to exploit them. But I'm saying a Neanderthal, they don't have the exact same DNA as us. That neither does a dog.
But they share some of those same qualities that
so do dogs.
I mean, there's even discussions about whether they can be classified as a subspecies or what. There's a lot of questions about different things with regards to that.
This
in regards to Neanderthal. So it isn't even very good. It isn't even very good to get into because
do you really
Neanderthals
backtrack? One second. We understand your position. You don't need to continue to yap. So do you think please be quiet. Do we as humans share qualities with other animals? Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's like fucking saying you could say that with fucking a single-celled organism. Yeah, it's not a fucking crazy.
It's not crazy, right? We share some qualities with
but then
animals.
You have fundamentally different ones that set us apart. Yeah.
Sure. So if you as humans share qualities with Neanderthals, on its face, that doesn't mean anything, right? You could put Neanderthals in the animal
category. But there's evidence to suggest that they could also share some of those same fundamental qualities.
So what are the qualities? So what are the specific qualities?
Slaughter them and eat them.
So what are the specific qualities that would preclude somebody from being slaughtered for meat?
Sapiens, or complex forms of thinking unique to humans.
Why is sapiens relevant to whether or not we should kill somebody?
Kill a thing? Well, because it's not a somebody at that point, right?
Well, animals are a somebody, they're not a thing, they're sentient. That's one of the qualities we share with them.
Well, they're not somebody, because somebody is a fucking person.
Wait, let's not go down that road.
Doesn't matter. Go to
PM's initial.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, go to
semantics, whatever.
Go to PM's original question. Why is it sapience that is the trait for you that makes it so that I'm not going to exploit and kill you, but I will if you're not sapient?
Because we can relate to each other on a fundamental level. Even if you don't have that thing, we can actually empathize with the fact that you don't have that capacity as a human, and that
some humans don't have empathy. They're literally
as humans. So,
some humans don't have backtracks. This is the problem. Some humans don't have empathy.
Address that. What?
Readdress. Go on then.
Oh, with empathy? Oh, well, some people are just psychos, and doesn't mean we should still kill them.
So you don't share.
Exactly.
A lot of psychos are head of industries.
Oh my god, exactly.
A lot of psychopaths, a lot of sociopaths, they become head of industries. They become very important people in society.
We got your point. So that means that you don't share that trait with some people. So that would, based on your position, mean that it's okay to kill them. Because that's the trait that you gave us that is relevant to whether or not it's okay to kill somebody.
No, it's not. The trait I gave that was the
That's
most relevant
literally
was
the
sapient.
trait you gave me. I wrote
Oh,
it down.
oh, it's-
I wrote it down.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was fucking sapiens. I don't know what you wrote down.
Sapiens,
That's where it
yes.
started. I said you could empathize with
Yes,
people who do
and
not
you
have.
yeah,
I could say.
and
I
you
said specific. Let me fucking speak.
I
Yeah, I
understood
said
what you said, though.
specifically. Shut the fuck up. Let me speak. I said specifically.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. VG, if you want to talk to
Yeah.
them, let me know, but I don't want to.
I'll try like one more time, but then
Okay.
after that, like they're not even tracking what they're saying, so
Yeah.
it's a bit.
Server muted them.
Go. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So,
I
so
said
that's
specifically with regards to people who have like Downs or something that that you can empathize with them because they do not have the same level of sapience
Exactly.
as another person would.
So that's
okay?
not the
But you
trait
still
that is
have a
relevant, is
level-
it?
You still have a level,
You're
or
making
if the-
our
or in the
argument.
absence- or in the
Backtrack.
Be quiet.
I need you to.
Be
I need
quiet.
you to speak backtrack.
Oh my
I need you to
God.
s-
Be quiet.
Holy
Listen,
fuck. The fact
You
that
are
they have the
literally
capacity.
backtrack. Hang on, backtrack. You are naming traits. You're listing them, and you're saying, well, even when they're gone, I still don't want to exploit and kill them. Right now, if you focus, we're trying to find out what it is intrinsic to them that means, no, I do not exploit and kill them under these circumstances. But then when we take those traits away, you're still like, oh no, I don't want to kill them and exploit them still. So
Oh my God! It's about the capacity to have them. If they are physiologically able to have those capacities, then you can empathize with their absence of it. In fact, in the negative, you can identify them as humans because they have the capacity for it, but they do not have it. The capacity to have it gives you all the information you need to know that they are human. Okay, just having that capacity, even in the negative, not having it, gives you the ability to understand that they are humans and they are not to be fought with. Okay, you will go to jail if you kill one.
Yeah, hang on, backtrack. Let's just keep it. So, but you're saying, right, in the human context, oh, it's because they have empathy. Some humans don't.
No,
oh, it's because
that I never said that. I never fucking said that.
No,
Go back to the
Never,
empathy
ever,
point, then.
ever
What was
said
the
that.
point?
Not
Then
once.
say it
Go
again.
back in the clip and watch it. I never
Backtrack,
fucking said that.
Backtrack, just calm down. Just
Yeah,
explain.
well, you're fucking lying about what I said.
Well, explain what you said then.
I said you could empathize with somebody's lack of having the same level of sapience with you. And the fact that they have the capacity to have that, physiologically speaking, is enough for you to know that they are humans and that they are not to be fucked with. I just fucking said this. I did
Right,
not
so let's just be
understand
clear.
how you are not
Let's just be
understanding.
clear. Yeah, like, it's because you're kind of all over the place. Before you were making
I'm
the
not.
argument. that
I've
it's
been
the
very
You
ability
are,
to
you
just
are.
have the
You are.
empathy.
Relatively speaking,
Yeah,
there's a bit of few
Be
things that-
quiet.
It
Be
is
quiet now.
recorded. It is recorded. Backtrack, so we can just watch it again. Okay, I've come to that conclusion from what you
Please
said.
do, and see how I
Backtrack, let her
all the
talk.
way.
Yeah, I will.
Let her talk.
So the problem is, if we are understanding that we can empathize with the fact they don't have the same level of sapience, that's the case for the non-human animals as well. So let's just be clear. Why is it bad for me to exploit
They have
and kill a
it.
human?
They have capacities physiologically. Did you not hear that part? You seem to be ignoring the part where I said they have the capacity physiologically speaking. Do you not understand that?
No,
guys?
no,
And
no.
also,
That's not what she's saying. That's
Backtrack. You need to chill out. I'm worried about your blood pressure. So
Why?
when you say the capacity, if someone has a specific condition, whereby they lack empathy, is your argument that they actually have the
I
capacity?
never fucking said empathy was a key defining characteristic. When did I fucking say
Backtrack.
that?
I'm not
Pull up the
right.
clip.
That's
postmortem,
not what
he's
she's
not actually
saying.
listening to what.
Clip.
You just
Pull it up.
yeah. I'm done with him. He's
Pull up
not
the clip.
listening.
Backtrack. That's not what she's saying. You're not even
I'm sorry,
listening.
Pull up the
It's not.
fucking clip. I
No,
never said
backtrack.
empathy was a key
It's-
trait. What the fuck are you talking
That's
about?
not why I'm. Oh my god, I'm not even saying that. Backtrack. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Postmortem,
well,
this
then what is
beyond
relevance?
delusion.
There's no relevance. then.
She's
There's no
not
relevance then.
saying that. You're just
Okay,
not
that's no
tracking,
relevance
like,
then.
at all.
I
Not
will
even a
explain-
little
I will
bit.
explain my answer then. I will explain my
No,
answer.
no,
then.
no, no,
Yes,
no.
No, we
that's
heard you
no
answer. We
relevance.
understood it. No, thank you.
No. I'm actually done for now. But if you want to listen to what I'm saying next time, then we can try again. But
Well,
not
you weren't
now.
listening to what I was saying at all. You were just fucking talking over me the entire fucking time.
Okay, how about we give it one more fucking chance? Okay,
No, no, no,
so
no,
it wasn't empathy. Established, done. Put that to bed. What was it?
Sapiens and the
It's been
capacity to
speaking
have
the entire
sapiens.
time.
I understand that. It's the capacity to have sapiens, right?
Correcto.
But she
And
didn't
complex
say that the
sapiens.
thing She didn't say that empathy is the one of the traits. That's not what vegan gaze is saying.
No,
You're just not listening.
We actually got to empathy because you mentioned it when I talked about what it is about sapience that like distinguishes them from non-human.
I meant in the context of having the capacity to think, to have sapience, physiologically speaking.
Yeah, what does sapience mean to you? What makes it so different? What can someone do if they're sapient?
They can build a house. They can build a complex structure.
Ants build, like termites build complex structures.
No, they don't. They build very basic structures.
So you think every human?
There is a level of quantitative. There is a level of quantitative complexity to it. I will agree with that. I love ants. Ants are fucking cool as shit. But there's not a qualitative. No qualitative. I mean, you can't.
Let's not ramble.
Ants aren't doing fucking electrical engineering. Okay.
So you think every human has the capacity to build a complex structure like a building?
Yes. Well, I mean, the complex structures can mean a lot of different things, actually. And we don't even have to go with that. It could be like it could be like popsicle sticks and glue and like adding like different shit. Yeah, you could. Yeah.
So what do you mean? So people who have conditions.
That's not a great example either.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's fucking being able to. It's about humanity, dude. It's about what are you fucking talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, can you expand on that?
I think it would be better if you were arguing it from like a philosophical standpoint of kind of humans being intrinsically different outside
That's kind of what I'm doing.
Right, but the issue is that we end up kind of getting hung up on drawing a line in the sand of like, oh well, like what level of intelligence or what level of sapience or what level of complexity or what level of achievement. And the actual argument that's kind of been established here is that it is to do with that being a scale, right? That Neanderthals were a good example of saying like, okay, there's archaeological evidence to say that they took care of their sick, so we can surmise that they had this level of humanity to them that you don't necessarily see in some very basic organisms like arthropods. So.
Yeah, I think
we're already kind of starting to draw the line outside of the species with that one, which is why it's a really good example and why I wanted to interject about it earlier.
No,
the issue here is actually all about where we're drawing this fucking line and not the signposting of it is exactly here because of this. It's because there is a difference in where both sides are drawing the line, and that isn't what's being argued.
Hang on. We're trying to understand first what this sapience even means. So far, it's the capacity to build complex structures. Is there anything else, Backtrack, that if you're sapient is so valuable?
Actually, I would go back on that and say that it has more to do with organizing as a society and having labor as a main component of building your society. Labor as a main component of building society is a fundamental human trait.
What I want to
I don't know if I'll stick with that, but I kind of like that more than what I was saying before.
Why is that relevant to whether or not somebody's skilled? Why is it that relevant to whether or not somebody's skilled?
Because it kind of helps determine more so whether or not they're human.
But literal other animals do this. They have like labor as like a main.
No, it's not. Labor is labor.
Can you explain the structure of bees?
Work is not hunting. Labor is not hunting. It is organizing.
Bees don't hunt.
You have to organize as a society and have specific tasks and jobs to do. And in that context, it is very anthropocentric.
You social insects do literally
Why is that relevant to whether somebody is skilled?
Okay. They have these complex forms of social association.
Backtrack.
It is fundamentally more complex.
Be quiet.
It is fundamentally about the level.
You keep moving the goalpost, okay? So you're saying, oh, well, what makes them sapient is that they make labor the main component of a society that they're building. Literal other animals...
Be quiet. Be quiet.
It's about levels of complexity. We've been talking about this the entire time. That's what it's been about this entire time. Qualitative levels of complexity. It is a qualitatively new form of organization that is not simply social organization based on instincts given by nature. I guess we kind of could argue it's given instincts given by nature.
Why is the complexity? Why is the complexity relevant to whether or not you kill somebody? Why
Humans
is the
go
I just
beyond
don't
nature
understand.
and
We're
use
taking
nature
so many.
to
We're
create
taking so
something.
many things.
Humans
We're
are
taking so many
fundamentally
things to be
creators,
true.
okay?
Hang on, backtrack.
Fine.
We're taking so many things to be true that aren't even the case. Like, how can you make the argument that every human has the capacity to do this?
They do inherently.
Yeah, can you make the argument? What's the argument
Yes,
for that?
but in the very fact that they're physiologically capable of it, yes.
So they're
At
capable
a
because they're
at a basic
capable.
biological level, yes, they can all make basic contributions with mental labor, whatever labor. Even the mentally defunct can do this as well. If that's your argument, it's kind of null and void. But I would agree that it's not the best thing to say, but for my argument, but I would say that it's a good way to further establish that humans are fucking different. And the fact that you think you can compare bees to a complex society like the Indo River Valley or something is a fucking complete ridiculousness. I mean, the Indus River.
Compared it on the basis
How can
that
you
you made
compare
the
the
argument?
Indus River
Oh my
Valley
god.
with complex systems of social understandings and different class structures or whatever in different
VPN,
societies?
they're
and
not even
civilizations?
listening to
Yeah,
what's
they're not
being
listening.
said.
Yeah.
But
Can
but
we
I
move
just
on
I
to
just feel like
You're
I just
not
feel
even
like I
listening, mate.
just feel like I need to say that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're not even
Just so people
listening,
know,
though.
you know.
You're
It's
just
just not. It's not
blabbing.
fun. Yeah, it's just not fun to like
No.
engage with someone who's like being obtuse on
Well,
purpose.
I don't know.
It would seem.
You're kind of boring me right now. You haven't said.
Okay, well, thank you for coming, I guess. No.
You should.
When I disconnect you, you stay disconnected, motherfucker, or I will ban you.
Jesus Christ.
Like, it's just not even fun when someone can't even listen
Yeah.
and stay on track. How can you say, oh yeah, it's the reason that they're so different is because of these things that animals don't actually do, and then be like, oh no, they do actually do this. Oh, but it's not complex though. Oh, but it is complex. Oh, but it's not the way humans do it. Okay, well, what is it that the humans are doing in that case that means, oh yeah, I can exploit and kill you? What? Because a human can make a skyscraper or something like that. That's our level of complicated. Therefore, I don't get to put a gun to your head.
Been here
Like,
for a lot of that. Like I'm just put it out there. I'm not just gonna like sit here and dunk on the guy. I think he perhaps just hadn't completely formulated his position on what makes the difference between a human and an animal. And
I think that's like, we can acknowledge that he was making it up on the fly.
If that position had been formulated a bit better, I think this would have gone better. I kind of get where the point he was trying to make. I don't think it was made adequately. It's unfortunate.
What is your take on animal exploitation?
My take on animal exploitation. I think there's definitely an extent to where it's a problem. I think mass industrialization is where I would draw the line. So I've seen in person like chicken battery farms, and that's pretty harrowing. I'm not really okay with that.
Okay, so what's the threshold for you? Say I had a farm. How many animals could I have and send to the slaughterhouse and exploit before you'd be like, yeah, I have a moral problem with this? Like, what would be the number?
I don't want to dodge the question, but I think it really depends on kind of infrastructure and context of like how many people is this farm feeding, what's the quality of life and like living conditions of the animals. I think those things are very important. And I know there are some issues, of course, with saying like, oh, this is free range, and actually it's just a slightly bigger cage with grass in the bottom. It doesn't necessarily mean much in terms of that ethical practice. I can't arbitrate on where we should draw the line. You
said like, okay, well, it would depend on the living conditions. It would depend how many families it feeds. So can we so let's just paint a picture of like the suitable living condition, the suitable number of people fed.
Yeah.
And what number would that be? Like, what threshold would that be?
I don't have enough information on agriculture and the logistics of it to give you an exact number on that. That is not my specialty.
Okay, so instead of an exact number, you're saying there's some sort of living condition that would be acceptable for you, and there would be some like number of mouths being fed. Can you just give me a vague idea so I understand kind of where you're valuing non-human animals at?
So I would say we're talking stuff that's generally more local, kind of open range. pasturing,
range.
not industrialized, not in the extent of where an animal is kept within a pen less than 20 times its own size, right? Like,
okay, so like a kind of like homesteading situation, like say for example, like in my back garden, I had a pig.
Something like that. Like,
okay.
I can't give you the exact numerical volume of the size of a cow and what volume of enclosure it should be in if it were to be enclosed. But I think it's one of those things where you can see it and kind of go, that seems cruel, or you can see it and go, that seems suitable. I'm really sorry to have to make kind of that arbitrary, but I can't give you a specific answer in this example.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm so say for example, in my back garden, I have this homestead. I'm really like kind to the animals. You know, I let them live a little longer than they do in the factory farm conditions because I even name them. And I kill this pig and I feed like a local area of about 30 people for a week. Mm-hmm. Would you say then that's like, oh, that's morally acceptable, you know, what you did to that animal?
I personally would not take an issue with what happens there.
Okay, so just to be clear, because I'm trying to get the value of like the pig for you in this instance. If I did this in the human context, I brought a human into existence knowing that I'm going to farm them and I let them live a little while, but then I kill them and then I feed them to people. Mm-hmm. And they all know and they're all okay with that. Would you have a moral problem with that entire kind of situation being imposed on that human being?
The situation with the pig being imposed on the human.
Yeah, all else equal, but I've put a human in that situation.
If you didn't need to, which obviously would then be a different circumstance, then yeah, it'd be kind of wrong. I think cannibalism's kind of wrong.
Yeah, so it's all else equal. So in the situation, you know, we don't need to, like, I've been vegan for 11 years. I haven't farmed a pig. I didn't need to do that in order to obtain my food.
I've actually been vegan for 7 years. I just want to throw that out there. I'm not coming here to try and like school the vegans on how they're wrong. But
okay, so I'm just trying to like see like what level you're actually valuing the pig in this instance. So you would think it would be wrong in the human context then? Like, did you say, what did you say, slightly wrong?
I wouldn't feel great about it. It's cannibalism. If it was necessary, then like there's no other animals. But again, I'm changing the parameters of your question here, so it's kind of pointless. If it was necessary, if there wasn't another viable immediate food source than a person, then I'd feel.
So unfortunately, that's the desert island situation.
But generally speaking, I would morally object to the killing and treatment of humans in the conditions of even what I do think is acceptable for animals. Yes.
Okay. So it would be objectionable in the human context. So what for you is the morally significant difference?
So the morally significant difference, I think, is mostly something that's been taught to me culturally. I think I've also seen this in regards to how people treat animals, what animals they choose to treat in certain ways. Part of me does question that it might be something that's kind of intrinsic. I think humans have a bit of an intrinsic affinity towards each other to not be quite that cruel to each other. Now, there's evidence that people can be that cruel to each other, that we do tend to criminalize it. Like, broad scale society wise, that's not something we accept. We don't accept cannibalism. We don't accept cruelty to other people. We don't accept the mistreatment of others. There are places we can bring that into question in, let's say, like institutionalized systems.
Yeah, it's just the thing is, I'm trying to find out.
Most people kind of aren't comfortable with killing another person.
Yeah, I'm asking, like, obviously, so I understand that you're going down the route of saying, like, you know, why you might think there's some sort of difference, you know, the cultural kind of aspect and everything, and like we have more of an affinity to humans. But it is the case, I have more of an affinity to VPM than I do to you because I know them personally, right? That doesn't mean that then it would be justified in any context to harm you or you're any less valuable intrinsically. Like that, so even if we naturally have more of an...
I don't agree with that position though. I really don't. If I had to pick between a life that I knew and a life that I didn't, I would pick the one that I knew.
But you
It
don't.
does mean more to
That's
me.
not the dichotomy, though. You can just hurt neither.
Yeah.
Right?
So I can just hurt neither. Sure.
There you go. So it's not a dichotomy,
Easy.
it's a trichotomy. So you can hurt the person that you know and love, you hurt the person that you don't know and don't love, or hurt neither, right? And now apply that to animals.
Sure.
Yeah. So
Which I mean,
are you going vegan now?
I've been vegan for 7 years.
Oh, okay.
I've mentioned this. Yeah.
What does that mean?
I'm-
You've been vegan, by the way, for the animals, because it doesn't sound like you have the vegan ethics.
I don't have the same ethics as you, but I
Okay.
know that I know that industrial agriculture is cruel and harmful. I also changed for health reasons. Wasn't satisfied that the quality of the food in terms of meat was necessarily.
That's unrelated
meat,
to veganism,
like-
but okay.
I'm giving you my
Yeah.
reasons for why I now don't eat animal products.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, like, so yeah, I don't necessarily have the same ethical reasoning as you do for making that choice, but I've still made that choice that I'm not going to do it. But I grew up hunting and fishing, where we'd go and kill things and eat them ourselves. Like, that's something I was exposed to. I was exposed to small scale farms when I was young. I was exposed to industrial farms when I was young, and those things have shaped my view on the whole matter.
Well,
I'm
that's
not
true of most
necessarily
people.
And that,
say that that's
I
the way
also,
people should approach it.
well, no, I also grew up, like, my favorite thing was to eat animal organs as a child, and I didn't understand actually that they were an animal, despite that being a literal heart or a tongue of an animal, for example. Like, I too was disconnected in this sense, but acknowledged that that was actually just a wrong thing. And what the kind of difference, obviously, like VPM and I don't share the same values either. We both acknowledge in our view that it is wrong to have like a pig in a sort of homestead situation on the basis that that animal is being exploited and used like for a commodity, and you know their sentience, their individuality is not being considered. But you do think, correct me if I'm wrong, that it would be acceptable to put a pig in that situation. I'm just confused as to why.
I think there are circumstances in which that would be acceptable.
Like what?
So, like the homestead situation, how?
Self-sufficiency and necessity. Being entirely plant-based whilst homesteading's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Whereas stuff like, if you want to talk like slaughtering animals, that's something that's actually pretty expensive to do. That's also not economically viable for homesteading necessarily, sort of besides the point. But if we want to talk like proper veganism, so like we're saying as well, like no eggs, like keeping chickens and ducks and stuff for eggs, I'd say that's totally fine if you're homesteading, if you're self-sufficient, you're taking care of those.
Sorry, I wouldn't.
You're saying it,
Vijay, if you don't mind, because I followed homesteaders for like a year, so I would not accept anything that you just said. First of all, to be a homesteader is an incredibly privileged position. Usually most people work full-time jobs while also working on their homesteads, and they still live like mostly like poor people, basically like scrapping for smallest things. So it's an incredibly, they spend so much money on this lifestyle. Also, vegan homesteaders exist. There is like a Reddit subreddit for them, and it's generally cheaper because even homesteaders will tell you, right, that the backyard chickens cost like $75 a dozen for like the first few years. It's incredibly expensive.
And that was my argument, like something like that would be more economically viable than rearing like cattle or a pig or something to then slaughter it.
Yeah,
like,
but it would be more economically
viable
viable to go plant-based as a homesteader, much more, because then you don't have to feed actual animals for it.
That's what's confusing, because we're saying, if it's like necessary within this system where you've chosen to be a homesteader, but like that's like we don't need to be homesteaders anyway. We don't need to.
No, you don't necessarily need to.
No, so
I can't disagree with that.
So then we're back to the question of why, in your view, would it be morally acceptable to exploit and kill a pig? Because you said, "Oh, I can think of some reasons," and then you said, "Oh,
I can think of some reasons, but it would all kind of come down to me having to create a hypothetical situation in which it would be necessary to do so, which isn't a very honest way to argue my position."
And it's not a very moral way either, because it could be necessary for me to kill somebody, but necessary on what basis? And it just, we're contextually changing it. I can think of some example where it would be
so, the issue is that my argument is that killing under necessity is moral. There isn't a problem there. The issue with then going in on that is it's kind of tautologically necessary that I have to make the situation necessary for the argument to stand up to itself.
Yeah,
it's a conditional argument.
I get that, but the issue we're running into is because in the first place you said it was acceptable morally.
I don't personally take issue with it. No, my personal morals.
Yeah, but in these kind of examples I've given you, it isn't a necessity. So you're still finding it morally acceptable without the necessity component being present. So something else is pushing that. What would you say it is?
An intrinsic value of human life over animal life.
But you can have an intrinsic value over human life without it entailing that it is morally acceptable to exploit and kill that pig in that situation. I could value VPM morally over you. It wouldn't make it then suddenly acceptable to put you in that, right? Do you know what I mean? So something else is making that happen. What is it?
Not sure I entirely understand your question.
So you're saying the thing that would make it acceptable to exploit and kill the pig is because of the intrinsic value that humans have over pigs, correct?
Yeah.
So that doesn't suddenly mean if I value X more than Y, it doesn't mean that Y is now acceptable to exploit and kill. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Okay. Yeah.
The distinction being kind of we're now comparing a person to a person as opposed to a person to an animal. And my position is that I fundamentally think there is a difference between other species of animals and complex life and people.
You can make, but do you acknowledge that you can make that distinction without it being the case that it is now acceptable? Let's put it in the human and dog context.
Yeah.
I could value you over a given dog, but it doesn't suddenly mean I can now farm that dog, exploit them, and send them to the slaughterhouse because I value you more, right?
Yeah, that isn't the basis for it being acceptable. It's down to you as an individual whether or not you think that's acceptable. This is kind of leading towards sort of what I wanted to sort of talk about in regards to sort of the optics and the. I know you kind of memeing on some people in the chat.
No, before we go to optics, can we just, because I'm still trying to figure out.
I mean, I've been here a while because I did want to sort of talk to VPM about something kind of very specific, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just because we've got to this stage where I'm trying to work out, because we've acknowledged that if I value you more than a dog, it doesn't mean it's suddenly morally acceptable to exploit and kill the dog in that situation. So something else has to be making it suddenly morally acceptable to put a dog or a pig in that situation. I'm just trying to work out what that is. This is confusing to me.
I don't know what that is, and I think it's different for different people.
Oh yeah, absolutely, it's different for different people. Because I'm talking to you, I'm just trying to work out.
With the fella before, when he brought up about dogs in the context of us anthropomorphizing animals. I would have liked to mention Hinduism, where cows are sacred. They don't eat them there. Over here in the West, it's widely accepted that cows are cattle and to be farmed and processed and so on. So we've got two very different cultures that treat one animal very differently to another. Now, his take on that was a little bit mired in sort of some bullshit, to say the least. But that to me is an example of where there is a sort of cultural idea as to what is and isn't acceptable, and that is broadly applicable to people. What I wanted to talk to VPM about when I joined the Discord, I didn't really expect it to go on like it did with that fella.
Always does.
was kind of specifically about sort of like, with these debates, with these arguments, with these streams, with this communication, what wants to be achieved? I see they're not currently here in present right now, because some of the things that were said very passionately, but in a way that just didn't seem very useful.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. It's just to like go on this specific thing. You were saying that you're not actually sure in your mind what makes it for you like acceptable to kill the dog or the pig. But you think it sounded like you were implying that you think culture's driving you to think that.
I think it's culturally informed. Yeah, 100. I opened up saying that that's definitely a factor. Yeah, that was kind of where we started on this point.
But just to be clear, you don't take it to be that culture makes a moral justification for what's morally acceptable. Like if it's my culture to...
Oh, no, I do believe that. I believe culture does very much inform morals. It's not the sole deciding factor, but I think it's definitely a big part of it.
No, I'm not asking whether or not it informs it, because I agree. I'm asking whether or not it is a justification in and of itself, i.e. a culture exists, therefore it's morally acceptable to partake in that culture.
So the question of it being morally acceptable is sort of acceptable by what standard?
Your standards we're talking about currently.
Right, so where that would then fall apart is if I were to look at something in another culture and say I don't believe that to be morally acceptable. It's not something I would do. Yeah? Which is definitely the case in my life experience. There are things I see in other cultures, geographically and otherwise, that I don't think are morally acceptable. But
okay, so definitely. Okay,
what do I do about that?
Well, we found it. Okay, so I have the similar sort of path where I've looked at other like things that happen elsewhere, or things that happen culturally in the UK, and I thought I don't agree with that based on the fact that it's culturally a cultural occurrence. So even if I look at a pig and think, well, it's our culture to exploit them and kill them, because I don't believe that to be a justification, it can't be a justification. So you would look at the situation with the pig and go, it might be culture that has informed me, but culture doesn't tell me in and of itself that this is morally acceptable. Therefore, I can't, when someone asks me, appeal to it.
So do you think there are some other driving factors that do inform morals aside from culture, like internal logic and sort of consciousness?
Yes, like sentience, capacity to experience, stuff like that.
Your implicit emotion and such as well. Yeah.
Yeah, like the feeling of the emotion, but I wouldn't let emotion. I try not to let emotion drive. But it probably is more than I'm aware. But yeah, the capacity to experience.
It's a little bit of a tricky one because we can sort of look at it on different levels, and that's kind of where, before we went back on this, kind of what I wanted to talk to VPM about was about kind of the level of communication that's happening here and like on the stream and to some of the people in the chat, and sort of like on what it's trying to achieve. So we can draw our own conclusions outside of a cultural maxim and say, well, actually, I've been raised to believe this, but I'm learning things. I've got some new information. I've developed in this direction, and I now no longer believe it. We'll use veganism just as the example. What do you then do with that? Because and we're going in with this on the basis of it's sort of ideologically and morally correct to you as an individual, rhetorically, not you specifically, gays. What do you then do about that? So if you live in a democracy, you can vote. If you have free speech, you can be an activist. You can try and communicate this viewpoint to other people. Those are reasonable efforts. Would you agree?
Yeah, I just, sorry, the way my brain works, I just like to go bit by bit. So just before we got to that bit, we concluded that culture, you don't think is a justification in and of itself. So we can't we have to be really careful when we look at something like a situation where there's a pig and say...
We could go on a very different tangent about what actually justifies a moral. And
I don't mean like meta. I don't mean meta ethics or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't necessarily think we should, because I don't necessarily think that's helpful.
No. I'm not saying we go there. I'm just concluding what we just said there.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we should go there either. I'm pointing out. I don't want to go there. I'm pointing out that it's a kind of a diversion that we maybe shouldn't take, but we're very close to. So yeah, I could broadly say culture shouldn't be a deciding factor on exactly what is a moral truth. The issue is the issue though is that you don't actually live in a solipsistic universe where it is just you. You live in a community and a society of people where other people are informed by a culture and do follow those rules, sometimes without having even thought about them.
Yeah, we're not talking about what other people do in that instance. We're just talking about what your value is. We're just keeping it there. It's not about what other people are informed by.
I wasn't here to come and talk about my values.
Yeah, well, I just asked you and you engaged in the conversation. So we're just concluding that bit, and then we can move on to what you were trying to say. That's all I want to do. I'm just saying that when you said why you think it's justified to put a pig in that situation, you talked about culture. So we just have to be careful if we don't even view culture as a justification to then appeal to it. That's all I was saying. But as for your optics, so you said then what do you do? And I should probably let VPM. Do you want me to carry on, VPM?
Whatever you want. I don't mind.
Oh, okay, I'll carry on for a minute. Then I have to go to work.
Okay.
As for what you do, you mentioned voting. You mentioned becoming an activist. Yeah. So you gave actually examples. So what are you specifically asking me? Sorry.
Well, I'm kind of pointing to broadly and rhetorically, well, what do you actually do once you've got your moral conclusion, which is sort of an attempt to segue into what I wanted to talk to VPM about.
Okay, yeah, so what you do with it is, the power of language, isn't it? Sharing ideas, communication. We've arguably got to everywhere we've got to through communicating these ideas. Yeah. So we're here to communicate those ideas. VPM spends hours, maybe too many hours, VPM, calling you out, just sharing their ideas and their values and trying to see, if it bests other people's values based on logic, reasoning, and other factors
we should definitely kind of put our ideas under scrutiny and test them. That's a really positive thing to do. What I initially DM'd VPM about and what I wanted to talk about was kind of some of the communication I saw between the stream and the chat, and that I don't think it's conducive for the goals that seem to be established.
All right.
What's the argument for that?
Some of the things that were said to people in the chat, we're going back nearly 2 hours, right?
Do you have an example, sorry?
Yes, so some of the people were called kind of spineless and weak.
That's not what I said. No. Sorry, that's not my position. I said people should stop being spineless and weak.
Okay, so for somebody to... Bear with me on this. For somebody to stop being spineless would mean they are already spineless, yes or no?
Yeah, they were crying about something. They were saying something that I'm forcing them or something like that. Yeah. It's weak to say that. It's weak.
I can see that's going on in chat now.
Yeah. Drizzle, yeah. So it's weak to say to somebody who's just speaking their mind on the internet, who just saying, well, we shouldn't harm animals. It's weak to say, you're forcing me. It's weak. It's spineless.
Oh yeah, you're not forcing them. You're not forcing anybody. You can't force anybody. You're hosting a YouTube stream.
True.
That's literally it.
That's correct.
And I mentioned something. There's people taking the piss in chat now, saying about talking about things being insulting and changing the goalpost. I've been waiting in this chat for the better part of an hour to actually talk about this. So you can say it's moving the goalpost. It is what it is. What I wanted to kind of question you on was whether or not you actually think some of the things that you were saying to these people is going to be useful to convincing them, to getting them to see your side of the situation. And look, some people in chat are here, they will see that there's vegan on the stream and they'll just go, fuck this person, they're vegan.
Sure, they're going to say it either way.
They think it's funny or whatever, right?
Yeah.
They're going to say it either way. But what is being kind of hostile, shall we say, back to them, is that actually conducive to what you want to achieve?
First of all, if you're calling me hostile, that would be incredibly weird. Just saying like your morality is fucked, that's not hostility, in my opinion. Even saying to somebody we should stop being weak and spineless, that's not hostility, in my opinion. Is it harsh? Yeah, it's harsh. Some people respond to harsh.
Maybe hostile's a poor word to use. But some of the kind of clapbacks I saw you do were pretty, so we say, like, antagonistic.
Yeah.
And I can understand 1 and 2. I've been around on the internet long enough to know that sometimes just talking shit to people is kind of how things are going to go. But when the kind of position being put forward is one of morals and one of declaring something to be kind of a moral truth, is that actually going to be helpful for you to get people on your side to achieve these goals in the long term of veganism maybe being more accepted, being more implemented, dismantling the infrastructure around animal exploitation? Sure, those are all things you'd like to see, but is maybe some of the way that you conduct yourself kind of making a villain out of you to these people? I'm
not making a villain out of me. They're making a villain out of me. So that's first of all. But second of all, I kind of understood your point, so I apologize if I'm cutting in. So I understand. I'm going to call you out specifically. I'm going to call out Vijay as well. Brits don't communicate the way I do. I understand that. I sound abrupt. I sound like I don't mince words. I say things how they kind of are to me. I do mince words a little bit. That's why I'm kind of much nicer than I used to be. I used to call everybody a piece of shit. I don't do that as much anymore. But also, like, I can't change my entire existence on the proposition that nicety would get more people to become vegan, because we don't have evidence for that.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is based upon the assumption that we only have one specific goal in mind, and that being that goal. Like, yeah, and it is, to assume that, like, I've literally got to certain positions, like, philosophically, because people were calling people pieces of shit. I go to the gym more frequently because of someone who literally said, you're fucking lazy, get the fuck up, who do you think you are, like, why are you complaining, you loser? Like, I have got, like, it's moved me, so I
can't disagree with that. I think there is definitely space to say things like shame can be a motivator.
Maybe. Yeah.
Right.
The thing is,
that's kind of what I want. That's kind of what I want to interrogate. It's like, okay, what are your goals with your position in mind? What do you want to communicate to these people, and what do you actually think is an effective way to communicate it?
Drizzle, here's the thing. If you don't mind, Vijay, sorry. Here's the thing.
Yeah, sorry. No.
We have some limited evidence that, like, being nicer and being, like, more actively listening. By the way, I am a very active listener, especially to people who are writing comments, right? Because I'm literally reading it out. So I'm thinking about it and listening. So those things, we have some limited evidence that are more conducive to people changing, right? But that can't be, we don't have evidence for what's the best way to do vegan activism. We have zero of it. So changing myself entirely, how I communicate, to adhere to an assumption that me changing would actually be make more people go vegan, I think it's weird, because most people who are in my chat right now, who are still sticking around and are not vegan, I don't know why they're here, frankly, except for to tell me that I'm ugly, that I look sick, right? That the bacon they just ate is tasty, right? Why they subscribed for that, I don't even know. I'm talking basically to people who are listening, who are not talking.
Well, people will see subscribe to chat, and they will do it just to come and take the piss.
Yeah.
Can I just
They
say,
will.
like, this is an internal argument that so many vegans have. Be nice or say it how it is, sort of thing. And they've come to the conclusion because, like, of what actually made them change. I think there's a variation of people out there who are moved by a variation of things. If people don't like VPM's like blunt tone, then they can just like go to someone who's nicer, who will say it in a nicer way. And unfortunately, I've tried every method in the book, actually. I've tried being mean, I've tried being nice, and no matter what, you get the same answers. So fundamentally, you just have to ask, oh, how would you like to be outreached to? And then I'll do it exactly the way you would like it, and then you'll go vegan, right? I'm sure people have been lovely to you and have said things a certain way, and you haven't come to agree with them. And it is the case that we can have multiple goals, but you came on to talk to VPM about this, and I have dictated enough. Sorry, VPM.
No, you're doing great, but you have to go to work. So I'm kicking you out.
I do.
Actually.
Yeah, goodbye. Sorry.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Drizzle. Thank you for the chat.
Yeah, see you later. Thank you, AG.
Thank you, VPM.
You have any more questions, Drizzle?
No, I mean, it's something I think we could maybe talk on a little bit more, but I think I've gotten pretty much everything across that I wanted to say initially.
Yeah, well, you're in the Discord now.
I can't disagree that, being kind isn't going to 100% get everybody on board. But it isn't the only pocket of culture I've seen where the approach, like, without going into specifics on what groups of people, where groups of people have had to stand up and say, what's happening here isn't acceptable. What's happening to us is wrong. There's a moral issue. Stuff needs to change, broad scale on society. And their approach to it has been, from their standpoint, a matter of life or death, and has then come across as aggressive and hostile, and has sort of backfired into leading to groups of people being viewed disproportionately as outrageous, as being Karens, as being moralists.
Yeah, but like Drizzle, historically speaking,
and they've sort of shot themselves in the foot a little bit.
Drizzle, historically speaking, right? It's the amalgamation of approaches that makes the change, right? If you look at how women's rights were achieved, in the end, they were achieved by like changing a law, right? But women killed people for this.
Yeah.
Women burned bras, which at the time was like, oh my God, what the fuck they're doing? And those were the nice ones. The nice ones burned bras. The non-nice ones bombed buildings. And both of those things are attributed to the achievement of the right to vote, right? How did Americans liberate slaves? They literally went to war for it. Right, nobody was walking door to door and saying, "Listen, we shouldn't exploit slaves." Right, so a change is a weird thing. I mean, amalgamation of approaches is definitely needed.
There isn't one path.
Yeah, and I understand. I'm blunt. Some people don't like that. Others absolutely fucking love it. It's a weird criticism, in my opinion, Drizzle, because you can't appease everybody. You know that as a YouTuber. I know that as a YouTuber.
I know you can't
as a communicator.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think the people that will love you being blunt are going to be the people who are kind of already on your side.
Sometimes, but sometimes no. Sometimes people appreciate me not mincing words. It is appreciated by non-vegans as well, because I've been doing this. I've taken a little break, but I've been doing this for a while, talking to the chat like this, right? And sometimes it's like I prevent the bacon those. I prevent the absolute trolling by asking people to subscribe for 1 minute, right? But sometimes people subscribe and they give me all of these reasons to why they're not vegan, right? So the I'm not vegan cognition is supported by a bunch of falsities Like, we need meat to survive, we need protein from specifically animal products, we need B12, and for some reason supplements are bad for B12, right? All of these cognitions that they have around this one cognition, I'm not vegan, right? They all need to be debunked. And people come in here and tell me their cognitions, basically their reasons for why they're not vegan, and then I debunk them. I do this site, I have this site where I talk about the moral, the nutritious, the ecological, all of those reasons. They are in this site, they're collected here, and I debunk them. I don't know, Jane says that I asked people to go vegan only once when I said grow a spine and go vegan, start defending animals, right? I said that literally once. I don't even say that much, because I think people should listen to their reasons for why they are not vegan. Hearing them being debunked is incredibly important to me.
Yeah.
Right. And
Look,
so some people,
I kind of agree
my
with
point
you.
though, Drizzle, 1 second. So my point though, some people come in and get out of here not changing their minds at all. But some people sometimes come in and they hear to me debunking their reasoning and they say, I've changed my mind a little bit, even though I'm not going vegan. They at least the why I'm not going vegan is not surrounded by as many falsities anymore. That's why I'm blunt. I'm getting to the point. And it's also just like part of me. That's how I speak, right?
Yeah, no, fair enough. Suppose I had a bit of a misunderstanding that I thought it was just kind of a poor way to communicate with some of the people. I totally get it. There are shitheads and trolls, and you aren't going to win them over with reason or being nice. You probably aren't going to win them over no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Like, some folks you just ain't going to win over. But it just kind of something I felt I wanted to come forward and question you on because of how I'd never seen your streams before. It showed up on YouTube today, and I was like, oh, let's have a look. And I was like, I'm in the same camp as this person, but I don't really like how they're handling this.
But that's fine.
The debunking thing is great, and I think that's a good angle. And I think that's something that, again, not everybody's necessarily gonna be willing to have their mind changed or willing to kind of have the reason imparted upon them.
Yeah.
But if you're like backing all your stuff up with documents and evidence, fair play. Get that information out there.
But it's worse than that, Drizzle, right? So you wouldn't have clicked on my link, and a lot of people wouldn't have clicked on my link if I was incredibly polite. It's just part of YouTube culture. Like, my abrasiveness actually attracts people, and so I had like 120 people listening to me at some point. So for vegans to get people to actually listen is incredibly difficult because they think we're crazy. They think that defending animals is a crazy position. And so, like most of the time, vegan arguments, vegan positions are excused without even listening to them. So I make people listen because I'm abrupt. I get to the point and I don't mince words and I answer all questions as far as I can, right? I can't really control the chat lately. If I had somebody in the back end just collecting the questions for me, that would be better. Maybe I'll find someone one day to do that for me. But the point is, by the way, Ruland, I gave you the link like twice. You asked to join. Do you not want to join anymore, Ruland? But Drizzle, to your point, I would appreciate if you stayed and argued with people from your position, from your niceness type situation,
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, it's not something I personally think I have a platform or the power to do a lot with. I can vote, I can donate to stuff. If I have some spare cash, that's about all I can really do in my day-to-day life. I, for one, often see a lot of things, pretty fucking non-consequential stuff, just socially, and I'm just like, why is this even happening? Like, some people will start an argument, and I'm going, neither of you are going to walk away from this thinking any differently. Yeah. It just seems silly to me. So I'm maybe not the best person to really argue that position, because maybe non-confrontational is not a great descriptor, but more so.
Yeah.
Like, if I don't think there's anything to be won from the confrontation, then it just seems kind of vapid to me.
Well, here's the thing, right? I don't know if backtrack the left. So Backtrack had an interesting argument. I actually wanted to like converse with them, but they are so insufferable to talk to, right? That it's like impossible. I try not to be not that. And I think I am, because I listen, and I actively listen to everybody who talks to me, right, in a debate.
Yeah, I think he came in there trying to dunk on you and made a fool of himself.
Yeah, totally. So, like, but, like, imagine that you have a chat in front of you, and you don't know what the people are behind them, how they are. There are, like, backtracks there, and then there are nice people like you, and then there are people somewhere falling in the middle. If they if they don't find me incredibly annoying, they're gonna stick around, Jane. Thank you. I appreciate that you don't find me incredibly annoying. And if they do, they just go walk away. And it doesn't matter who I am. You being polite would also many people would find it annoying. Some maybe like including me, like sometimes I would like, well, get to the point because how abrasive I am, right? But other people would enjoy your voice, enjoy your politeness, enjoy your way of like thinking through stuff and stuff like that, right? So you can't please everybody is the point. So I don't think I should be changing myself.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
I will kind of bring one little thing into question. I'm not trying to nail you to a post for this. With some of the things that we kind of mentioned being said that were abrasive and stuff, you kind of commented on them saying like you kind of said it once. I do think it was a little bit more than once. What? Just want to throw that out there for the sake of kind of being fair.
What was more than once?
Like kind of back to the spineless and weightless thing. Again, this was like hours ago, but it wasn't sort of like a.
It was one thing that I said for a long time. Listen, that passion sometimes works as well. You know, it just happens.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not trying to nail it to a post for it. I just wanted to bring up like it wasn't a one and done. Like it was one comment that sort of brought this up. A few things had been said.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind telling people that they are acting like little babies by saying, oh my God, you offended me, my God, whatever. You are trying to force me to be vegan. I'm like, don't be a little baby. This is not force. This is just a conversation. You can walk away at any time. Animals, on the other hand, don't get a choice at all. They are exploited and slaughtered for you. For your money, you pay for this, you fund this, right? Animals are exploited and slaughtered only daily in millions, right? That's why I show this little thing that I show. You can't see it right now if you're not watching the stream, but this is offensive. This is suffering. Not you being in my chat all week. Babies, a bunch of babies. I'm sorry, it's true.
Here's kind of a question for you, just a small talking point that I just wanted to see if you've got any information on. Are you aware of the like federal dairy reserves in the United States?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because I wanted to see kind of what your thoughts might be in regards to. I'm trying to think what a good analogy of it. It's kind of like a House of Cards sort of situation. I think sometimes people bring up in regards to like how would you. I remember you said to a viewer earlier that to talk about it some other time on the Discord about like dismantling industrialization of agriculture. Do you have any kind of like thoughts and evidence or information that sort of like debunks that in particular?
Yeah, Rookie, I'll be with you in a second. So debunks, what exactly can you pinpoint it?
Where people might bring in arguments to say that kind of there is already established infrastructure and economy around agriculture, and dismantling it might be dangerous or harmful to society.
I mean, dismantle it quickly might be dangerous to the farmers. It's not going to be dangerous to the society. The society would incredibly benefit from not exploiting and slaughtering animals. It's to incredible detriment to humanity to exploit and slaughter animals. To incredible detriment in a way that is not visible to most people, so I can appreciate that most people just don't know about it. But the health outcomes, the amount of food that animals are fed while people in Africa are starving, the amount of water that we spend on animals, the amount of greenhouse gases that the agriculture that includes animals in it, right? Because it's not just the animal agriculture, it's the crops that are grown to feed those animals as well. It's all so detrimental. And how detrimental is it mentally for us to think that we can exploit and slaughter animals just because they don't have higher cognition? Because if Backfire or Backtrack, whatever his name is, was actually listening and actually taking his words to like a logical conclusion, he would reach the place where like if somebody was like mentally challenged and also didn't have human DNA for some reason, or like DNA further away from their own, it would mean that it's okay to exploit and slaughter that person. And I just, anyways, mentally, it's incredibly degrading to us. That's all I can say. But I have I have on my site like 7 reasons for why it's detrimental. It's not very pretty right now, but I can give it to you if you want.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Feel free to send it over. So some of the information that you brought up there, I think's very pertinent. I definitely think we'll see more of it in the coming decade, mostly in regards to water. I know on the west coast of the United States, there's some pretty serious issues with receding lakes and a lowering water table due to mass agriculture. But again, like I know there's sort of thing and stuff about what goes on with the deforestation in South America for soy and for palm oil also gets thrown in as like, oh no, that's gonna like we've debunked the vegans because plant agriculture is detrimental too.
But yeah, but so like soy, for instance, like 80% of it goes to 80% of the bean goes to feed the animals. Yeah, and in fact, I don't have it here, but like the soy check of America says that's the best client, animal agriculture. That's what they.
Yeah, and like there's in the past 4 or 5 years, there was a lot of land bought in southern Africa that's being used to farm soy that's being sent back over to China again to feed pigs. But also kind of to the point I wanted to mention is just I think the ecological impacts, namely water tables dropping, is something that's going to be disastrous and will hopefully get people to pay a bit more attention to all forms of large-scale agriculture being detrimental.
Well, here's the thing, though. If we stopped animal ag, we would reduce the land we need by 75%. So we would actually rewild, reforest, if we all went vegan.
There's a possibility for that.
That's not a possibility, that's empirical claim. That's an empirical claim and I can provide you the evidence for it.
I would want to bring into question how you could provide evidence that bad actors would not then move in on those land grabs and move to
that land is privately owned. That land is privately owned. I mean, the farmers are bad actors. Hold on, Rookie. We'll finish this conversation and then you can join in. The farmers are bad actors. They destroy the land. They have destroyed the land, right? They deforest all the time to grow more cattle, more blah, blah, blah. And I guess, like, if you mean, like, the lungs of the earth, the rainforests are being destroyed. And that's not owned. Well, that's farmers also. The animal farmers are the bandits.
I'm also kind of generally wanted to point there that I don't think it's possible to provide evidence that potentially good outcome will happen. I don't know if that's really something you could actually provide evidence for.
I mean, I can't provide evidence that people will agree to it, right? It assumes that everybody's gone vegan and have the vegan ethics, but here it is.
Right, exactly.
Here's it's the possibility. Listen,
which
it's the possibility
totally
that people are not shit, right? I can't promise you that people are not going to be shit.
I'm totally with you on that, and I did say, there's a possibility, but your retort was that it's empirical fact.
Well, it's empirics that it can happen. That's the empirical fact.
Yeah. I agree that it is a truth that there is a possibility for it to happen. But
It's not.
I don't read there's evidence that is the direction it will go in.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The only thing that you have against this possibility is that people are shit. I agree. People should stop being shit for this to happen. And that's why most people are not vegan, because people are shit. I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm with you most of the way there.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll let a rookie come in and do his thing.
I appreciate it. Rookie, can you come closer to the mic because you're incredibly quiet? I hide your I put your mic to the max on my side, but can you say a few words?
Better now?
Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, that's a little better. Falik is here as well. He might take over because I desperately need coffee. But if you want to talk specifically to me, Rookie, then you're gonna have to wait. But Falik is fantastic. You can talk to Falik.
Oh God.
It's all cool. First of all, English is not my main language. So
That's good.
Excuse me for that.
Same for Falik.
Okay.
So I'll be right back, right?
So-
I'll go get coffee and then blah.
There's a possibility that my manager's gonna call me soon, but I'll try to have the best conversation I can. Hey, what's up?
So yeah, I was watching the stream for a while now, and I'm not vegan at all. I eat meat. I'm a chef as well. I work in kitchens. I run the kitchen. But I try to understand. I try to understand it. What's the reasonings behind it, and it's very confusing for me, because at some point they say like, what it was like comparing humans to animals, like with standards, like they say like, I love VPM more, so I'm not gonna kill VPM. I'm like, that's just weird for me, Like,
I see.
You cannot compare the morals of humans with animals for me.
Well, we can compare, like, if we're consistent and on what reasons, right? For example, if I say, I don't like you, but I like someone else, I can tell you the reasons why, there is differences between that person and you. The same way how, for example, when it comes to humans and non-humans, when I say, like, I would treat these individuals similar to humans, we're not saying that we should treat them in the same way, but we say that we should treat them with just compassion and respect. Even like when you see a bird on the floor doing whatever the bird does, you will just respect it by leaving it to do whatever they want to do, and that's it, right? But if we're trying to justify causing harm, then we actually need a really good reason to do it. And when we try to justify harming animals, non-human animals, why couldn't we do the same thing to humans? We're trying to find a similar, thing. So when it comes to vegans, they usually say, yeah?
Because we don't eat each other. That's the thing.
But here's a question, right? If we found individuals who eat each other, would that make it okay to farm humans?
No, but that's the thing. That sounds like a trap, That's the whole thing, Like for me, there's a difference between humans and animals. Okay, I agree. You have to love animals and you have to treat them with respect.
You don't have to love them. I don't, bro. There are some animals I don't love. I don't care about, but I care enough to just like let them do their own thing. Like for example, you're a stranger. You're a human stranger. I don't really care too much about you, but I care enough for you to be left alone and for you to do whatever you want to do. And we can do the same thing to non-humans. Just let them live.
I mean, yeah. I don't agree with that, but it's okay.
You don't agree with respecting animals?
No. I don't agree. Like you say, like I don't know you, but I respect. Like I love all humans. First of all, for me, everything is like I'm a believer, so that's also different. But
sure.
I will keep that away. But I don't know. I try to understand it. Like I just try to understand it.
Well, I'm explaining to you the best of my ability. If you want me to rephrase any of the statements I made, definitely tell me. Because all I'm saying is, like, I care about humans, I care about animals, and because I care about them, I do not want to cause harm to them unless I have to. And what I mean I have to is, like, let's say you're running at me with a knife. I'll probably try to shoot you, but, you know, to prevent being harmed.
Protect yourself.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Okay.
But when people buy animal products, they want to harm animals.
No, I don't agree with it because I don't want to, like my grandfather example, huh? He's a farmer.
Mm-hmm.
Like he loves his animals. Okay, in the end, some of them will end up a pig, but that's totally different.
Wait, it's not harm to slaughter? It's not harm to slaughter something?
Hold on. I actually want to understand this. It's because he's explaining how you can love someone and also shoot them in the head.
No, it's not. No.
Oh, it's not what you say?
Like, I don't be human.
No. You said your grandpa loves his animals and he wants them dead as well.
And treat them with respect.
Sure, and then he shoots them, right?
And they're free. They're not living.
And then he shoots them in the head. Yes. Yes. The shooting in the head happens on the farms, right? Or he sends them away to slaughter, right?
He does it himself.
Yeah, so how can you love somebody and shoot them in the head and then tell us, well, my grandpa loves animals, he doesn't harm them, but he shoots them in the head. Does that make sense to you?
I think it's two different things you say now.
Why? No, why? You said my grandpa loves and respects and takes care of animals, and then he shoots them in the head. So would you say that shooting somebody in the head is harming them?
It is just...
Does it harm the animal, yes or no?
The way it harms them.
Yeah, there you go. So your grandpa harms animals, which doesn't debunk... Yeah, so grandpa harms animals.
It's done after that.
Yeah. So your grandpa shoots animals in the head. That means he harms them. So that was Felix's whole explanation.
Like how you say it, it sounds like, oh, he's a murderer. But that's not it.
Well, he harms animals. What do you mean? He shoots them in the head.
If I tell you that I love my dog and I also shot it yesterday.
Yeah, but we don't eat dogs. We don't eat dogs. That's the thing.
I do. So would you? So when I tell you that I love my dog and I shot it yesterday, would you you understand that I love my dog, right? When I put the bullet into my dog's head, I loved it so much. I cared about my dog so much that, is this what love means to you?
You're talking about one dog. My grandfather has a farm with so many animals. Like, it's so totally different what you're saying now.
Well, if I have a farm with well, hold on, Rookie, hold on. So if I have a dog farm, right? If I live in Korea or something, and I have a dog farm in China, sorry. Oh yeah, if I live in the United States and I am working on the Elwood's dog meat farm, right? And so I have many dogs whom I raise specifically for meat, and I shoot them at the end. Is it logical for me to say, well, I love my dogs while shooting them in the head? Perfectly healthy dogs, right? I just want to sell their flesh. That's what I want to do. Would you say it's logical to say, yeah, that person loves the dogs by shooting them in the head? That's how they show love.
Okay, I get your point.
Makes no sense, right?
But first of all, I live in a country, and we all eat cow.
Bro,
we all eat meat.
Poland. I'm from Poland.
Yeah, we all we all eat meat here. You see?
Yeah, everybody eats meat everywhere. That's not. So here's the thing, right? You explaining to us something. Hold on, Rookie. Let me finish. Rookie, let me finish. You're explaining to us something incredibly trivial that happens all over the world. Everywhere in the world, people pay for exploitation and slaughter of animals. We know this. We don't deny reality as vegans. We're just saying we should stop doing this because animals are our victims. Animals are harmed by this, which you agree that shooting somebody in the head harms them. And we're saying, well, that's wrong, and we can not do that, right? Like, I've been vegan for 10 years. We can not kill animals for slaughter and be good. We can live, we can survive, we can thrive. It's totally fine.
I respect what you're saying, but that's not the reality, unfortunately.
I know that's not the reality. I'm saying that's the morality. That's what should be. Right? I know people eat meat. I'm just saying they shouldn't. And it sounds like maybe if you have an argument for why people should continue doing this practice, maybe you should state it now. But we know people eat meat.
I feel like meat is necessary.
What about it is necessary?
Like you don't have to eat it every day.
What about it necessary at all? Not every day. What is it that in meat that is necessary?
Oh, protein is everything.
So that So do you agree that there are protein in plants? There's protein in plants?
Different. It's different. It's different.
What's different about it? How's it different? In what way is it different?
It's totally different.
In what way? In what way? I understand you say totally different. Listen. You are totally different from me, right? I'm just want to see what's the differences. What are the traits that animal protein has that plant protein doesn't have or has different traits? What is the difference?
You just said animal protein.
Can you come closer to the mic? I can't hear you.
I think he's.
I'm just saying it's animal protein. That's
what's the difference in the protein?
Everything. It's from animals. That's why.
What is the difference? Oh my God. Do you know what protein is? Yeah, go on, Felix.
Wait. I just quickly want to say, when you say like animal protein is different from plant protein, we know that the ingredients are different, but nutritionally speaking, what is the difference?
You tried me to say like protein is a protein, but there is a difference between an animal protein and a plant protein. That's the truth.
What is it? What's the difference? Listen, if you, Rookie, here's the thing, right? If you're not educated on this, let me know and I can educate you on this. If you don't know what you're talking about, just say so.
No, but you
just tell me what the difference is then. Right? So what are proteins? What is protein? Do you know what protein is?
Yeah, of course.
What is it?
Every day.
What is it? What is protein on a like nutritional cellular level? What is it?
Oh my God! Like my English.
Rookie, come closer to the mic. I can't hear you. Come closer to the mic.
Yeah, I'm saying my English is. I'm lagging English for this.
This is not English. This is just like basic understanding of what protein is. You think protein is animal protein. You conflate protein with meat. So what is protein?
Example, I drink protein shakes for my fitness.
So what is protein? That's great. What is protein?
It's like the how you say egg, white. Yeah, how you explain? I don't know how you say it in English.
Can
you say?
I quickly want to say something. If you don't know, Rookie, if you don't know something, you're more than welcome to do the research while talking about it. And you can even tell, post-mortem, like, hey, I'm going to do some research right now just to look into it. And that would be fine as well.
I'm just saying, like you say, what's the difference?
Yeah.
And I noticed in my body when I train, there's a difference between animal proteins and plant-based protein.
What's a plant-based protein? What? Give me an example of plant-based protein.
Like what I have in my shakes and everything, and the nuts, the walnuts. Like I eat this.
Walnuts are not. You think walnuts are protein?
The nuts, in nuts, like a hand of nuts, different nuts.
I got a
not
good
protein.
question. When you're comparing vegan proteins to non-vegan proteins, what are you comparing?
It's just like how explain it, like animal proteins. How you say it?
Oh, Jesus Christ, bro.
Wait, Ricky, I'll make it super easy. What vegan protein do you eat?
What vegan protein do I eat?
Yes. Have you? What vegan protein have you tried?
Let me get my.
Please come closer to the mic and stop dropping it or something. Rookie, do you know where your mic is? Wherever your mic is?
Yeah. He said he's going
There
off
you
to
go.
get something.
Okay, sorry.
Because I just quickly want to say, like, when he said that he's tried vegan protein and he's tried non-vegan protein and he feels better on non-vegan protein, we need to know what he's comparing.
Yeah.
Because if he's saying that he's eating a handful of nuts to a milk to a protein milkshake, then we will know the difference.
Well, I'm talking about soy meat. Like
nuts
soy.
are about like what 12% protein.
They're mostly fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they do have some.
Yeah, the 12% protein per like I don't know, like 100 grams or something. Nobody eats like 100 grams of nuts. Maybe some people do. I don't know.
It will be 12% regardless of weight.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm saying, people don't interact with food like that. Like I don't know people who eat 100 grams of nuts for protein. Like tofu would be better, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying,
silly.
I'm not saying eat 100 grams. I'm just saying it is a
Pause.
non.
I mean, like spinach is like 12% protein or something like that as well, but you don't eat spinach in grams.
I don't know if spinach is.
Wait, I want to say something. Pose. You don't know anyone who eats 100 grams of nuts, brother.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But you probably shouldn't do that.
Spinach is under 3% protein.
Yeah, maybe. Broccoli or something. There is some kind of incredibly watery food that is like very high in protein, but because it's full of like you don't eat so much of it, that would actually be a substantial. Anyways, Rookie, can I educate you a little bit? Is it possible? Will you change your mind if? Yeah, I'm just asking if you.
I love to hear your perspective.
Yeah.
On things.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you look at my screen, please?
I'm watching.
Okay, awesome. So this screen shows basically, right, that so protein is made out of amino acids, right? So it's like a chain of amino acids that creates a protein. And this chart shows that when looking at foods, so animal foods obviously have all 9, some of the amino acids are essential and others are not. So those are essential amino acids and animal foods have all of them and those are non-essential, let's ignore them. So legumes, beans, lentils, peas have comparable amount of the same essential amino acids. So in this case, animal protein and plant protein are very similar to each other. Grains and pastas have also all 9 essential amino acids. Nuts do, but like you have to eat a lot of nuts for protein, right? And then vegetables have the same 9 essential amino acids. Fruits, mushrooms, no say. But then we compare those two foods. We already have a comparison. So we did like a bunch of studies. We gave one group plant proteins and the other group animal proteins, and then told them to lift weights and shit or do some kind of other sport. And it just turns out that there is no difference between them when you eat enough protein. So a high protein diet, 1.6 kilograms of per day, per kilogram of body weight per day, right? Of exclusively plant-based diet is no different from a protein-matched mixed diet. There is no difference. And again, all of those, I can give you the link and you can check it out. I don't want to bore everybody to death. But all of those studies say there is no difference between them. Even this one is really weird, right? It's swap meat study. So it's a short duration, so it might not tell us much. But they gave, like, they turned 3 groups. So this is an omnivorous group. It's like the most amount of protein. This is meat substituted, so plant meats plus other food, so completely plant-based. And this one is whole food plant-based, so basically only eating whole foods for plants. So little protein, it's like almost crazy. I think it's only 1 gram per kilogram of body weight. And there is no difference again. So it's just like a complete myth that there is a difference between plant protein and animal protein. Complete myth. We now have evidence in humans who take both, and
I feel there are conflicting sources on it. Now,
not
that's not
really.
To say hang on. I've done a quick search and found a published article of the difference between animal and plant-based proteins, specifically studying muscle strength in randomized control trials.
Can you put the link in the chat?
Yeah, I can. And there is a conclusion that there was a slight benefit for lean muscle mass with the animal proteins. However, there is also criticism in the study of it not having a very good control group.
There you go.
Yeah. What I want to just point out with this is you got to both sides. We've got to be careful just saying like even look, I've googled this and I found a publication from a medical body that concludes this, because if you read the bloody thing, it even says, hey, the results here are a little bit questionable. So not only have I found a study that conflicts your answer, but I found a study that conflicts your answer.
I read all the studies that I linked to. I read them.
Sure, I'm just saying, like, as an example. I'm not trying to debunk you. I just want to point out something general here.
Yeah, let's go. Well, general doesn't matter.
A published medical study that disagrees with you, but then there is notes of the testing actually being a little bit shoddy. So
we
only need to have a lot of scrutiny.
So what should we? Hold on, Drizzle. Right, you're making this as a criticism. So if this evidence was actually reliable, then I probably should have included it. That there is a slight change, right? That wouldn't change. There is a slight difference. That wouldn't change much the moral position. Or the circumference of evidence, that actually the most evidence shows there is no difference. But this study itself says there is a problem. Our control group sucks. So why should we even include this study?
I want to throw it out there just as something for people to think about when it comes to bringing this kind of evidence forward, period. Not pointing fingers at anyone in particular here.
Yeah, sure. But
No. I get you, but all I want to say is there is a difference because I feel the difference.
Well, you haven't eaten good protein, plant protein yet, right? You haven't tried the soy protein isolate instead of Rookie. You told me when I asked you what plant protein you eat, you said nuts. That's not a good source of protein, mate.
Okay, so in broccoli, in tofu,
no,
in beans, there is no protein. There's no proteins in soy milk. I tried it all.
There is protein. There's exact amount of protein in soy milk as in regular milk. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but there's a difference. There's a difference on your body.
No, there is no difference. We showed it. You can grow the same amount of strength and be as buff as you want on a plant-based diet. I showed you the evidence.
But
are you not capable of changing your mind, Rookie?
I know my body. I feel there's a difference.
What the fuck do you mean you know your body? My body wants cigarettes because I smoked for 25 years. And now I quit smoking about 4 or 5 years ago. But my body still wants cigarettes. Does that mean it's a good thing? You can't rely on your body like that. That's silly. That's why we have scientific evidence. You eating a bunch of nuts and then going to the most calorie dense, most protein dense source of animal protein and saying, oh, animal protein is so much better. Fuck. What the fuck does that mean? You should match for protein, first of all, right? If you eat tofu, tofu should replace beef. If you want to replace chicken breast, you should replace it with textured vegetable protein, which is matched for protein. And you should take a soy protein isolate. And you do this for a month, and then come and tell me there is a difference. What the fuck? Even then, that would be just like anecdotal. You could convince yourself, because you think there is a difference, that there is a difference. Our minds are incredible. They can convince us. Did you ever hear of placebo effects, Rookie? Do you know what a placebo effect is?
Of course, but it doesn't anything to do with this conversation.
Absolutely incorrect. It applies to everything in our lives. So if you go say, today I'm going to be plant-based, I don't believe that plants have the same amount of protein, but I want to check it out, but I don't believe it. You are basically placebo affecting yourself. You're convincing yourself that plants are not going to do it for you. That's exactly what it is.
I get where you're going, but that I agree is different. That I agree with it.
Sorry, what would change your mind, Rookie? Like, I showed you like scientific evidence, which you can go through. Drizzle, you also can go through this, right? I can give you the link and you can read all the studies, right? I also have a meta-analysis that I didn't include here that takes all the studies, including the one that you showed me probably, and puts it in aggregate. And in aggregate, I couldn't find any difference. Right? So I showed you scientific evidence, Rookie, right? I showed you that your choice of plant protein wasn't great when you said, well, I feel different on animal protein. What would convince you that there is no difference between animal protein and plant protein, except in your head and in your culture, and some dude said it once?
I go to my main source, but I don't want to get that as well, like in this conversation. Like, it's separate.
I'm just saying, right? What can I show you? Can I show you Mr. Olympians being vegan and like winning Mr. Olympia? Will that help you? Can I show you people with incredibly buff bodies that never ate meat and they're like swole as fuck? Can you show you vegans for 5, 6, 7, 10 years doing like world records, Olympic world records in lifting? Will that convince you?
That will be impressive, though. But
there you go. Let's show me. I'm gonna show you this. Give me a second. I need to find it.
I am actually having a look at the citations for some of the studies on your site. One of them's pretty good. It's a 12-week study.
Yeah.
The other one was a 10-day study.
Yeah, that one is shit. That's the one that's the one with like 1 gram of protein per body. The whole I was thinking if including it or not, but just for the aggregate, I included it because it is weird one though. I know. So, Rookie, are you looking?
People in the chat, by the way, there's these little things called clinical trial registrations. It will be NCT with a string of numbers. If you click on that, you should be able to go actually look at the original documents, whereas a lot of sites that repost them will ask you to like sign up and all this crap, and you don't need to do any of that.
Sure, I put the link in the chat as well. I but I think I tested all of them for if they are peer-reviewed or not. They all are peer-reviewed, I'm pretty sure as well.
Yeah.
So, Rookie, look at my share screen, right? So, Kendrick Ferris, been vegan for literal fucking years. Holds a world Olympic world record for lifting 831 pounds. Clarence Kennedy also like not only a vegan, but I think he also does some activism. Sorry?
It was a US record. It was a US record.
US record, yeah, right. Well, this one, Irish Olympic weightlifter, I didn't put it here, but he also holds a record. I didn't put it here, I should add it. This is Sophia Alice, record-setting British female, so British European deadlift record. There you go. This is vegan Brazilian Mr. Olympia. Obviously, he takes drugs before anybody says it. Of course, obviously, he takes drugs. He's Mr. Olympia. All of them take drugs. But if you can take drugs, be on a plant-based diet, and become Mr. Olympia, that just like debunks the claim that plant protein is different from animal protein. Those are just like Olympic gold record setters and gold medal holders. This is just from 2024. This is David Mayer. He has like 7 gold medals. He's 52 and he's been vegan for literal ages. That's jiu-jitsu, so incredibly strong, right? This is my friend Chip. He's oh, I can't play it. Give me a sec. I'll play it for you. Chip, he's incredibly buff. And he's been lifting only for a couple of years. Very, very little. And look at that. That's plant powered. I don't think he haven't lifted before going vegan, by the way. So that's impressive. Nimai Delgado literally never had meat. Literally never in his life.
Okay. But yeah, he got the other cheat product, so. Sorry? You see, definitely he using other products.
He uses.
But it's okay.
He uses.
I get your point.
He uses. But most bodybuilders use today, right? Most of them do.
But
and
that
like,
makes you incredibly.
Using steroids doesn't like it's not magic, right? It makes you grow bigger muscles, but you still need protein. In fact, on steroids you need more protein usually, right? Because you grow so fast. Yeah. So if you can be plant-based, and this person, Nimai Delgado, literally, he was vegetarian in the past, but has been vegan for many, many years. He can build an incredibly impressive physique. Does he use steroids? Probably. Looks like it for me. Right? But like other bodybuilders don't.
Do you agree you're not gonna have the same power without the steroids?
Well, obviously, but like if you compare like a natural weightlifter, well, you can't compare all people really, like because let's say good genetics people, right? And one of them eats animal products, the other one doesn't, right? And both of them lift like recreationally, let's say, right? They're gonna have the same results. That's the comparison of the studies that I showed you. Sorry,
I'm pretty sure the person that I'm pretty sure the person that eats beef is gonna be stronger.
Why? Based on what? Because I showed you the evidence that they don't. I mean, I showed you the evidence. What else do you want? I mean, I showed you the scientific evidence. I showed you the athletes. What else do you want?
No. You get me wrong. Like how I can. It's not I don't want to debunk you.
I mean, dude, I think you're just basing it on feelings, and I think you should stop. Right? You're basing it on vibes. Well, what else are you basing it on? What are you basing your assertion that the person who eats animal products would be stronger than the person who eats plant products, plant protein? If it's not vibes, what do you mean it's true? I showed you that it's false. I showed you scientific evidence that it's false.
Okay.
What are you basing the claim that it's true? What are you basing it on? I'm just like, at this point, this is like epistemology. Oh, well, it's true though. True, why? Where did you get this? I think some dude told this to you once, and now you believe it so strongly that you can't get rid of it, even though I'm showing you evidence, literal, anecdotal, and scientific evidence that it's not fucking true. What are you basing it on?
Okay.
No, answer the question. What are you basing your assertion on? Don't okay me. Is it feelings?
What do you want me to say? I'm just saying.
I want you to see that your epistemology, your ability to get to the truth here is absolutely faulty. Because you don't have the backing for your very strong claims. You're just saying, it's just true.
You show me people on steroids, and then I have to say, okay, like.
I showed you people not on steroids as well, right? Those first people who hold like Olympic records. I showed them to you as well, and they're strong. They're stronger than their peers who will probably eat animal proteins. So what else do you need to go, I don't have evidence for my claim, Rookie? Because you don't. Sub Joe.
I'm going back to the I doubled
Hey,
down
guys.
on the steroids part, but it's okay. It's okay.
These people don't
I
use
don't know.
steroids.
Are you guys talking about like athletes?
Yeah.
I'm pretty in shape. I've run 2 marathons, and I didn't start running until I turned vegan. My fastest marathon was 3 hours and 29 minutes. Is that pretty good? Do you think I'm on steroids?
Yeah.
What got weightlifting to do with running? Like that's just
strength.
like
Running is strength.
Joe.
Are you talking
I
only
like
about
running
lifting?
more than weightlifting. Do you think runners in the Olympics are weak or?
No, I'm just talking like look, we talked about power, and now you go from power to running.
I didn't hear the
like-
earlier conversation. All I heard was steroids and athletes, and
No.
so can vegans run and cycle, but they can't lift? Is that the claim?
No. My point was people that eat meat, meat proteins, animal proteins, are getting stronger.
Joe,
And
what
that's
are you
the only
basing this on? What are you basing
I'm
this
not
on?
saying-
What are you
I'm
basing
not
this on?
saying-
Yeah, that's an
It's
empirical claim.
I'm not saying that you cannot be strong on plant
No.
proteins.
You're making
Like-
a very Rookie, hold on. You're making a very specific claim. A person that eats animal products is going to be stronger than if he eats plant protein. Right? That's your claim? Am I still meaning you correctly?
And it's not only because
No.
of the protein.
Yes or no? Is that your claim?
I'm just saying people that eat meat gonna be stronger, and it's
So
not
is
only
it?
because
So
of
hold on,
protein.
rookie. I'm asking you if my claim of what your claim is correct. That a person who eats animal products is going to be stronger than a person who eats plant products. Okay, let's take protein out of it. Is that your claim?
Yeah.
Provide evidence.
The evidence is like the you show me one person that has a record. I can show you
I
all
showed
the
you
rest
10.
of the people are people that eat meat.
I showed you 10.
All the
Right.
all the rest of
This is going fucking nowhere, people.
Yeah.
You know the guy who beat the Appalachia Trail record for the first time was a vegan? His name was Scott Jurek. He ran the Appalachian Trail the fastest of anyone ever for the first time. And I don't think he's ever eaten animals.
That's not his claim,
Like,
though, Joe. That's a little beside the point.
Oh yeah, but he's running, not lifting. Running's different, though.
Yeah, it's beside
Okay.
the point. That's why it's beside the point,
There's a
because
lot of
that's not
points
his
being
claim.
raised here that aren't really helpful to actually just getting this information across, right? So, like, yeah, I think it's pretty well established. Like, Rookie, you've got some preconceived notions, and there were things like at the beginning of this when you were being asked like what is protein, that you, because of like not speaking English as your first language and maybe just not having the scientific knowledge, you were struggling to communicate that. And like that's totally okay. What kind of is sort of being missed here on both sides of saying like, oh look, here's a vegan bodybuilder, here's a omnivorous bodybuilder, right? Is like we're sort of getting lost in the weeds of the things that are in animal proteins. You can get them from plants, so it's kind of a false equivalence to bring it into question when you can look at the chemicals, like the chemical composition of the two foods, and you can make them comparative. There is a way to do that by having your diet be specifically tailored for it. So it doesn't matter. And you can say, yeah, well, I know guys who eat nothing but beef and they're super strong, but they also eat really well and go to the gym all the time.
Yeah.
That's part of why they're strong. It's more than just the food, and even if it was just the food, you could do it both ways.
I'm just saying, and I don't say you cannot achieve this power, without meat, like she showed us.
Yeah, I know you didn't say that, but you said the guys with the beef would be stronger, and you know what? Like, maybe in your experience that's true. But there's more than the diet, is all I'm trying to put forward for both sides here, not just you. For both sides, that there is more than just the diet. So what we want to argue is, can you get the right proteins that your body needs from plants? The answer is yes.
Yes.
That's kind of as far as it needs to go.
and I agreed on that
There
I
you go.
didn't agree on that.
Well,
I didn't
sure,
agree
you
on-
didn't agree on it because you still think that animal protein is magic somehow and that it harbors some kind of properties.
I'm not say it's magic. I'm
Well,
just
you
saying.
harbor. Here's the thing, though, Rookie.
I'm
You're saying. Hold
Why
on.
do you keep going on the protein part? Like, there's so many things
What
in,
else?
in
What
meat
else?
that.
What else? I'm gonna debunk all of you. So give me another thing that is in animal products that doesn't exist in plant products, or will exist to a small amount or whatever.
No. I mean, you can get everything out of plant products as well.
Except for B12, by the way. You should take B12.
Can you get keratin from plant products?
Keratin?
Yeah.
Well, beta carotene, yeah. What do you mean?
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, beta carotene. Just eat a carrot today.
I didn't know if plants actually.
Well, what animal products have is retinol. So beta carotene is plant specific. So.
See.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
Okay. No. But let's keep this, or let's keep this thing apart now. The main reason I just was here was just to understand the reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Like why people are vegan.
Do you understand it now?
I'm not hating you guys. I'm just, and I understand it's more a moral thing.
Yeah. Do you understand it
like-
now, though?
Hey,
You understand why?
Rookie, can I ask you a quick question, Rookie? Just out of curiosity.
For sure.
Let's just grant you the hypothetical. Let's say that my marathon would have been 1 minute faster if I
doesn't
ate
matter.
meat, or 5 minutes. Would that be an ethically permissible reason, or an ethically justifiable reason to eat meat to be like 5 minutes faster?
I like ethical, like in what way? Like that's the whole thing. Like you.
No. It's just a yes or no. It's a personal goal. I just want to be fast for myself to make myself
yeah,
feel
you-
good. Is it ethically justifiable to cut throats to be faster?
If you want, if you told me you want to be faster, yeah, then you have to do it. Like what's that? What's that for a question?
No. I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm saying, is it an ethically justifiable reason to do it?
But I just clarify first the ethical part about the question, because now you try to trap me for no reason.
It's not a trap. It's a question.
Like what's the ethical part in this question? I don't get the ethical part in this
Okay,
question.
I have a dog in my house with me right now. Her name's Layla. I cut her throat and I eat her body, and I'm 5 minutes faster in the marathon. Is that an ethically justifiable reason to do it?
Like you see that's also that
Maybe if
okay,
you were
now,
6 minutes faster.
Now I get the vegan part. And now
It's a yes or no question. Like, yes or no. I want to be 5 minutes faster in the marathon. The only way to do it is to stab my dog right now and
But
eat her
that's a
body.
total
It's not.
different-
It's a hypothetical. Don't dodge, bro. It's yes or no.
No. Because now you try to make it very emotional.
It's not
What do
emotional.
you
It's a yes or
mean?
no question.
No, that's not right. That's not
Wait.
right. from you to
They're
do.
saying it's emotional to them to think about a dog having their throat slit. Is that correct, Rookie?
Dude, I don't give a shit about dogs. They're fucking farm animals. They're livestock. I'm gonna stab them and eat them. It's not emotional.
Drizzle. You get my point. Like you see.
You don't have a point. You're dodging the question. Just answer
Joe,
the
Joe,
question.
give him a second.
I don't think you get your point, actually.
What?
I don't think you get your point.
My point.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't think you have really yet thought through why that question is like it is, and why it's kind of why it is ethical, and why you feel the way you do about it. I don't think you've thought that through yet, which is that's okay.
I'm not gonna kill my dog while I emotionally bond with, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Why?
That's wrong. but
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
Because you have an emotional bond with your dog. I get your point why you became vegan, but I don't have an emotional bond with a cow. Sorry.
I don't have an emotional bond with my dog.
What?
So can I kill them?
No. Then it's not your dog. You know, like what you're saying.
It is my dog. It's livestock.
You keep a pet and you don't love it.
Yeah, the farmer owns the cows. It's their cows.
Yeah, your grandpa, Rookie. Your grandpa owns the cows, right?
Grandpa owns the cows.
Yeah, there you go.
True.
So Joe owns this dog, so he wants to kill him.
I own this dog. I don't really like the dog, and I keep her around because, like, my wife likes it, or... Yeah, actually, my wife doesn't even really like the dog either. Either way, it's like, we're hungry, and we have to eat, and I want to be 5 minutes faster in my marathon. So can I cut her throat?
Say it different, Joe. Say it different. And now you're talking about killing a human. Like, whoa.
I didn't kill a human. I'm talking about killing a dog.
Easy. Look.
Rookie, can I explain something to you that's going on here? Right? So, Rookie, listen for a second. I want you to listen. So Joe is applying the same logic you are applying to cows. He's applying them to dogs. Dogs are also animals. They're incredibly comparable to cows. The only difference is that you like dogs and you don't care about cows. Do you understand what's happening here?
Because dog is a pet. That's the difference for me.
Yeah, that's your perception. No, hold on. So, first of all, Joe said, my dog is not a pet, my dog is livestock, right? And second of all, cows don't know that they're not pets. They just know they're suffering and being killed, right? When they go to slaughterhouses, they literally cry because they can smell the blood and they can hear the animals before them, their friends, going in, being scared, right? And then their blood is spilled. So cows don't know that they are not pets. And I don't understand why you having compassion to dogs means that you can, and you not having compassion to cows means that it's okay to slit the throat of a cow for 5 more minutes in a marathon.
Hey, Rookie, can you look at the chat real quick in this channel?
That's so wrong what you guys doing.
How?
Now I get.
How is it wrong?
How?
That's
Hey, can you just look at the chat real quick? That's my pet cow. That's me with my pet cow.
Where? Which chat?
The chat. Hit the little chat button.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a bubble, a little chat bubble.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's my pet cow.
Yeah.
I have an emotional attachment to them. Is it okay if I cut their throat?
No, because it got a different purpose.
So if I find another cow that I don't have an emotional attachment to, I can cut their throat?
Look, what you got, I get your
Yes or no?
point.
Yes or
I
no?
get your
Yes
point.
or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no? If I find a cow where I don't have an emotional attachment, can I then cut their throat?
Do you gonna eat him? Do you gonna?
I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want with them. I'm gonna take their dead body and rape it.
Like that's just look. That's the thing. That's the thing.
This is an entailment of your position, Rookie.
No.
I can do whatever the fuck I want with them. They're livestock. They're dead. What the fuck do they care?
Bro, you have to have some respect. Like this is.
How is it
Yeah,
respectful
cutting the
to shoot
animal's head
somebody
off
in the
is very
head?
respectful. Okay. So respectful to cut that beast's head off. Great.
I love to speak with Drizzle, but Joe, you so full of yourself. Like how you talk, bro. Easy.
Rookie, stop playing with the fucking microphone and just hold it correctly.
Like you hear what he's doing? Like
Yeah,
he's
Rookie,
trying to mock
Rookie.
me.
Yeah, Joe,
it's like-
yeah. Listen. Joe is like incredibly offensive to you right now, but it is an entailment of your position because you make the claim because cows are not pets. It's okay to shoot them in the head or slit their throats for like 5 more minutes in a marathon, right? So he's just extending. Hold on, he's just extending your position to include like other scenarios that are incredibly comparable. And by the way, maybe your grandfather doesn't do it, but a lot of cows are actually raped on beef farms and on dairy farms specifically, because in order for them to be bred, they are raped by farmers. So it's not.
What do you mean by rape?
Sure.
What do you mean by rape?
Sure. So a lot of animals are artificially inseminated. Again, I don't know if your grandpa does it artificially or not. Listen. Listen. I will explain myself. Listen. Right. So the farmer is going to put a big glove on the hand, and is going to put his fist into the rectum of the cow to hold the cervix in place, and then he's gonna place like a straw full of semen into the vagina of the cow and put it in the cervix, and that's how he's gonna impregnate that cow in order to either for that cow to start producing milk, that in case of dairy, or for that cow to produce a beef animal, right? Beef animals are born. So I would call that rape, not only in the human position, but in the animal position as well, because it's forceful, it's not in the best interest, and it's not without asking consent, because you can't even ask cows consent, so we probably shouldn't be raping them.
Okay, I get your point.
There you go. So what Joe said is not fucking out of this world. He used the word that you don't like, right? But it's not.
No. But look. Look. What you're talking about is a kind of respect towards the animal, and this you don't do. Like.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't do it? When you go to a supermarket and you buy beef, that animal was raped.
No, yeah, okay. So you call it, but look, you have to do nature do the thing. Like how I see my grandpapa do it. Like it's just like the nature. If the cow wanna get pregnant, the cow does it. If it no, okay.
Then she goes to slaughter, right? If she can't get pregnant, she goes to slaughter. So nature doesn't preclude us from exploiting and killing animals.
No,
what do you mean? Why
like
would
that.
he feed an animal that can't get impregnated? Don't bullshit me, man.
Why?
I've been around for a long time. I know how farmers view animals. They can say they love animals all they want. In the end, cash is what... In the end, Rookie. I'm talking. I'm gonna mute you. In the end, farmers are gonna prioritize money. And if an animal, for instance, on a dairy operation can't get pregnant, then she can't produce the product. So she's gonna cost the money to feed her. So the farmers kill them. That's what happens on dairy operations. On beef operations, the same thing.
I like how you not even know my grandfather. So
that
why
doesn't
you
matter. I know how farmers work, and I know how much it costs to feed animals.
I know how. And now I know.
Hey, Rookie, can you get your grandpa on the call?
Yeah,
Let's get your grandpa on the call. We can ask. Yeah, just get him on. We can ask him how many 20-year-old cows he has feeding that didn't get pregnant.
Joe, you're the last person that needs to talk with me. Like you vegan, you talk about respect, and you're talking about I'm gonna rape a cow.
You talk about respect, but you cut the heads off of animals for fun. How is that respect?
Why
You're a
say
hypocrite.
it's for fun? It's not for fun. It's like
Because you don't need to eat meat, so it's an optional product. If it's optional and you can choose a different food, it's for fun.
Look. That's the difference between you and me.
Is it optional? Yes or no?
I have a monthly respect for animals, and how you make it sound, it's like horrible. What you have.
Rookie, do you need to eat meat? Yes or no?
Do you need to eat meat?
Yeah, that's the question.
Just answer the question. Yes or no?
I mean, there's so many people that can live without meat, so it's not necessary.
No, answer the question,
Is
please.
the answer yes or no?
I just answer your question. I say there's so many.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
I'm asking you a question. Rookie, can you eat without meat? Yes or no?
Can you live without meat?
Yes,
I
live
can
without meat.
I can live without meat if I want.
There you
Okay,
go.
so then is meat an optional product?
I feel no. You can live without, but I think it's healthier. That's the difference.
I'm asking you a different question. Is meat an optional product?
An optional product, no, for me, no.
So you can live without it, but it's also not optional. How does that work?
If you choose to live without it, you have to take you have to do different stuff
Supplements.
to get.
You have to take supplements, man. Are you not strong enough to take a pill?
Like why I have
Rookie.
to put my trust in the pill? Like I'm not
Rookie.
gonna,
What do you dodge so much? You're so slimy. Just answer the question. Is it an optional product?
no.
So you can live without it, and it's also not optional.
That's a contradiction.
That sounds like that's a contradiction.
Okay, no. You make it a contradiction.
No,
because
you
I'm
make it a
saying-
You made the
contradiction.
contradiction.
Listen, let me talk now. Because
Okay. This guy's a sophist.
For no reason, Joe, you like I don't like Joe at all. Like God.
That doesn't matter.
For
If
God.
you, it doesn't matter if you like somebody or not. You address their position, not them. It doesn't matter.
I'm just saying you can live without
Yes.
without meat.
Mhm.
Like you say, you need to take supplements
Sure.
and stuff. Then
What's the problem with supplements?
and I'm everything for me.
What's the problem? Give me one problem with supplements.
For me,
No. Give me a problem with supplements. What's the problem with taking a supplement? By the way, you take supplements already. You said you drink like protein shakes. That's a supplement.
Listen what you're saying. Listen what you're saying.
Yes.
He asked me. It's an extra. Huh?
Yeah. So
Meat.
you already
Meat.
take
No.
supplements. You
No,
drink
it's not an
protein shakes,
extra.
mate.
It's not an extra because if I cut it, I have to take something extra to replace it.
Sure.
So it's not.
What's
an
the
extra.
problem with that? What's the problem?
Look, I don't have a problem with that. Like
Yeah,
if you want
there
to
you
do
go.
it, it's your
So
choice.
you can cut
All
it.
I'm saying-
Hold on, Rookie.
all
You
I'm
can,
saying- all
Rookie,
I'm
hold on. I'm asking you, what is the problem with supplements? And it sounds like you're saying there is no problem because you already take supplements. So you can cut out meat and take a B12 supplement and eat beans. That's it.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
what is the
whatever.
problem with the supplement? Please answer the question. You already take a supplement, so take one more.
Because
Please take this seriously, Rookie. This is not fucking funny.
He's contradict his own question. That's
Doesn't
the
matter.
thing.
I'm asking you the question now. I'm asking you the question now, Rookie. What is the problem with the supplement? You don't know. You don't know. You're just saying shit. Why? Why are you so stupid, man?
Rookie, listen. Like you said, you can live without meat, and that means it's optional. Or maybe it's is it a language barrier?
I don't know.
Okay, Joe, listen to it from my part now. I'm that you don't agree, it's okay. But how I see it.
Well, no. I was asking you questions. You said you can live without meat, and then when I said, "Is it optional?" you said, "No."
I will answer it.
How does that make sense?
I will answer it how I see it. Okay. If you don't agree with it, it's okay.
No, you should
Look,
provide evidence for your claims, though. When the claims are like substantive, you should provide evidence for them.
Can I answer his question now?
No,
Look, he asked
listen,
me-
Rookie, but I have to give you a stipulation, right? If your answer is, this is how I feel it is, but you're making a claim that is provable or deniable, right? Then this is worthless. This is you basically saying, I believe in a boogeyman.
No, listen. He asked me, is meat optional? Hmm?
Yeah.
And for me, meat is not optional. For me, I'm just talking for me.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
talking for.
But now you have to now you have to define what the fuck that means, because Joe asked you, "Is meat necessary?" and you answered no. Can you live without meat? And you said
I
no.
will
Yes.
answer it. I will answer it now.
Okay.
I will answer it now. Just let me answer it. Look, I say meat is not optional because if I cut meat, I have to take supplements.
And what's the problem with that?
No, I don't say I look. That's your choice if you want to.
Wait,
but
no,
for
no, no,
me,
no, no. Hold on. If we can't, no, Rookie. If you can't find a problem with taking a supplement instead of eating meat, right? Eating plant food and then take a supplement. If you can't find a problem with that, then meat is optional for you. Because you have a choice.
No. Okay, guys, just let me speak for 30 seconds. Okay.
Right.
Let me break it down. Option A, meat. Option B, plants plus a B12 supplement. Those are 2 options. So is meat optional? You understand my question now?
I have to take the B12 because I don't eat meat.
Dude, answer the fucking question.
So it's not optional. It's not optional
I
because
just gave you the 2 options.
I say it's not optional because if I cut the meat, I have to take B12.
Why is that not? That's an option. That's an option.
B is plants plus B12. It's an option. Therefore, it's optional.
Look, I will follow your trap. I will go option A. Okay, I'll follow your trap.
No, but hold on, Rookie. But that means that it is optional to eat meat for you.
That means it's optional then.
Okay, if you.
So then, do you concede your earlier claim that you said meat is not optional? Is it optional?
Yes or no?
Look.
Rookie, no. Yes or no?
Dude,
do you
don't be
concede?
dishonest. Don't be a weaselly little dishonest fuck here. Just say you were wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
What do you mean?
Okay,
You just chose option A. That means that meat is optional.
Okay.
That's definition. Then say it. Yes, I was wrong. Meat is optional. Just say that.
No. Because if I cut meat, I have to take pills.
Yeah, that's the option B. That's option B.
Just admit for once that you were wrong about something. Please, intellectual humility. Just a little bit, please.
Like that's the thing. It's what you stand for. Like I say, meat is.
You're obfuscating. You're dodging. Just say I was wrong. Meat is optional. Just say it.
Go. So if I don't eat meat, what I have to do afterwards?
It's option B then. It's an option.
Yeah, you eat plant protein and you take a B12 supplement. That's the option.
Option B.
You choose for option B. I choose
that
for
doesn't.
option
No. You're not
so
tracking.
Therefore, it's
sweetie.
optional.
You're not tracking. Like definitionally, something is optional if there is option B. So you have to admit that if option B exists, then option A is optional, right?
Okay. I get it. Then it's
okay.
optional.
Yeah.
How you say it. Okay.
So
Okay, I get it.
now tell me why you don't choose option B, please.
Because option A is standard. It's just a standard. That
doesn't matter. Why does that matter? You can choose option B. Why don't you choose option B? Why is something standard even a...
Why I don't pick option B?
Yeah.
Why I don't pick option B? Yeah. Because I don't wanna.
You don't want to.
Don't wanna get. I don't want to. No.
Yeah, it's your feelings then. Just because you don't feel like it, right?
Okay, this is what I was getting at earlier when I said for fun, because you just want to. You're doing it for fun. Like, you think it's like more fun for you, or it's like a better life or something. You're doing it for pleasure or fun. You're choosing option A because you just want to. That's what I'm hearing.
No.
So when I say I want to cut my dog's throat because I want to eat meat for fun, that's what I'm getting at. It's an optional choice. I don't have to do it. I could do it because I can get away with it. And it just sounds fun for me. I want to have some meat.
Like that's just the dumbest thing you can say, Joe. And that's the reason why people hate vegans now these days.
That's not the reason. What's dumb about it? What's dumb about it?
What was dumb about what I said? Rookie, what was dumb about what I said? You're the one who was like, it's not optional. Actually, it is optional. You're the one who sounds dumb here, bro.
No. How you can say, and now I'm talking about morals because you all stand for morals. Like how you can say, it's for fun, I will cut my
Please
dog's
hold your
throat.
mic close to your fucking face.
are you mental ill to say I will cut my dog's throat? Like, that's nothing to do with eating meat at all. At all. Like, bro, get your shit right. What you're saying?
That
Sorry,
didn't
what was
make
the
any
problem?
sense.
Sorry,
Can you say that again?
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. You were just like saying some random words there.
Okay, if it doesn't make sense at all,
No, then
it's
repeat
okay.
it. Then repeat it or say it in different words, please.
Here's what I said. You're like, bro, you're talking about cutting a dog's throat. Bro, that's so mean. Bro, that's all I heard. That doesn't make any sense. What's the problem with it?
Like how you, yeah, but because you accusing me, saying like, oh, you eat meat because for fun, like, and
yeah.
For fun, I will cut my dog's throat. Like, that's so weird to say.
Sorry,
You
Rookie.
cut house
Hold on,
throats
Joe.
for fun.
Hold on, Joe.
1 second. Rookie, that was the point. The point was to make a situation that was uncomfortable so that you would think about how similar situations are actually just as uncomfortable when you really think about it.
But it's like.
Oh my god, hold the mic close to your fucking face or I'm gonna kick you, for real. This is like killing my nervous system.
Okay, just kick me already. I get your vegan points.
No. Here's the thing, Rookie. Rookie.
Respect. I was here with respect. I was willing to listening to you guys. Like,
All I asked you, Rookie, all I asked you is to hold your mic close to your face. That's all I asked, literally. But now listen. Now listen. Okay. Well, another person is joining in a minute, I hope. I don't know. I called them in here. Joe, you want to stick around? I kind of need a break.
Sure. Yeah, I have the day off and I have chores to do later, but I have like another 45 minutes probably. Sorry,
right.
was I being too much of a dick? I'm
Nah.
just like
I think you were a little mean.
Here's the thing, though, Drizzle. Here's the thing. Even if Joe was a bit of a dick, right, talking about slaughtering puppies and shit, it's absolutely comparable. The animals are the same.
Yeah,
Just because...
I understand.
Yeah.
The cognitive dissonance could have powered a major urban settlement.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot, but I don't think he understood.
Mm-hmm.
That you were causing that cognitive dissonance on purpose, which is why I think it was a little mean. He was clearly getting quite distressed.
Yeah.
Oh, if the conversation went a little longer, I would have just gone to the factory farms that are in like Vietnam and China and Korea and the Philippines and stuff. And my friend Patrick sent me photos of them. There's just dogs in cages, and they cut them up and they have dog stew and dog hot pot and stuff. It's just normal there.
Yeah. And like defining an animal as pet, well, why does that matter? That just tells us your feelings about the animal. It doesn't tell us anything about the animal themselves. And when you consider moral questions, you have to consider the other side as well. So you have to take the position of the animal. And if it's not okay to kill a dog like that, then it's not okay to kill a cow like that as well. Your feelings about it don't really matter to the animal, to the question whether or not it's just and justified to slaughter that animal for something that is basically feelings in case of Rookie.
It was really weird when he said it would be wrong for me to kill the cow in the photo, but if there was another cow, then he like dodged the answer.
Yeah.
Because you can like see the picture of the cow and like I'm petting the cow there. It's like, I am trying to like appeal to emotion a little bit, but it is like a little theatrical, but the point just, it's the same type of cow with the same feelings and the same emotions, the same cognition as the cows he cuts their heads off for an optional meal. It's like, bro, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Spade, you want to start the conversation by telling us why you're here?
Sure. Can you guys hear me right, first off?
I hope so. The last one kind of ruined my nervous system.
No, I have the fan on, so I'm just hoping that's not a disturbance.
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I mean, thanks for having me on, first of all. I've been on your channel It's my first time today, but just found the debate interesting, and I stuck there. And I think I've had quite a few conversations on chat too, responding to a lot of what you guys were saying as well. But yeah, I mean, just to start off, I am not a vegan. I was born a vegetarian, as in culturally I'm supposed to be a vegetarian, but I eat meat by choice. And I am open to having my mind swayed, that's for sure. But I'm approaching this conversation and this debate with a three-pronged argument. So, number one, cultural. Number two is dietary, and then number three is morality. Right? I think through the course of the debate, you guys have touched upon all three of these matters. And disclaimer up front, I am not a subject matter expert by any means on nutrition, diet, none of that. I'm just speaking to what I know. Could be from my personal experience, but still, I think that's a valid stance that I can go off of. But yeah, so there it is. Starting off with the cultural aspect.
Joe, can you roll on that one?
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take a little break. Joe can roll on that one for now.
Yeah, so I'll take some notes, and when VPM comes back, I can catch them up. So you have cultural, diet, and morality, and you're starting with cultural.
Correct. Okay, so veganism, I think a lot of what VPN had also mentioned is that it is viewed under a negative light. And I think that stems from a cultural standpoint, in the way that it was approached and kind of proliferated in the society. So I come from a part of the US where veganism is a straight up propaganda, meaning that anyone who's not a vegan is evil, is doing bad things. I know there's a certain overlap with morality there, but yeah. So there's that aspect, and I think on that front, it is viewed in a bad light because, or in a negative light, because not because of the shortcomings of what veganism stands for, but simply because of a catastrophic failing of the approach that veganism took. And again, touching back on how everyone who's not a vegan is evil.
Okay, let me repeat that back. You said veganism is viewed under negative light because of the way it was proliferated, and you said kind of like it's viewed that anyone who isn't vegan is evil or doing a bad thing, and it's viewed in a negative light because of the way that vegans in the past have approached this issue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I would just
and also just to add to that, and also the pushback is not because, and I'm sure there's a lot of exceptions and outliers to this, but in general, I don't think eating meat was ever a propaganda to an extent that veganism had displayed.
Wait, can you repeat
Meaning-
that last part? Eating meat was ever a propaganda?
Was
What
never
does that mean?
was never as much of a propaganda culturally as much as veganism was.
That's okay. I will push back on that one. We'll get back to that one. I would just say, like, look at McDonald's advertisement as an example, but we can dive into that deeper. As much of a propaganda as. Sorry, I'm taking notes.
Sure. Yeah, that's my
Um,
supposition for this argument.
Do you want to go through all three of them, the cultural, diet, and morality, or just start with cultural first?
Sure, but we can touch on all three. Yeah, so dietary, moving on to number 2, dietary. So I'm someone who has practiced fitness for about 15 years now. And I have tried all kinds of diets. I know there are studies, empirical data, all of that, and there are empirical data on both sides. I will leave that for better minds than me to resolve, but I can speak to what worked for me and what didn't work for me. I've tried keto, vegan, vegetarian, carnivore, and omnivore, and I found the best results in having an omnivore diet. And I have tried vegan and vegetarian diet. The big difference that I found there is that I had to eat a lot more of the food as compared to an omnivore diet to hit the same amount of protein. I don't know if I was eating the wrong foods, but I did a fair amount of research before I even got into it. I love cooking as well, and I love food in general, which is why I even eat meat in the first place. But fitness is also a major part of it. Yeah, I found myself having to eat a lot more food to hit my protein goals when I was consuming vegetarian as opposed to a meat diet.
Okay, got you've practiced fitness for 15 years. You've tried all kinds of diets. You will basically concede that the empirical data is there, that it's possible to be healthy on basically any diet, or there's a permutation of probably any diet where you can be healthy. Okay, so we don't have to like go into data and empirics on that. You agree that there's going to be a chemical composition of a permutation of some diet that's keto, vegan, vegetarian, carnivore, or even omnivore, where you can get everything. Maybe not carnivore. That one's really hard. I've actually looked into that. That one's extremely difficult to like get vitamin C and magnesium and like some folate and other. But they would probably have to take a supplement, to be honest.
I've had other benefits, but I can touch on that later when we get to it.
And then you've had the best results on an omnivore diet personally, and then the vegan/vegetarian, you had to eat a lot more food to get the same protein.
Correct.
Which made it difficult to adhere to, and we can go through that and that pretty much sums up the diet part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do concede that I will not deny that you can solely survive on a vegan or a vegetarian diet. I just have to eat more, which I cannot do personally, but
we can. If you're really interested in it, we can go through that. I've been vegan almost 6 years, and I've run a couple marathons. I lift a lot. I ride my bike a ton, and
I've been vegan for 10. So if it's survivability, I've definitely survived for 10 years.
Yeah, you're on the 10-year, and once we go through the last morality part or your opening statement or whatever, we can go through that later on. If you're interested in like what types of foods to eat to maximize protein for like the fewest amount of calories, there's stuff like super firm tofu, TVP, seitan. Like these things are super high in protein, and I think seitan is even higher in protein per calorie than chicken, if I remember correctly.
It is.
Yeah.
I find those alternatives to be more expensive than meat, by the way.
You can make seitan literally from
there.
white flour. White flour is one of the most cheapest ingredients in the world, and you can make it out of
Yeah,
it.
you said you like to cook, and seitan you can make for basically the cost of a bag of flour will make a shitload of protein, and it'll cost you like $2.99 at Walmart.
Interesting. Okay. But yeah, we can dive into that when we're exploring in detail about it. Anything else you want to add here?
No, yeah. I just I agree with your experience, and your experience is valid. And I also will just say, like, my first year being vegan, it was really difficult to transition because, like, I was in it like hardcore for the ethics, and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and I ran down like the Michael Greger quack hole for a little while. And I was like eating a shitload of beans, and I got super gassy, and it was awful. Like
Exactly. I was gassy too.
Yeah, I like
I was
almost
at
never
work
eat.
just bloated all the time.
I was there, man. I know exactly what that felt like. It was awful. Now I almost never eat beans. I have them sometimes. I do like the taste. I mostly eat like more processed protein sources, and I get no gas. I feel great.
Yeah, and lentils.
Because I just do it for ethic.
If you wash lentils really well, you're going to avoid the gassing like entirely, I think.
I have noticed that also with canned beans. If you eat them canned and you don't rinse them, I get super gassy. But if you rinse them under water for a while, like there's some sort of starch on there, I think. I forget exactly, but that can help. But long story short, like I might have a serving of beans a day. But when I first started, I was like, well, shit, I guess I have to eat a shitload of beans now. And I got super bloated and gassy, and I felt awful. And yeah, it took a little while to figure it out, but yeah, I was there too, man.
Oh, I'm all ears for any suggestions or recipes that you guys might have, or alternatives that you guys might have.
Well, absolutely.
I'm all about exploring food, so I'm okay with.
Yeah, so tofu is going to eliminate the gassy feeling like entirely, because like you basically like you isolate the protein and the fat from the thing that might hurt you, right? Also, like increasing incrementally would probably like prevent the gassiness and stuff like that. So yeah, you just have to like, what they say is you have to like train your microbiome basically to accept beans as the food that we eat right now. I have like a thing, like I have some sensitivity to beans when I eat like too much of it, especially like chickpeas. But it started actually when I quit drinking alcohol. So I used to be an alcoholic, was drinking beer, like copious amounts of beer every single day, alone in the dark in front of a computer, that kind of stuff. So definitely an alcoholic. And I quit. And once I quit doing that, that was like 600 calories every single day of a food that like really takes over a microbiome that disappeared all of a sudden. So every food started being painful to me because my microbiome wanted beer, right? So, but like, if I was to do that incrementally, which I couldn't do because alcoholism doesn't work that way, right? But in case of beans, you can like increase incrementally. You kind of allowing your microbiome to not take the stance of this is war. You basically going like you killing them kindly kind of situation, right? You're replacing the things slowly. So if you have a sensitive stomach, that's what I would do. But also like if you wash lentils and eat that instead of beans, that would like beans and lentils basically have the same amazing health outcomes. So if you wash lentils before cooking them, you will avoid the gassiness. If you eat tofu, if you eat TVP, tofu is cheaper than beef. Come on, man. It's pretty cheap, and you can find it even cheaper if you go to like Asian stores, the kind of situation. TVP is dirt cheap, and it's like 52% from its calories comes from protein, that kind of situation. I don't really remember exactly, but it's very comparable to like chicken breasts even, right? And seitan, you can make it at home, or you can buy Vital with gluten and make it at home very easily, right? And that's going to be incredibly cheap. It's only if you go and buy the packaged seitan that might be a little more expensive than, let's say, beef or something like that. But by the way, in the end, when you look at like at your entire diet and not just at this one product, the entire diet is going to be cheaper, especially if you lean on lentils and shit like that and tofu.
And there's a really cool. If you, it sounds like you're empirically minded. There's a study done by Lancet that
I have it,
and it sounds like you live in the Western world. This doesn't. The study doesn't shows that the vegan diet is the cheapest diet when you actually like count everything up, and that's going to be like your grains.
It's really not. It's really expensive. So I'm actually an Indian, so I do consume a lot of lentils. Like VPN said, and I do, when I did try out the diet, a lot of lentils and beans. I'm talking whole beans, so it's chickpeas, mung beans. I don't know what it's called. It's red and long. Well, also black-eyed peas, and then what's the other one? The red colored.
Wait, Spade, do you live in India or?
No, I'm an Indian, but I live in the US.
Okay, so we have like empirics on this. We have empirics on in the Western world. The aggregate of the diet is cheaper, a vegan diet. You could have looked at it like you could have biased yourself by looking at the individual's foods that would be more expensive and not looking at the entire diet. Could be. I'm not saying that's what happened.
No. So I do agree that obviously canned beans and beans they're definitely cheap. That's not my argument. I also want to touch upon the quantity.
No. Wait. Let's not move on.
All of that.
Hold on, let's not move on from that, because what I said, on the aggregate, when you account for the entire diet, vegan diets are cheaper, and then you went, well, canned beans are pretty cheap, that's true. So you're again still not looking at the aggregate, the entire diet. And Joe is in America as well, so he can attest. He went from a non-vegan diet to a vegan diet. Oh, probably Joe, you are rich though, aren't you?
Well, when I say it's more expensive, I'm not referring to beans alone. I'm talking about all of these alternatives that are unconventional to get additional nutrients.
Here's
right?
the problem
like
again, though. Here's the problem again, Spaz.
I forgot what the name is. It's called some husk, and then there's is it a wax or a sap or something like that?
Spade, here's the problem again. You're still looking at individual products and not at the aggregate of a vegan diet. The vegan diet in an aggregate is cheaper because you increase the amount of vegetables that you eat and the amount of beans that you eat and decrease the amount of, or like eliminate the eggs and the beef and chicken and all of that stuff. And fish, Jesus Christ, fish is so expensive. And then you add in once in a while the meat alternatives, the more expensive ones, the Beyond Meats and shit like that. But there are also like a middle range, even for the meat alternatives. There are middle range that is going to be cheaper than the animal products, like tofu. Tofu is going to be cheaper than beef, in most cases.
Sure.
So there you go. So that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying, though. Look at the diet as an aggregate, and we have empirical evidence for it. In fact, I'm showing it right now. We have empirical evidence.
But cost effectiveness was not the crux of my argument.
why would
when
you
I
come out?
started off, my supposition was that when I switched to a vegan or a vegetarian diet, I found myself having to have a lot more in quantity as compared to a omnivore diet or a meat-based diet.
Well, if you lean on like
What
if you lean on
I brought the cost factor as a passing argument
Sure.
when we were talking about when Joe, I believe, spoke about
Well, you can bypass
money as
though,
well.
Spade. That's the thing. That's what we're trying to explain. You can
Hey,
bypass
hey,
both.
Spade. What we could do is we can move on to the morality thing, and I'll just write this down, the price thing, and then what we can do later, if you have time, is we can actually just put your diet into Chronometer, what you're eating, and then price it out, what your day costs, and then we can make a hypothetical vegan version of that, and then we'll see what the cost is, and then we can just take a look at it.
Okay, sure. Again, I'm really not stressing on the cost factor here. It's the quantity per se. The nutrient
the quantity would be
per serving. If you're comparing a vegan diet to an omnivore diet, that is
We would look at all of that. We would just get your day of eating in, the quantity and the calories, the protein, and everything, and we would just price it out where you shop. You don't have to tell us where you shop. We could just use Walmart or something, and then
To be
we
fair,
can just.
Joe, he's not
look
talking
at
about
it.
the price, though. He's talking about the volume
Yeah.
of food, right? So the volume
I
of
know,
food, you just
no.
have to prioritize,
That's what I'm saying.
like
We would plug the
calorie-dense
volume
foods.
of food. Yeah, we would plug the volume of food into the day of
No,
eating.
no, Joe.
For
No, I'm saying I can't
irregardless.
eat as much. I
Yeah.
can't eat that much.
Yeah, you just
is
have
what
to
I'm saying.
prioritize calorie-dense foods, and those exist on a plant-based diet. In fact, a lot of it, because I have a problem with those foods specifically, a lot of them don't come into my house because they're so calorie-dense, and I would just like gain weight on them because they're delicious. Those foods exist. So just if you prioritize a calorie-dense food, then it's not going to be big, huge volume. You don't have to eat all of your food in like watery plants, right? Like even if you prioritize potatoes have like a really good bang for your buck when it comes to both calories and nutrition. And you can eat like relatively a lot of them, especially if you cook them in PUFA. Holy shit.
Well, so I you may have missed the beginning of the conversation, UPM. I don't know. But yeah, so I was talking about having to have a lot more in quantity of vegetarian or vegan food to hit my protein goals.
I get it.
So yeah, so I'm not focused more on calorie, but more on protein because
Yeah,
I've been in
got it.
fitness for
Can you look
15
at the-
years, like I mentioned.
Can you look at the chat real quick? I just pulled that out of my fridge and took a photo. That's the super firm tofu that Walmart sells. It's 13 grams of protein per serving, and that's for 120 calories.
Yeah, that's pretty protein dense, mate, if you ask me.
And those are like 250 each, I think. We eat a shitload of those, and you don't have to press them or even prep them at all. They already have the texture of chicken, pretty much.
Gotcha.
They just sell them they sell them at Walmart, like by the produce.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, this is like my main protein source when I'm like making a meal. I just cut that up and cook it like chicken, and it tastes fine.
And if you
Okay.
sprinkle some taste on top, that's gonna taste fantastic.
Yeah, if you get some like yummy peanut sauce and then like add that in and then like add it with some rice and veggies and potatoes and stuff, it's banger.
Fair enough. I hear you. That was my main concern with having to have.
Well, it sounds like we can move on to
switching to a
like.
completely-
It sounds like we can move
Yeah.
on to ethics.
Okay, yeah. So the third argument was about morality and ethics, which is kind of
Joe,
it's
maybe you
something
can
I
summarize.
I grapple with a lot.
Mhm.
Sorry, no, I didn't finish. This is the first time.
Oh,
I'm
I
bringing it up.
apologize.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, is the first. Well, it's something I grapple with a lot. Firstly, the fact that someone who's not a vegan is doing something evil. I personally don't believe that. And a lot of the arguments that you had made in the debate kind of sounded like strawmans. And just to make the other person's argument weaker. But let me figure out how to word this correctly. I'm also not someone who argues that, hey, there's evils in practicing veganism as well. I think.
Why would you?
That's kind of. What's that?
Why would you?
Well, a lot of people have in the debate, and I don't think they're wrong.
So you don't think you're wrong? You think that it could be that vegans are evil?
No, there are evil practices when it comes to veganism as well.
Okay. I'm not sure what the word evil does for you. We prefer to talk in logical terms.
Well,
so
immoral.
Moral or immoral.
Immoral.
There you go. Thank you. I appreciate
Immoral.
that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of grapple with that argument that anyone who is not a vegan is immoral. And I would. Oh yeah. Okay. So I think you put the burden of proof of proving a difference between humans and animals on the other person, as opposed to you guys actually arguing for it.
Oh, I absolutely can take that. Like here's the thing, though, Spade. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I would like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. So here, I'm sorry to cut you off, but here's the thing. There's something wrong going on. It's not that I'm putting the burden of proof on the other person. I'm just trying to test most people's actual ethical position. And my claim is, so far, that most people's ethical position is compatible more with veganism than it is with omnivorism. And I can demonstrate it really easily on you as well. Would you like me to do so?
You can do that, but when I say that I'm an omnivore, I'm not thinking about ethics at all.
Well, that's like a plus side on the vegan position, like a priori. If you're not thinking about ethics when you do your actions, and I am thinking about ethics, and that changes my action, then I'm superior.
But that doesn't mean that I do not have ethics.
Yeah, that's what I'm proposing, though, to show you that your ethics might be, I don't know, more compatible than with the vegan position than they are with the omnivorous position. It's not me putting a burden of proof on you. It's me testing your ethics. That's different.
Well, again, so there are a lot of strawman arguments that you can make. For example, how you, the previous conversation with Rookie, you guys asked about, what if I kill my dog?
Yeah,
to eat my...
why is that a strawman?
Why is that a strawman? To become faster.
Why is that a strawman? That was literally the entailment of his position.
Yeah, so exactly. So you guys are putting that burden of proof, and you are
what do you think burden of proof means? No. Sorry, I think you don't know what the burden of proof is. I don't think you know what burden of proof is. We didn't put any burden of proof on him except for when he made claims. So when he made the claim that animal protein is somehow superior to plant protein, I asked him. The burden of proof is his. But more than that, I took the burden of proof for myself and debunked his position, and he still stuck to his position. That's the burden of proof. But when Joe said, well, I'm going to kill my dog What if I kill my dog? It's a hypothetical, obviously. What if I kill my dog for 5 extra minutes, increase in like marathon or decrease or whatever? That there is no burden of proof. That's a hypothetical. The burden of proof, quote unquote, doesn't apply at all.
Okay, let me put it this way. So I'm a meat eater, but I don't want to speak for every meat eater on this planet. But
you don't have
when
to.
I'm eating,
Literally, nobody's asking you.
Yeah, I'm just talking from my perspective. I'm not thinking about ethics. I eat for variety amount of reasons, and I am someone who would not eat a dog.
Why?
And so there is an inherent difference in the quality of life. Inherent difference in the quality of life among species is what I believe.
What is it between a dog and a cow? What's the inherent difference in quality of life? What accounts for that in a dog? And what does a cow lack to have that?
For primarily, I do not know of any Michelin star restaurant serving dog.
Whoa.
How about that?
We were just talking about the animals themselves. How did we skip to meat? What? Those are not the same thing, right?
Can we just pause for a second? Let me do a little meta.
Because we're talking about morality, killing animals.
Give Joe a second.
Pause. VPM asked, like, from the animal's perspective, like, what is the difference in quality of life between a dog and a cow? And then you brought up Michelin star restaurants. Do you see how that doesn't really follow?
Okay, then maybe I should have worded my argument differently. I know you asked that question. I understand the question. But when I'm talking about quality of life, I'm talking about what the
your
end
quality
purpose
of life,
of an
right?
animal.
No. You're talking about your quality of life and what you get from the animal. I want you to talk about the animals because when you go to ethics,
there's a hierarchy in the there's a hierarchy in the animal kingdom, is what I'm saying.
Do you eat pigs?
What?
Yeah, I eat pork.
Do you realize pigs are more intelligent than dogs? So by your hierarchy stance, you should definitely stop eating pigs at least.
Well, we don't know what they meant by hierarchy. What did you mean by hierarchy? What do you mean is the difference between a dog and a cow?
What's the hierarchy? Is it intelligence, or what do you mean by that?
So again, you're putting that. See, now again,
there
it
is no
sounds like
burden
you
of
guys are
proof.
putting
We're just
the
asking
burden
you
of-
your
you
position.
are doing the same thing.
We're asking
I'm
your
asking
position.
you your position. I'm asking you your position. You didn't let me finish my opening statement and end it with what your stance is.
Don't complain about
so
it.
you're
Finish,
saying there's no difference whatsoever between humans and
No, we were talking about
any
the
other living
difference between
organism.
dogs and cows. Why are you putting humans in there?
Well, you brought dogs and cows. I didn't bring it. I was talking about.
No, you were talking about it. You definitely
I
brought
said
it.
dogs.
You were talking about it.
Yeah, you were talking about
you
it.
said dogs have. Yeah, you
I
said
was
dogs have a
talking
higher
about
quality
you
of
guys
life.
Talking about no. Let me finish. I was talking about you guys talking about dogs. I wasn't talking about dogs. I used that as an
You
example.
literally said it. You
But-
literally said it, and it's recorded. We can go see it.
Let's just pause real quick. You said I personally wouldn't eat a dog, and then VPM asked why, and you said dogs have a higher quality of life than a cow, and then we were
I
trying
didn't
to
say
ask about
dogs
that.
have a higher quality of life. I said I made a generic statement that there's a hierarchy.
You said higher quality of life. You literally said it. It's recorded, Spade. Do you have an issue with memory or?
No, I didn't say dogs have a higher quality of life.
You literally said it. It's recorded.
You didn't mean to say it. If you didn't mean to say it, that's okay.
Fine, yeah.
You accidentally said it, and you meant something else. What did you mean to say?
Well, what I mean to say was, let me put that question to you.
No.
What is the
I would
difference?
appreciate if
So
you
there's-
answered the question
There's
first.
no.
There's differences. So I'll just give you like
no, I know VPM. I know. So if I answer that question, that I'm digging myself into a hole.
Well,
So
that
I'm not
means
gonna
your
answer
position
that.
is that your position is inconsistent. That's all.
No,
what
because
it
you
means.
misconstrued what I'm trying to say.
Well, then say
That's
it.
what a
Talk,
straw man
then
is.
say it.
That's what I'm.
Don't
that's
ask
what I'm
me
saying.
a question. Tell me what the difference is
Well,
between a
you're
dog and a
asking me
cow.
questions. You're
What-
asking me questions.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
asking
you made
a
a
question.
statement, so I asked you why, and you didn't answer it yet.
I can answer some
No,
questions.
I can
mean,
unequivocally say that I did not say dogs have a higher quality of life. I said there's a hierarchy in quality of life. Now, my question to you is, do you not think that there's no difference between
Well, it depends on what you
humans
mean by the
other
hierarchy of
organisms?
quality of life. It depends on what you mean by that.
let me write that down. There's a hierarchy of quality of life.
It would be funny if you wrote it down in the chat, Joe.
I'm writing it down on pencil and paper, so I can take a photo of it later if you want. There's a hierarchy of quality of life, and there is a difference between dogs and cows.
So what's the difference? What the fuck is a hierarchy of life? Of quality of life?
Yeah, that's my first question. That's my first question.
My first question. I want my question to be the first question to be answered. Is there no difference? Is there no difference between animals and humans?
There's plenty of differences. There's shitload of differences. What do you mean?
But none of them satisfy us to say, well, it's okay to kill animals, but it's not okay to kill humans, right?
Yeah, the vegan stance is that we cannot find a morally relevant difference or a trait that exists in animals that if the trait were existed in humans would make it okay to kill humans. We have trouble finding the asymmetry that causes the treatment, the differential treatment. There are tons of differences between a dog and a cow and a human and a cow, but we can't find an asymmetrical difference which would justify the differential in treatment between the two species.
Okay, so what if a wild animal attacks a human?
I'll kill the wild animal.
So you're okay with killing the wild animal in that case?
Sure.
Yep.
So Spade,
have you heard of
me a second.
Have you heard of Harambe?
Spade, give me a second. So vegans
have you heard
are
of Harambe?
Spade, give me a second.
The Harambe movement?
Spade, are you hearing me?
No, but no, I have a follow-up question though. So have you heard of
I
Harambe?
remember that was like a monkey or something. It was like a meme a long time ago.
Chimpanzee?
This is irrelevant.
Yeah. That was no, it's not irrelevant.
No, because I'm trying to cut to the chase.
Because you're saying there's no difference.
Be quiet. I'm muting you now.
Okay, so wait, pause again.
No, this is my server. I have to cut to the point here. I have to cut to the point, Joe, and nobody's gonna rule me over here. Okay, Spade, I'm gonna mute you, but I would like to have like a 30-second conversation here, right? Please let me cut to the chase. Vegans are not against killing animals simpliciter. Every ethical position is contextual. In the context of animal agriculture, it's not okay to exploit and kill animals because it's for an unnecessary product, and it's the exploitation and slaughter of sentient beings. If there is a position where there is a dichotomy, an animal is about to kill a human, we are okay with killing that animal because the context has changed. That's what ethics is.
Yeah, and Spade, I'll just add on to that. Like, if a human is about to attack a human, like in certain circumstances, I'll kill that human. Like if someone's coming after, hypothetically, I have a gun and there's like a crazy guy with a machete about to like hack someone up, I'm gonna shoot the guy. It's no different than like a wolf coming at him. I'll shoot the wolf.
Okay.
So the same thing. That's
a fair argument. If you guys agree that, hey, if an animal attacks a human and he dies, should we kill the animal?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. In which case, then, yeah, that kind of squashes my argument because
Yeah.
I think we draw inherent differences within our ecosystem that we are somehow not acknowledging.
Literally,
And
vegans
one
have
of
these
such example
conversations.
is if an animal attacks, let's say a dog bites a random stranger. Are you gonna sue the dog? Are you gonna treat the dog the same way you treat a human?
No.
Okay, I can answer that. I would trait equalize it to a human. So if a really stupid human or a child or like someone with a mental disability bit a human's hand, you also don't charge that individual with the crime. You treat them in a certain way. And in the way that you treat the dog is you would isolate them and like you would probably try to get them the proper care and training they need and put a muzzle on them or something so they don't bite again. And the same thing with like a child. If there's like a 3-year-old that's going around preschool like biting other children, you're going to have some sort of response to that, but you're not going to put them in prison because they're 3 years old.
But the burden of having a wild, okay, I understand dogs are domesticated, but if it's a dog that's wild in nature, isn't that immoral? And then if it bites someone, you're subjecting it to all of these alternative punishments that you're suggesting.
Can I just pause real quick? Like, I can answer these questions, but what does this have to do with like factory farming animals and putting your fist up the cow's anus and impregnating them and then taking their babies away and then cutting their throats open en masse, like 80 billion a year? What does this like hypothetical wolf attack have to do with that?
Well, it has to do with the fact that there are inherent differences that we draw in the society, or not the society, the ecosystem, between humans and animals, and we can't not acknowledge that. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Do you think a farm is an ecosystem, or do you think it's like an artificial thing?
There are humane and sustainable practices now, at least in the US, that much I know. I'm talking about US. So there's FDA approved, getting an FDA certification is not easy. And all of that is regulated at a very strict level.
Yeah.
And there's and all of that is in practice as we speak right now.
You know, there's FDA approval to like
chickens are actually living better lives than they would in the wild.
Why does that matter?
Let me just ask another question. Like, do you
Because
realize
you
that
bring morality into question? That's why it matters.
There's FDA approval right now
Joe,
to do testing on beagles, dogs.
Well, Joe,
like
hold
scientific tests, and they torture them, and that's FDA approved. Do you agree with that?
Joe, hold on, Spade. Like,
but they're not doing that.
Fuck.
They are doing that. There's beagle protests right now.
Joe,
in the United States.
Joe, Spade, this is like beside the point because you just made the comparison to a chicken growing up in a farm to a chicken in the wild. That comparison is silly, right? I just want you to understand what you're saying, because chickens are not plucked out of nature, saved, quote unquote, to go to a farm, then they have a better life, and then they're hung upside down and have their throats slit. No, they're bred for this purpose. So the comparison to wild animals is silly, correct?
So where else do chickens exist?
They are bred for this purpose. They don't exist in the wild.
So if we don't breed, you're saying they'd be extinct?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's fine?
Sure.
Yeah. That's the ideal.
Yeah.
They didn't exist 60 years ago. They exist now.
How is that moral?
How is that not immoral?
What do you mean?
Not moral. How is that immoral?
Let me just
chickens didn't exist until 60 years ago?
The modern chicken that the modern chicken you eat right now is they didn't exist before.
I mean, we have chickens. Chickens that are called Cornish cross, and those are the chickens that you usually eat. Cornish cross. What happens is they were genetically selectively bred to grow incredibly fast, to the point that they can barely walk, actually, past like a couple of weeks of life. So they're slaughtered at 40 to 60 days of life. I think about 30% of them just literally die because they can't move anymore. They're so heavy. So that chicken didn't exist until they were genetically bred. They were selectively bred to grow as fast as possible and move the least so that they don't burn the calories that they eat. They spend the calories almost exclusively on growing, right?
Okay, so by natural selection, you're saying they became extinct, and then we propagated chicken farming and chicken breeding
wild chickens still exist.
For the sole purpose of eating. For the sole purpose of food.
Yeah, wild chickens still exist as wild pheasant or something like that. What?
Because how is that immoral?
Well, because those chickens... hold on. So the chickens are still sentient beings. Like, we breed them into existence to basically suffer for 40 to 60 days, and then we kill them. How is that moral?
So that's what I'm saying. They're not actually suffering until they are actually killed.
What the fuck do you mean? I just told you that they can barely move, and 30% of them just die because they can't move towards food. You think starving to death is not suffering?
It's way more stringent right now. It's not
what
like
the fuck
that.
do you mean by that?
It may have been in the past.
No, that's how animals are raised today. What the fuck are you talking about?
Chickens have free-range farms.
No, the broiler chickens don't have free-range farms, and free-range doesn't mean anything. It just means they have like arbitrary, like a window open or something like that. That technically they have like access to like a small amount of space, but there are no free-range chickens. There are chickens like walking around on grasses. That doesn't happen.
I will grant you that free-range is a marketing gimmick, but an FDA-approved farm is not. FDA approved is not.
The FDA approved farm is what I just said it is. They're in a huge shed, about 25,000 in each shed, and about 30% of them die. They don't even get to be slaughtered. They just die because they can't get access to food, because they can't move, or because of antibiotics and shit like that. And that's FDA approved, all of that.
I can't comment on that. I don't.
Well, I know because this is my like unpaid job. It's my job as a vegan to know this stuff. Where would you even get food that isn't FDA approved in America? Where would you even get that?
From a homesteader or something.
From a homesteader, yeah.
What? Most of the supplements and animal supplements that you speak of is all not FDA approved.
Well, the supplements. No, sorry.
Most of it isn't.
The supplements I buy are FDA approved, and that's the only way people should buy supplements. And they're not animal based; they're plant based.
Oh, maybe not. But I'm talking about what's in the market.
No,
There's a lot of stuff that's not FDA approved.
No. If you're going to buy a supplement and you in America buying a supplement that isn't FDA approved, that's like the stupidest thing to do. It just basically means that you're buying a supplement from Ken Berry or something like that, from some like quack online. Don't do that. Buy a supplement from FDA approved. Buy a supplement on iHerb. That's like the cheapest and the best way for you as an American, and for me as a non-American as well, right? Because everything on that is US approved, FDA approved.
Let's go back to. Did you want to touch back on the culture on the diet thing, or are we kind of locked in the morality here? I still wanted a definition. We can oscillate.
We can oscillate. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted I wrote this down. You said there is a hierarchy of quality of life. Can you define hierarchy of quality of life? What does that mean?
Yeah. So I think humans have a higher level of consciousness. I mean, consciousness in the sense that give me a second to put this into the right words. Okay, so I would say humans have more of a willful purpose in the ecosystem as opposed to animals. And even among the animal kingdom,
okay,
because we have that willful purpose, we kind of call the shots.
Sure, why does that mean that
And
it's
we-
okay to exploit and slaughter animals, though? In not ecosystems, outside of ecosystems. Here's what
No,
I'm
we
do-
call the shots because
Yeah.
so here's the thing, right? So here's where it overlaps into the dietarian cultural aspect
No,
also.
sorry.
because
No. Hold on. So calling the shot. Why does that mean it's okay to exploit and slaughter animals? You can call the shot without exploiting and slaughtering animals, right?
If the vegans called the shot, we would say we shouldn't exploit and kill animals. Yeah.
There you go.
If we have two options, we can call the shot and kill the most animals, which is what we're doing now, or we could call the shot and not do that.
Exactly. You're right. No, I think both of us are right. So the only difference is the one who's an omnivore is not saying vegans are immoral. We're not bringing morality into the equation at all.
That's the problem,
It's
that
the
you're not bringing.
vegans
No,
that are
but
bringing
that's the
that.
problem. That's the problem. You're not bringing morality into your actions, and those actions impact sentient beings. Why do you think that's a better position than considering ethics in your actions?
Confused. Yeah, I'm confused because this was in your morality opening statement. I have this written down into 3 buckets here. We have cultural, diet, and morality. And then in the morality opening statement, you said it's about the hierarchy of quality of life, which you have now defined as a willful purpose in an ecosystem as opposed to animals among the animal kingdom. Because we have that willful purpose, we can call the shots. This is all within the morality one. And now you just said it's omnivore and it's not morality. I'm really confused. Can you elucidate that?
No, I didn't say it's not morality. I'm saying
You're not considering morality when you eat. That's what you said, right? Basically, to bring it.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I'm saying I wouldn't call someone who's practicing veganism immoral.
Okay. Well, that's because we're more moral than you. So what is that proof of?
Therein
What is
lies
that a
my-
proof of, though? What is that a
therein
proof
lies-
of?
What?
What is that a proof of?
Therein lies my whole concern with how veganism is being propagated.
Well, I can cut to the
Because-
chase with this. I can no, hold on, Joe. I can
And
cut to the chase with this.
and
If you
so-
if you
okay,
allow
okay,
me,
so
if you allow me,
I think
please. If you allow me, I can cut to the chase with this. I explain it.
Can I say
really
just one
fast.
thing though?
Sure, go on.
Okay, cool. So when I say that we, me as a person who is an omnivore does not consider a vegan person immoral, I mean to say that I don't. I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. Can I cut to the chase
Never
now?
mind. Okay,
Really
yeah, go
quickly
for
on
it,
the
go
ethics.
for it.
Okay,
Alright,
I
go for
appreciate
it,
that.
go for it.
So you have two possible worlds. They are completely identical, except in world A, we exploit and kill animals for unnecessary things. In world B, we don't exploit and kill animals for unnecessary things. Which do you think is morally better, ethically better? World A or world B?
If the animals are raised for that purpose, I don't think ethics need to come into being.
Sorry?
Wait, can you answer the question? Is it world A or world B?
Which one is ethically better?
I don't think either is better. They're
So
equal.
those
So
equal worlds. In the world A, where we exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff, and world B, where we don't exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff, are completely equal in your eyes. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're labeling it as exploiting. I'm not.
Yes, I am labeling it as exploiting, and therefore you should answer my question the way I asked it.
That's a straw man again.
Why is
You're
that a
putting me
straw
into a
man?
trap.
I'm giving you a hypothetical. How can it be a straw man?
You're cornering me into a trap with that.
You can then
You
say,
use the
well, I
word
don't agree
straw
what we
man a
do to
lot.
animals is exploitation and slaughter, after you answer the question. Like, I don't know how you're going to
Yeah,
argue against slaughter, but...
That's a.
You use the word
No.
straw man a lot. Do you know what's a straw man? Can
Yeah,
you
what's
just
a straw
define
man?
that? You've used it like 6 times, and I'm not sure you're using it correctly. It's okay. People make this mistake sometimes.
True.
No, I understand what a straw man is.
Well, it doesn't
what
sound
I
like
mean
it.
by-
What is it? Can you define it, please?
Well, you're misinterpreting my argument and using it to
No.
and making it
I'm
weaker.
I'm literally not even interacting with your argument. I'm literally just giving you a hypothetical, so it can't be a straw man.
Well, but you know
There's no-
my position.
yeah.
You know my position.
We don't. We're asking questions to extract your position.
Yeah.
And a straw man is when you misinterpret an argument. VPM just asked you a question.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah, just ask you a question that can't be a straw man.
Yeah, if you ask a
but
question,
that's-
it's like
but it's not a black and white answer. You can't
like-
put it
it's
in
like
a
if I
way
say
that
what-
you can corner me.
if I say like option A, we go get dinner at 6:00. Option B, we get dinner at 8:00, and you say that's a straw man. Do you see how that sounds weird?
But that's not the kind of question you guys posed.
It is the kind of question they gave two options. Option A, world A, and world B.
Oh, the A and there are two options. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Numerically, there are two options. That doesn't mean it's the same as 6:00 dinner or 8:00 dinner.
Okay,
No.
let me rephrase it really quickly, just to cut to the chase again. I didn't think this would be so complicated. I'm gonna exclude exploitation from my question. World
Yeah,
A.
because you
Hold
said
on,
that. I
hold
didn't
on.
say-
I
I'm not
understand.
saying that.
I understand. Hold on. So I'm gonna. Do you know that we slaughter animals for food? Yes. Slaughter
We
is part
breed
of what
them.
we do. Yes.
We breed them and
Slaughter them.
use them
yes.
for food.
Excellent.
Use them for food.
Do we slaughter
We
animals
use
for
them
food?
for food.
Hold on. Do we slaughter animals for food? For real? If you think we don't slaughter animals for food, it's gonna be weird between us.
We use animal for food. Yeah.
Do we slaughter
Can you
animals
say-
for food? Yes or no?
We use and kill them.
Why
yeah.
can't? Yes, slaughter. Slaughter is killing of animals. Yes, definitionally.
That's not even a weird word. That's the conventional word in the animal agriculture industry. It's called slaughter. It's not even like
Okay,
an
then let's go
emotionally
with my word. So yeah, we use and kill
No,
animals
no. I
for
want you to
food.
use the proper
we breed
word.
them for
We
food.
slaughter animals for food. Yes, your food when you eat it, it's a slaughtered animal. Yes. I don't understand why it's hard for you to admit this. This is literally, as Joe said, like the
I'm
standard
saying the same
word
thing,
for
but
it.
in a different language.
Yeah,
What's
I want
wrong
no.
to understand?
I want you to answer. Do we slaughter animals for food? Yes or no?
We breed, use, and kill animals for food. Yes. I'm saying the same thing.
Why don't you want to use the word slaughter? What's the problem there?
Because with the you're
It's
coming at
literally
me
the
with
industry
that.
word. It's literally we have
Dude,
slaughterhouses.
Dude, call
Slaughterhouses.
any farmer. Yeah, it's called a slaughterhouse. Call any farmer and say what happens on slaughter day.
So why don't you want to use this word?
Yes or no then? Yes or no? Do you eat animals that were slaughtered?
I
yes
already said we use breed.
No, I want you to use the correct word, or explain to me why you don't want to use it. Why don't you want to use the word slaughter?
I want you to utter one word or another word. Out of your mouth, utter either the word yes or no when the question is asked.
You can't force me to do that. What does that even mean? What difference does that make?
It's like, why are you being so weaselly?
But what difference does it make? Why are you guys stuck up on the semantics?
Oh, because that's the word.
I don't understand. Make your argument.
That's the word. I don't understand.
Make your argument. You guys are
I don't
stuck
understand.
on the semantics of it.
Spade, be quiet. I don't understand why you reject this word. So explain it to me. Why don't you want to use the word slaughter?
I want to use what I want to use.
Why don't you want to use this word slaughter? I
Because
want to, I don't want to, can be...
Because you're oversimplifying the whole process, which
I'm
is
oversimplifying...
breeding,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is the slaughter...
Hold on. Killing.
Why is slaughter oversimplifying killing animals? Why is that the word is oversimplifying? Please explain it to me.
Can you move on to the... I would really like you to move on to the point.
I would really like you to use the word slaughter because this is the correct word. This is what we do to animals. So I would really like you to use that word, and I don't understand why you're not using it. What's your problem?
Because you're using it in a very different negative context.
No, I'm literally using it
It's very different.
I'm literally using it to mean that we kill animals. I mean, that's
what I'm
called
saying.
slaughter.
I said we kill animals.
Yeah, but that's called
exactly what I
slaughter.
said.
That's called slaughter. Animal agriculture breeds, exploits, and slaughters animals. None of those words that I'm using are incorrect or ones that farmers wouldn't use. So I don't understand your problem.
Exploit. You said exploit, but I'd like to hear your point.
Use and exploit are the same thing when it comes to sentient beings. You saying we use animals means we exploit animals. You using semantics here is fucked up. But fine.
We're breeding them for that purpose, but okay.
Yeah, we're breeding. Yeah, that was my point. We're breeding them for that purpose. So slaughter is kill animals for food, correct?
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying.
Then why aren't you using the word?
I'm literally telling you.
Why aren't you using the word?
Unequivocally telling you.
Why aren't you using the word? I just want to know why you're not using the word. What's the problem with using the word slaughter?
You just use that. Just a little meta thing. It's funny you just used the word equivocate incorrectly because that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, you're making an equivocation fallacy.
Unequivocally, Mr. Joe. Unequivocally, please listen.
Unequivocally. Okay, fine. Fine. Two possible worlds. In one world, we breed, use, and kill animals for food, for unnecessary food, because that's true. In world B, we don't breed, exploit, and kill animals for unnecessary food.
You're adding
it is unnecessary, and I can prove it. I'm adding it because it's correct, because it's truth, because that's the reality of it. And we proved it to you already.
A lot of things we do is unnecessary. We can live without a...
Cool.
Yeah,
now
we can
answer
live
my
in
question.
sheds. Why are we living in apartments?
Now answer my question. World A, we breed, use, and kill animals for unnecessary food. World B, we don't breed, exploit, use, and kill animals for unnecessary food. Which world is morally better?
I still think they're the same.
They're the same. So
there's
you put zero.
There's not one that's better.
You put zero value to animal lives. That's what you're doing. Zero.
No, I'm saying it's equal in both worlds.
Yeah, that means that animals.
Mean they have...
That means there is the killing an animal is equal to not killing an animal ethically to you. That means that the animal's life value for you is zero.
For dietary purposes, if it's bred for that reason, yes.
Why eat? Why animals being bred for that reason makes it okay to kill them? And I would like an answer that uses
because that's
the animal's position.
Purpose.
That's your purpose. That's the purpose you put on them, or the farmers who bred them put on them. That's not the purpose of the animal. The animals don't know they were bred for the purpose. All they want to is stop suffering and not to be killed, right? That's why I stipulated, if you were here listening to it, I want an answer that actually engages...
I'm listening. You don't have to make personal attacks. I am listening.
You literally just interrupted me. You literally just interrupted me when I was going to make a point.
I want to ask...
You attacked me personally.
Okay, no more meta. One more quick question. You said that there's a hierarchy of quality of life and that humans get to call the shots because we have a willful purpose. And now you're making the claim that the animals that we breed, use, and kill, it's okay to do that because they are bred for that purpose that the humans have willed upon them. Is that a clear interpretation?
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, it's a circular argument.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I breed, use, and rape animals, and I bred them for the purpose of rape, and I arbitrarily used that as my purpose, is that ethical? Because I bred them for that
purpose.
Rape
is not essential for your existence, but eating it.
No. Eating animals is not essential to your existence.
Yeah,
what the fuck? I've been vegan for 10 years. What the fuck are you talking about?
So, and you even conceded at the beginning in your opening argument. Conceded
exactly. So if I am conceding, that's not something you'd be saying to me. What I'm saying is eating.
Yeah.
Eating.
Yeah,
food.
but it's not essential for your survival. So it's not essential.
Meat is not essential. You conceded that in the diet part of your opening statement. You said that you agree with the empirical data that there are permutations of a vegan diet which are healthful.
I get it, Joe. No, so that doesn't mean humans are going through life doing just
that doesn't matter.
the bare minimum.
That just means that it's not essential. No. That just means that it's not essential. That's it.
Exactly. So we're not going through life
you don't
doing
have to,
just the essential stuff.
No, that just means that...
Just the essential
that
means I just need a hut.
No, be quiet.
I don't need an apartment.
Be quiet,
I'm
going to mute you. Be quiet, I'm going to mute you. Okay, so that means that slaughtering animals for food is optional. That's all it means, because you have the option to not.
Can I speak?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. So we're not going through life just doing what is only essential to us, in which case we'd be doing a lot less. That's not a valid argument because it's not consistent with everything else that we do in life.
Can I make the asymmetry for you?
Okay. I'm all ears.
So the asymmetry with the apartment, or you have a beer or something, or let's say you want to buy a yo-yo or a toy, there's not a victim attached to that non-essential choice, where with meat, there's a victim. That's the asymmetry.
How do we know that? We're putting people out.
What do you mean? How do you know that? Have you ever seen like a dog get hit or something, or like a cow get their like?
Oh no! I mean, with regards to the asymmetry, how do we know that nobody else is suffering?
Well, you don't. Even if you don't know that for sure, you don't have any evidence that they are. Whereas in the case of animals being slaughtered, you have evidence that they are being killed for you.
It's like 100% certain. You have meat on your plate. That animal was killed for you. It's like a 100% certainty.
Unless you eat roadkill.
Yeah, unless you find like a dead animal in the woods or it's lab grown, which we don't really have yet.
Maybe, but what you said was it's not essential and we don't have to do it.
Yep, we don't have to. Vegan for 10 years. You don't have to.
Yeah, that's the
and we don't have to do a lot of things.
Yeah, we don't have to rape animals, and we don't, because that's disgusting.
Okay, So I'm only speaking from a dietary point of view when it comes to morality.
Well, no, morality is all encompassing. There is no symmetry breaker between rape and killing.
Yeah, morality also
I'm
includes
against
pleasure.
that. I'm against that.
Why are you against rape but not against killing?
Isn't killing worse than rape? Would you rather be raped or killed?
Or at least they're equal.
I'd rather be raped because I'd still be living. So
Joe, I gotta say this is like a false dichotomy in my opinion, because like I'd rather do neither, right? I'd rather not be raped and not be killed.
Yeah, I was just
only
bringing it up
about
as
animals. I'm only talking about animals being bred for.
Why does that matter? If I bred an animal to be raped, is it okay for me to rape the animal? Why does it matter that I were bred for something? No, there you go. So breeding somebody into existence for a purpose doesn't excuse doing absolutely horrific shit to them. And I would call slaughter horrific shit. You're taking their life away. The fact that they were bred for it absolutely has nothing to do with it. It's basically circular. Farmers breed animals, and then they slaughter animals, and then you justify their breeding and slaughter for them. Why? Just let's stop this cycle. Let's stop breeding and slaughtering. That's it.
Can I make another?
Farms do that. Not all farms do that.
All farms breed and slaughter animals. What the fuck are you talking about? All farms breed and slaughter animals. You fucking conceded to this.
I'm talking about animal breeding. You are attributing rape to animal breeding is not.
No, I didn't say that.
Accurate.
I didn't say that. All I said that animals are bred. I didn't even say anything about rape. I said animals are bred, and that's your excuse. Hold on. No, I didn't. I said animals. Your excuse is animals are bred for the purpose, and therefore it's okay to slaughter them for food. All I said, well, that's circular because farmers breed animals in order to slaughter them, so you can't use that as an excuse. We should stop breeding and slaughtering animals. That's it. Why is it part of a conversation at all? If I breed dogs into existence just to slaughter them or just to rape them, it doesn't matter. Both of them are immoral acts to do. But if I breed an animal for that purpose, it suddenly like excuses like slaughtering or raping them. But you are against one and for the other, where I don't see a symmetry breaker between them. If I breed a dog to rape, are you going to accept that? No, you said that's immoral. Why is it okay to breed a dog to kill them?
Rape?
Sorry?
Breed a dog to rape? Why are we equating? We're not. This is not a discussion.
This is not no. This is not an equivocation. You have no idea what you're talking about. You keep using those words that you don't know and don't understand their meaning. I'm not equating anything. I'm showing you.
Which word do you want me to define?
I'm showing you. It doesn't matter right now. I'm showing you that using the excuse.
No, but you're saying you can't make false allegations and say that.
Listen.
I am listening. Which is why I'm speaking.
That's opposite. When you listen, you don't speak. So you're saying
I can't say anything against you.
Be quiet. Listen. Listening, it requires not speaking. That's literally how human brains work. All I'm trying to show you is that using the excuse that an animal was bred for something as a justification of what is done to that animal is false. It's false. You showed that. If I bred a dog for raping, you wouldn't accept rape as ethical. If I bred an animal for slaughtering them for food, why do you think that slaughter is ethical, therefore?
Can I break it down a little slower? So, Vader,
before that, Joe, sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Can I reply to what VPM said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. This is not a debate about which is worse, rape or
both
killing.
are bad, right? Both are terrible.
That's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm getting at, I am against rape. I know veganism stands for a lot of things. It's an umbrella term. I understand that. I understand it. But from a diet perspective, it's a very different ballgame.
Well, we're not talking about the diet right now, though. We're talking about the animal's life. And you excusing slaughtering the animal by saying, well, we bred them for that purpose. And I'm trying to understand why is that a good fucking justification for slaughtering somebody? If you breed them into existence for that purpose, why is it okay to do immoral shit to them? Or I guess I'm asking a weird question, but like, I think you understand me.
No, I understand you. Again, you're bringing morality into that equation.
Why aren't you bringing morality into your actions? Your actions have consequences, correct?
I'm not bringing morality into that equation because the end purpose of that is for it to end up on a plate. And I don't see anything wrong with it because it is a widely cooked
do you think killing
food
in a vacuum? Do you think killing an animal is bad in a vacuum? Just like taking a knife and slitting a cow's throat, not for food.
Yes.
Yes.
I would say so.
Okay. So do you think raping a cow in a vacuum is wrong?
I don't want to engage in the rape argument. I already told you raping anybody is wrong.
Fine. I'll forgo the rape for now, but those are morally, how do you say, comparable at least, all right? So if in the vacuum, if I breed like a cow without them ending up as food, if I breed a cow in a vacuum to have their throat slit for like something else, like for fun or something like that, is that morally okay?
There are humane ways to do that.
Oh my God, please answer my question.
Suffering.
If I breed an animal to slit their throats because I enjoy slitting the throats of sentient beings, is that morally okay? Without them ending up as food?
Well, they're not doing it for enjoyment. So
I'm literally, that's the hypothetical, mate. I'm literally giving you the hypothetical.
VPM created a hypothetical. It's just a yes or no.
I get that, but my whole argument was that
you know where this goes. That's why you don't want to answer. You know where this goes. You're a smart person.
No,
but for some reason.
No, because you're completely ignoring the fact that I mentioned that the end purpose is what matters.
Yeah, so there you go. So the end purpose.
It's not enjoyment. It's not enjoyment.
So I'm just.
Isn't it?
So therefore, you can give me a yes or no answer, right? In a vacuum, I bred a cow to slit their throat for fun. Is that moral? Yes or no?
But that's an invalid question.
Oh my God! It's a yes or no question.
Sense.
Why is it invalid?
It has nothing to.
The end purpose is me to have fun.
It has nothing to do with my stance. It has nothing to do with my stance.
You had no problem answering that it's not okay to slit a cow's throat in a vacuum. Why do you have a problem with this?
It has nothing to do with my stance. That's
what do you mean? I bred a cow to slit their throat for
fun.
Why
would I?
So is it moral or not? So say it's immoral. If that's what you think.
I don't think that. That's not.
So it's okay
stance.
for me to breed an animal to slit their throat for fun?
That's why I say it's an
why is that a problem for you to say yes or no?
Can we let me just speak
because the end purpose is what matters. That's why.
My end purpose is fun, and
I
want to slit an animal's throat.
You are listening to me at this point.
The end purpose
because you're asking questions that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
It has, absolutely has. I'm just trying. No, hold on, Joe. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to triangulate what your problem is, right? You said breeding animals to slit their throat for food is moral. So I'm asking, what if the end goal, I'm replacing it with fun? Is it moral or not?
For fun? Yeah. No way.
Yeah, so if I breed a cow with the purpose of slitting their throat for fun, because I enjoy slitting throats, that's immoral, correct?
For fun? Yeah, it is immoral.
Okay. Joe, go on.
Okay, yeah, we can jump back to that. I know where you're going with that. Well, I think the overall point there is that
Spade, if you
is
listen,
that
you'll
meat-
hear it.
Yeah, is that meat is optional product. You can eat something different, and at the end of the day, you're just doing it for fun because you could choose a different food.
Yeah. And you conceded to that in the beginning of this conversation, as I understand from Joel.
In the beginning, you said that there are empirically proven permutations of a vegan diet which can give you every nutrient and etc. And we can go through the protein goals and stuff too, but yeah, that we can go. I think that's trivial.
Sure, but are you also aware that all of those foods are not accessible practically?
You live in the US,
Are they
mate.
accessible for you?
What the fuck?
Are they accessible for you?
For me, yeah.
There you go.
Okay, we're just talking to you.
Say what?
We're just talking to you right now.
Okay, and I am saying I have tried, and it didn't work. We spoke about that.
Like
you considered that too.
It sounds like you tried it wrong because you were eating like 20 cans of beans or something.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the bread for the purpose thing. I just want to go through this. Do you agree that this is a valid syllogism? If an animal is bred for the purpose of X, it is ethical to do X. Animals are bred for the purpose of food. Therefore, it is ethical to breed, kill animals for food. Is that valid?
I think only food is the
What's
valid X that I will accept.
So any other X in that. So do you understand? Like, so then you'll have to provide an argument for P2 that, like, why is it ethical for food but no other purpose?
Because you're getting nothing out of it, and for food, there are humane
What
ways.
do you mean? You get enjoyment.
I'm getting
the same.
I'm getting enjoyment out of it. Like let's use another example. Let's like go to the rodeo or like a bullfight. People get a shitload of enjoyment from that. They stab the cow and they like fight the cow. They don't use it for food. It's entertainment. It's like they were bred for that purpose. They were bred for the purpose of bullfighting. There's dogs that are bred for the purpose of dogfighting. And people get a shitload of enjoyment out of that. They love that shit. They breed dogs. They make them like go roof, 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 and fight each other. They're bred for the purpose.
I mean, all dogs are bred for
Yeah,
fun.
but I don't understand the point here. There's also chicken fighting, but that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's my point here. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to get your argument. I'm steelmanning your argument for you. I'm making a syllogism for you. I'm making this valid. If
I
an
get
animal
it, and I already told you my stance only for food.
So then we need a sub-argument for the food. I want you to create an argument for why is it ethical only to breed an animal into existence for food but no other purpose? What is the...
Haven't we always foraged for vegetables, animals, meat
Why does that matter?
throughout civilization?
Why does that matter?
Haven't we drink like dirty water for all of civilization? Should they be drinking dirty water?
This is not harmful.
I mean, haven't we been raping each other?
That's not a fair.
What do you mean? You're just appealing to tradition and history.
Yeah.
No, but it's not fair. That's not a fair comparison.
Why not?
You're comparing dirty water to having meat. Meat is not exactly harmful.
Let's steel me on the next argument then. So the sub-argument for P2
No,
that
but
animals
you
are
agree
bred...
with me on that. You're not conceding anything. You're just asking follow-up questions. So without conceding anything of any
my follow-up question is the fact
But
that
you're
we've
not-
been doing it for thousands of years, is that an ethical justification for anything?
Why? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's for, if it is for food. We did it for survival back then, and then we evolved to a point where we can, we do have alternatives, but we don't always have to use the alternatives or stick to the same way. So I'm saying both can coexist is my point. Omnivore is using both.
In the past it was lethal to be vegan. Today it's not. So we don't live in the past. So I don't know why you're bringing up the past.
I'm bringing up the past because you said, why do we even have to do it?
Yeah, so that's an appeal to tradition because you say, well, we always done it, so we should continue doing it, right? There's no other reason.
And if you were to again make a syllogism logically with like anything, you would say like,
again, no, I know what you're getting at.
Yeah. So it's like
no, that's not what I'm
why are
saying.
you appealing? Yeah, why are you appealing to tradition? It's an informal fallacy. I think you probably know that.
I understand that, but it doesn't have to be consistent. There are exceptions, and there
Sorry, you
is
don't
room for
value logical
improvement, there is
consistency? You don't value logical
Yeah,
consistency?
So you don't. Not in all cases. No, you don't acknowledge outliers.
What the fuck motivates you if
and
not logical
evolution.
consistency?
You don't.
What the
You
fuck?
don't
Wait,
accept evolution.
Wait, slow down. Do you disagree that with the 3 laws of logic? Like, do you disagree that those are, or do you think that there's like compatible stances that you can have that contradict those?
You have to forgive me. I don't know what the 3 laws of logic are.
There's the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, like those sorts of things. Like, you adhere to like the laws of logic in your life, right?
What's the third one?
It's the one that's P and wait. Law of non-contradiction is P and not P. Law of identity is A equals A. 1 second. It's kind of like the second one. Oh yeah, it's the law of excluded middle, where it's like either or. It's every proposition is either true or false. There's no third in between. It's like kind of why VPM asks you yes or no questions, because they come up with a possible world A or possible world B, and just like it's called the excluded middle. Yeah.
Yeah, I know those are questions basically meant to trap someone in a debate. I understand that.
What do you mean they're meant to
nobody
trap?
really has an answer to
They're
those
meant to look at your moral position, mate. But you don't have one, actually, Joe. Let's us remind that they don't have an issue with World A. So, like, World A and World B are the same morality to them.
Yeah, we did get that. I think that what probably is just like the end of the debate in my mind. I did just want to say like that's the reductio ad absurdum, that like 80 billion land animals slaughtered needlessly or not is like equally ethical. I think that's kind of insane personally.
Yeah, same.
But yeah.
I mean, seriously, the person who says there is no difference between those two worlds, an animal's life is worth zero to you. So we can't consider you being moral at all, right? Because it's very incredibly clear that an animal's life, a sentient animal's life, is worth more than zero to anybody who has like a brain. Like
I get that, but see, I don't think you've answered my question of why they are not different at all.
What do you mean not different at all? Who's not different?
Yeah, we said earlier that there's tons of differences.
Yeah, we said it. The only morally relevant trait to ethics, in my opinion, is sentience. And that's what we have in common with animals. Of course, there are differences between humans and animals. We said it. We answered it very extensively. I even beat the bullet. That if it was between...
How come your 3 laws of logic doesn't apply there, and it's not consistent with how we treat humans and how we treat animals?
Who the fuck said it doesn't?
How does it not?
Okay, do you want to sue my dog if it bites you?
No,
like I already explained that. You would equalize it to how you would treat a human.
Were you not listening this entire time?
So put it behind bars?
Trait equalize.
I said trait equalize. So, like, if a 3-year-old bites my hand, you don't imprison a 3-year-old. Did you not listen to when I was explaining that?
Okay, 18 plus. What about then?
Then you put them to prison,
If they're 18 plus, then you put them on trial for
as a
like
human.
assaulting someone.
Hold on, Joe. I think they're not understanding.
A dog?
Hold on.
A dog?
Hold on.
No.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jesus Christ. It's trait equalization. That means that he takes the traits of dogs and then he equalizes to the case of humans. So trait equalizing a dog to a human would be a 3-year-old. A dog cannot be equalized to an 18-year-old human. That would be illogical. So when you take a dog that bites
Why is that?
because they don't have the mental capacity to become as smart or have as higher consciousness as a human being who's 18 years old.
Exactly my point.
That's
right?
not your
so
point.
Therein you draw the inherent differences.
We know, we accepted that there are differences. No, hold on, Spade. We accepted that there are differences. That's why the trait equalization exists. It's just not a difference between killing somebody or not. Hold on. So if a 3-year-old child is okay to kill because they're like equal to a dog, but an 18-year-old child is not okay to kill? Try using it straight, like your position leads to absurdity, complete absurdity. If you're saying, well, dogs are different because they can only be trait equalized to a 3-year-old child, well, are you gonna like exploit and slaughter 3-year-old children? Or use and kill for food? I'm so sorry.
You brought the 3-year-old child into the equation.
Yeah, because that's the trait equalization that we're making. A dog has the same capacity to reason as a 3-year-old child.
I don't know about that. I don't know where you're getting that from.
If you disagree with that, just for the sake of hypothetical, say the dog is like 2 or 3-year-old cognition.
But hypothetical, we're having arguments on the hypotheticals instead.
Have you ever seen a dog like jump through an obstacle course? Have you ever seen a dog like go through the obstacle courses and stuff? Dude, my 3-year-old kid can't do that shit. He's in gymnastics. He can like barely jump on the trampoline.
Your kid is in gymnastics. That's fantastic.
He is. Yeah, he's super cool. He's vegan from conception too, and he's 90th percentile on his growth chart because he doesn't need meat.
Mic drop.
No, it's not mic drop.
It's 100% mic drop.
Really.
That just puts your claim into perspective, right? But you already conceded that we don't need animal products for anything, like basically, right? That there are permutations of diets that you can be like survive and be healthy on. Hell, I'm on one of them. So what's the problem? And trust me, I'm not spending too much time cooking and shit.
I also conceded that we don't go through life just doing only the bare minimum.
Well, that doesn't matter.
You're conveniently living that out.
No.
I went through that as well. I said there's non-essential things that we all do, but there's not a victim.
Okay, so how come there's no victim?
Yeah, if you do an action that you don't need and there is no victim, then you can do an action that you don't need. If you do an action that you do need and there is a victim, then it's morally justifiable. But if you do an action that you don't need that has victims, then you have to change your action to not have victims in it. Obviously, this is morality 101.
I also mentioned that we don't know that there are victims because they don't come and tell you.
What the fuck do you mean? That piece of meat on your plate, an animal was slaughtered for it. Is that not victimhood? Like just killing somebody, does that not definition of fucking victimhood?
I understand from the animal perspective. I'm saying from
a victim is
the
the perspective of the other being. You can't always look at only from a place of a perpetrator. When you consider ethics, you have to think of the victim. Of course, you have to think of the animal in this conversation. Why aren't you thinking of the animal in this conversation?
Can I speak for like 30 seconds uninterrupted?
Maybe, I don't know yet. But you can start.
Okay. Cool.
Are you going to answer my question, though?
I listened to you.
No, but are you going to answer my question? I asked you a question. Are you going to answer my question in those 30 seconds?
Let me speak the way I want to speak. Why are you dictating?
No, because I want an answer to my question. That's the root cause of why you're acting so silly. Because you're not considering the animal. So I want an answer to my question.
Wait. That's what I'm getting at. So
that's why I asked. Am I going to get an answer to my question? Why can't you say yes or no?
My reply will have an answer.
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Please, why? I don't know why you're getting worked up. Anyway, okay.
Because you're annoying.
So when I said,
Sorry, go on.
I'm being
go
really
on.
friendly here. I'm listening to you guys.
No.
Come on now.
Your ability to reason is annoying. You are fine. You are a fantastic person, like a fantastic person to talk to, right? You really have a nice voice. Your English is perfect, fantastic, right? Your accent is really nice, right? It's the reasoning.
go on,
The
okay.
reasoning is fucking annoying. So go on. Annoy me some more.
No, see, I'm losing my train of thought when that happens.
The question was, why aren't you considering the animals in your moral considerations?
Never mind.
Okay.
I completely forgot.
Can I go back to the syllogism I made with the food and the bred for the purpose thing?
Sure. Yes, please.
So, if an animal is bred for the purpose of food, it is ethical to breed animals for food and kill them. P2, animals are bred for the purpose of food. Therefore, it is ethical to breed animals into existence for food. Is that valid and sound by your lights?
In one case, you're saying they're killed. The other case, they're not. What?
Or, sorry, I might have just misspoken, but do you get the general gist of? I can try and repeat it, but if
you
an
may
animal,
have to elaborate.
yeah, if an animal is
Because
bred
the only difference I found was that in one case they're killed, other case they're
Oh,
not.
yeah, sorry, I might have misspoke when I was trying to go through it. If an animal is bred for the purpose of food, it is ethical to breed animals for food. Animals are bred for food, therefore it is ethical to breed animals for food. Do you agree that's valid and sound by your lights?
So, sorry, I'm not. I will answer that. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
case one,
steel
you're
man
saying-
your. Yeah, I'm just trying to like get what you said and then put it.
I'll allow you to do that. I just want to clarify that I understood it correctly. So, case one, you're saying we breed them for that purpose, food. Breed them, use them, kill them, all of that. In case two, you're saying animals breed and do that all by themselves.
No, sorry. I'm just making a logical syllogism. So it's a proposition, and a conclusion that is entailed upon the propositions. And proposition one is, if an animal is bred for the purpose of food, it is ethical to breed animals for food. And then proposition two is, animals are bred for the purpose of food. Therefore, it is ethical to breed animals for food.
Joe, can you repeat it one more time? I spaced out as well.
Okay. It's basically a modus ponens, just
I think I
basic
understand.
logic.
Yeah, I want to
Okay,
hear
go
it
ahead.
again, though, please. I want to hear it again.
Yeah, if an animal is bred for the purpose of food, it is ethical to breed animals for food. Proposition 2. Animals are bred for the purpose of food. Conclusion. Therefore, it is ethical to breed animals for food.
So, do you want me to pick one of the options?
It's not really options, it's just a syllogism.
Oh, because of A, B is true. Because A is true, B is true.
No, A and B both have to be true, and then the conclusion is entailed upon those. It follows from the propositions.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, can you just give me what your argument is then? Because I thought this is what you were saying, but I guess it's not. I'm like trying my best here to just like try to logically get what your ethical stance is on paper.
Okay. Okay, got it. I understand what you're doing, and I think this is going back to that hierarchy of quality of life. This is kind of the only rebuttal.
I can modify the propositions. You want me to put non-human animal in the propositions?
No.
Is that
No. What you said is fine. It's fair. It's a fair question.
Yeah. Just replace. If you want to replace animal with non-human animal, that's fine. And then we can just, when I said animal, just assume I said non-human animal. That's fine.
No, because I agree that I mean, not saying I agree. I'm saying my stance is that there's even quality of life within animals, the animal kingdom, which is what I stated at the beginning. So no, I do not think that's true. If animals are bred for food, therefore it's ethical. That doesn't encompass all of the animals in the animal kingdom.
So, what you're saying is that there's like some line.
Yeah.
Okay, so would it be ethical to breed chimpanzees for food?
If it is a delicacy somewhere, yeah.
Okay, so you think it's okay to like farm and breed
Depends
chimpanzees?
on where you live. Depends on where you live. I'm talking about the regular meat.
Yeah,
I know you're
just
getting at the hypothetical, but okay.
Yeah. Just say it's culturally accepted. We're in, I don't know, some island somewhere, and they have a very 1,000-year-old cultural practice of breeding chimpanzees into existence, keeping them in cages, and then, cutting their heads off. And then, it's a delicacy. It tastes delicious. I love monkey spleen and liver.
Sure.
That would be ethical under your view?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay,
it's consistent. Yeah. So yes.
That's your view. I think most people disagree with you.
Is not true, but yeah.
Yeah, if that's your view, that's like an ethically fine practice, then I guess that's fine. That's what you believe. I disagree.
Okay. Fair enough.
Chip, you wanna?
Yeah, I see someone else join too.
Yeah. So I'm actually very.
I'd like to stay on if you guys don't mind.
Yeah. So I joined mid conversation, and I'm curious to ask you some questions, Spade. So as far as I understand, you are being logically consistent. That's what I got so far, right? So if we were to farm humans, you would be in favor of it, or you would say it is moral for us to do so, right?
No. If you've been hearing what I say, that there is a hierarchy for the quality of life, and I put humans at the top of that.
Yeah, Chip,
So if a human-
I basically just ran the closest animal to human, chimpanzee, and he was okay with it. So I was just trying to figure out like where his line was with farming, and the line is basically between chimpanzee and human.
Okay, but I like obviously you can draw the line wherever you want, right? But the whole point is not having an arbitrary line, but having a logical line. So why is it that you think that the line between chimpanzees and humans should be drawn? What makes it logical that that line is there?
So if you've heard what I said in the beginning, I put humans at the top.
I did not.
Okay, so I mentioned that humans have there's a hierarchy of quality of life. Humans are at the top because we exist in the ecosystem with a meaningful and willingful purpose.
So wait. So if
within the ecosystem, not society.
Wait, you're saying a lot of things that don't really say anything. So they have a higher quality of life within an ecosystem. So what does that even mean? Because humans don't live in any ecosystem, right? We're definitely outside of absolutely any ecosystems. Where we created an area where we basically there is no such natural everything goes here. No, we created a society that's based on rules, right? Rules that we created. So it's not part of any form of natural I don't know, this affects that type of situation, right? It's a place where we create the rules and everything happens because we make it happen. So I'm pretty curious what does that even mean, that everything that you said? Because it just sounds to me like, I don't know. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean by that. So can you be a little bit more explicit by what you mean?
Okay, so can I ask you what you mean by what you think an ecosystem means?
Oh, an ecosystem. Well, I'll just use the definition of I don't want to based on what I mean. An ecosystem is a system of interacting living organisms and their non-living physical environment.
Yeah, precisely. So I feel like we have a more willful and purposeful interaction with our surroundings as opposed to animals, which is why I think
why is that relevant? Why is that morally relevant? I'm assuming that if we found intellectually challenged human beings who have no meaning or purpose towards their ecosystem or environment, and they create a country for themselves where they're just them, so basically a society of themselves, would you be okay with farming them?
No, I'm not denying the existence of 1%, 2%, 0.5% outliers or exceptions, which is the case in every statistic, by the way.
Hypothetically, let's just say hypothetically, if 51% of humans were mentally disabled, would you be okay with farming them?
Are they a delicacy in this
they taste great.
hypothetical system?
Yeah, just hypothetically, 51% of humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, are farmed because they're mentally disabled and they're bred for that purpose and they're created into food. Would you find that ethical?
Or if they are culturally and
Yep, they're human beings.
They're accepted as a delicacy. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, I think that's it. That's the bullet bite. That's all we needed to know. Okay. The debate's over, I think.
I think the debate is over, but because you're in favor of farming humans,
it's still
but I gotta ask.
You make it sound like it's a gotcha statement, but it's still a hypothetical.
It's not a gotcha. It's your value. I mean, we're not gotchaing you. We're just extracting your value, and that's your ethical value system, and we just really disagree with it. And that's your system. Our system is not to farm disabled humans if that hypothetically existed.
No, because you're standing on a moral high ground that's based.
It's not a moral high ground. It's we're asking something.
We literally asked you for your position. We literally asked you for your position, and then said we don't agree with it.
Based on a hypothetical.
Dude, I'm not even saying I'm higher or lower than you. I'm just saying I disagree. Like, bro.
Okay, so Spade.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah,
wait,
you
let's
disagree,
not
but
Spade.
you're not disagreeing. You're judging me. You don't know my ethics and values.
I just said I disagree. What?
Can I ask one question?
You said you know my ethics and values based off of my answer off of a hypothetical question. What do you mean what?
I can answer the same hypothetical. Ask me the hypothetical, and I would say no, I find that unethical. That's why I disagree with you.
So also on top of that, Spade, you already said there's 1% people. 1% is a lot of people.
Oh,
it's
don't
80
quote
million
me on
people.
that, sorry.
Let's just imagine. Let's
Okay.
just imagine that there's 1,000 people of those, right?
Okay.
If would you be in favor of farming all those 1,000 people if they were all in one place and thus interacting with their environment in the same way that is, according to you, meaningless or without purpose?
Okay, so if you're expecting a yes or no answer, that's not gonna come from me.
Jesus
What
Christ.
are you gonna answer then?
Because
So are
you're
you-
completely disregarding everything that I said before and
Sure, because I wasn't
posing
here.
a question.
Because I wasn't
that's-
here.
No,
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand where your
repeated
values
too.
lie. I understand.
Yeah.
Well, where you said that it's wrong to farm humans because of their meaningful and willingness to engage with their ecosystem. So that means that if there are individuals who don't have any meaning or willingness to engage with their ecosystem, then you should be okay with farming them, correct?
That is very correct, but you're again disregarding the fact that I mentioned that there are outliers, there are exceptions.
Who cares, man? Case. I understand you probably don't really
understand
how
you don't
science
care.
works or mathematical
I
works,
understand
but
you
in
don't
mathematics,
care.
Sure,
But
sure.
I
Spade.
know it and I acknowledge it.
Spade, let him.
Yeah, so Spade, so would you be in favor of
I'm saying
rounding up all of these
Homo
exceptions,
sapiens
all of
as
these,
a species.
all of
Spade,
these?
let him finish. Jesus.
So
I know
Spade,
you're tired, but holy shit, can you wait? Go on.
Would you be in favor of rounding up all of these 8,000 people who don't interact with the environment, who essentially you're saying don't have any moral worth because you're okay with farming them? Would you be okay with rounding them up and farming them? We would all benefit from it, by the way. We could create, I don't know, free electronics for people who are in need, people who actually engage with the environment, as you say.
Chip, another great way that we could use these disabled humans is we could extract their organs and use them for organ transplants. It would be amazing. It would benefit all the people who are willing and have an engagement with their surroundings. We can farm these disabled humans and then keep them in factory farms. And then when someone who's smart needs a liver, we just chop one of them up and take their liver out. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, so you would be in favor of that, Spade, right? Or I mean, according to your own logic, I would assume you would be in favor of that. If you're not in favor of that, please speak up and say why you're not in favor of it, because according to what you're saying, you should be in favor of it.
Okay. Are you finished?
I mean, did you not? I'm assuming you haven't listened to me if you don't realize that I'm not finished yet.
Okay, no, because I'm apparently not. I'm interrupting when you're trying to attack me.
Yeah, sure.
So,
but what was
but
Chip's? What did Chip just say? Can you repeat
He's
what Chip
asking
just said?
he's basically asking whether or not you would be okay with, using these mentally disabled humans, 1,000 of them, if they lived in a certain area, to say, use them for food purposes, delicacies, extracting their livers for organ transplants, that sort of thing. And it's kind of a yes or no question. It's not really an attack. You said he's attacking you. He was just asking a question. Questions aren't attacks.
Correct, and not all questions have a yes or no answer.
This
just
one
like
does.
you said.
Yeah, this one does though.
Well, no, it doesn't mean I have to answer it with a yes or no. It's more complicated than
Just
that.
answer it. Just answer it.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, if you have listened to what I've reiterated in the last few minutes, that humans, I feel, are have the highest quality of life with that willful purpose, that doesn't mean there's no outliers, no exceptions. That's never the case. And if there is a case, that they are still humans.
So that
just
doesn't mean
because they're outliers, that doesn't mean they're not humans.
Okay, so Spade, let me put it very easily for you.
I'm saying humans are the only ones.
Sure.
So wait, can I finish? So now you're interrupting. Okay. So what I'm saying is humans are the only ones with a willful and a willful purpose to live within the ecosystem and operate within the ecosystem, which is why we should be calling the shots. And there are outliers to that, but that doesn't mean they're not humans. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you're making a categorical mistake there. You understand that, right? So what you're saying essentially is, because I'm not asking you what you think about a certain category that you have delimited. You have created this category, and you're saying all individuals of this category that I created, even though there are outliers of all these individuals, most of these individuals, they have these characteristics. Not all of them have these characteristics, but most of these individuals have these characteristics. And all of these individuals are part of the same category that I created, right? Called humans. This is what you're saying. And what you're saying is that anybody outside of this category, Well, you didn't create it, but you're using it for your argument. So every individual outside of this category does not have moral worth. And when we ask you why they don't have moral worth, you're saying it's because of these characteristics that they don't have moral worth. You're not saying it's because they belong to a category of individuals that does not have these characteristics. You're saying because these individuals don't have these characteristics. So then it only stems to serve that you can't use the description of a category to judge an individual, right? Because if you're doing that, you're essentially, I could say that, well, if the majority of the human beings who are red-haired, right, like ginger people, if the majority of these people are maybe depressed or do not have a willingness or do not interact with their environment well enough, I only need the majority of them to be that way. There might be outliers who do interact with the environment, but if the majority don't, then you would be in favor of farming them because they're part of a category that, this category, ginger people, because the majority of them are not this way, then they're not willingly or purposefully interacting with their environment, correct?
No, no, I'm completely against farming humans. I know I answered
but you can't
Joe's
explain
question.
why. But you can't explain why. You can only say, I'm against farming humans because the human category has certain traits
Because it's
from
not
most individuals.
science-based, it's belief-based. And I'm talking based
so
off
it's
of
belief
logic.
based.
And it's based off of logic. It's, like I said, I hold
Which logic is that?
humans at
You
the
said
highest.
it's belief based.
I hold humans at the highest quality of life because we have that willful purpose to live in.
So okay,
within
so
the
then let me put it this
ecosystem.
way. Let me put it this way, Spade. If I personally hold certain individuals to a higher degree, then if I choose to exploit any other individual outside of that category, then you should think I'm acting morally because I'm essentially doing the same rules of morality that you are. Okay? So if I, for instance, as I said, ginger people, if I say that ginger people don't have moral worth, but every other individual has moral worth, then according to your own rules, it's a belief of mine. I hold every other individual except the ginger people as to a higher worth. Therefore, it's okay for me to exploit and slaughter these other individuals because I personally don't hold them to a good enough worth to not exploit them, right? Essentially, what you're saying is it's subjective to me, they're not worth it. Therefore, it's okay to exploit them. So I'm saying exactly the same thing. To me, you're not worth it, Spade. Therefore, it's okay for me to exploit you, correct?
I don't use the word exploit, but you make a very, very good argument, and that's a really strong argument. Again, it's not just that I believe. Well, yeah, I can only speak to my belief, but yeah, that's a fair argument. You're fine. Yeah, you can try and exploit me. Only difference is I'm not gonna end up on your plate as easy as an animal, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
did
so
you
you see-
just bite the bullet that it's okay that if someone's more powerful than you, they can exploit you?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
They just bit the bullet, yes.
Like it's okay for me to
Yeah.
grape you and kill you just because that's my belief?
Yeah, Spade, you
that
don't
what I'm
have to
hearing?
bite any of these bullets, Spade. I understand that that's what you think. But you don't have to bite any of these bullets. You can, the mark of an intelligent person is when they admit they're wrong, take a step back and reconsider their choices. It's not a weakness to realize that something you've been doing or thinking about is wrong. It's a sign of strength to realize that because that means you can progress. If you're always holding on to these values that as
Well,
you see
I
they're
understand-
inconsistent, then you're not gonna be able to progress, man.
Well, I thank you for the philosophy lesson. I understand that. I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm still here, open to be dissuaded. And like I said, I opened this debate saying I'm grappling with it. I'm not saying I'm convinced. So I don't know why there's any personal attacks. I'm opening to listen. All of that, that's fine. Anyways,
Yeah,
I was
just like really surprised when you said like you'd be okay with chimpanzee factory farming and stuff. You came in and you sounded so kind and nice, and I just wasn't expecting that, and it was kind of took me off guard. But that's your view.
I still think it's consistent. Sorry.
Consistent. What Chip is getting at is like, rather than trying to be logically consistent with the view that you already hold, if you think that sounds crazy, like factory farming chimpanzees, it might be easier to just like change your view. I change my view like every other week. I learn new things and I'm like, oh shit, I was wrong on that, and I change my view. It's super easy. I actually love doing it. I'm like, oh, I'm a better person now.
Yeah. Do you also consider the possibility? So you're coming to a conclusion based off of that hypothetical question. I get that. And based off of logic, all of that, I get it. But I don't consider that'll ever happen.
What does that have to do with anything? It's an ethical question. It's not a, and it can logically happen, right? And it can physically happen, like chimpanzees exist.
Chimpanzees do exist.
Yeah, so like it is logically possible to factory farm chimpanzees, right?
Yeah, I mean, we exploit monkeys in Thailand, for example, to get coconuts. We exploit them. We as humans, if somebody, let's put it this way, as you know, we live in a capitalistic society. It's all about making money. And if somebody wants to make money, and obviously they don't have to pay the animals, it's much easier to enslave them and use them for what you want. But you know what? When you run into the issue that you only have a certain fixed amount of animals, you're going to enslave them, sexually exploit them so that you get more of them, and then use them for whatever you want. It doesn't matter how much these animals feel. It doesn't matter that they don't want to be doing this. It doesn't matter the fact that they might be suffering even more than a human would in that situation. All that matters is that they get money from it. And I don't know, I'm just not the type of person who would be okay with that personally. But I'm not sure if you are also, and I don't think you would be, because it's very cruel to somebody who... I know you like to think that humans are superior, but you know, every single individual of a species thinks their species is superior. A bird will say to a human, I'm superior to a human because I can fly. A dog will say to a human, I'm superior because I can smell really well and hear really well. Like, we're only smarter, that's all we are. And yeah, that proves that we can dominate, because using intelligence we can do a lot.
Only smarter. Okay, sorry.
I'm just saying, man, like intelligence goes one way, but I would say, if you ask me, if we were to split up humans between emotionally intelligent people and non-emotionally intelligent people, I would say the individuals with emotional intelligence would be superior to the intelligent people. So it's not all about intelligence. It's about more. It's about knowing how to apply that intelligence, about knowing the consequences of that intelligence. And if you just only use it to better yourself, I don't think that makes you superior. I just think that makes you exactly the same as everybody else. It's just that you're using a different type of power.
Okay, that's fair.
What you've, and I'm sure you've like heard of these informal fallacies before, like appeal to tradition or like straw man, that sort of stuff. Have you heard of the one? It's called might makes right.
I might have. Is there an example or an elaboration?
Like an example of that would be like slavery. Like white people had the might over black people in history, and that was like their justification. Like they had the power. They had, as you put it earlier, they called the shots, and they were the mightier power, so that made it right. And that's kind of like what I'm getting out of this is you're saying like humans are more intelligent. So it's like a might makes right sort of thing. Or another example would be like the Nazis.
Yeah,
and
basically, but it's not humans versus humans.
Yeah, humans versus chimpanzee, or you even bit the bullet, humans versus humans, if 51% of the humanity were mentally disabled.
I will take that answer back. I messed that up.
Well, that's
Can
good
I take
to
it
hear.
back?
I'm glad you took that one back. That was insane, bro.
Yeah.
But just to be clear, the only reason, because obviously exploiting and using humans for your own benefit is wrong, but you gotta know why it's wrong. You can't just say it's wrong because they're humans, because that doesn't work. It's not wrong to exploit humans because they're human. That's not the answer. So why do you think it's wrong?
Can I ask it a different way?
Please.
So let's just do another hypothetical. And I really appreciate you engaging with hypotheticals. A lot of times in these discussions, people will just say, well, that's not realistic, though. But yeah, engaging with hypotheticals is really important because it is.
Well, I still have
it's like
challenged you. I'm sorry about that, but I still have to. It's part of a debate.
Yeah,
you can't.
It is philosophy 101. It's how you tease out ethical positions, and it's how you arrive at these kind of stances, because you have, like, lawyers do it, doctors do it in medical ethics. The hypotheticals are so important to like tease out ethics. So I'll just throw another one at you. Let's say tomorrow we invent a scanner that can like scan people to see if they're part of the human genome or not. And you find out that your neighbors are actually like a little bit out of the human genome. They're like Homo erectus, like somewhere in like the Homo erectus, not Homo sapien sapien. And like their DNA is just slightly different enough where they're not human. Would it be okay to kill and eat them?
I would say from my known knowledge that humans are not a delicacy in any shape or form. And
yeah, built into the hypothetical is that this like non-human human, they look exactly like humans, but they're just like slightly out of the genome. This genetic variation actually makes their thigh meat taste so succulent and amazing.
You're a funny guy.
Yeah. So they taste good, and they're your neighbor. You've known them your whole life. They act, they look, they speak just like them, but they're just not human. They're like slightly out of the range. Their DNA has just been shifted a little bit. There was a mutation. Let's say they evolved. Like natural selection happened, and they're like part of this lineage of non-human humans. They're like Homo erectus part 2 or something. And they're just not Homo sapien sapien. They're Homo erectus sapien. They're not human anymore. And their thighs just taste fucking amazing. You can low smoke them on low and slow. Get some dry rub on that shit. God damn.
Okay, cool. Fair question. Can I answer that with another question before I answer it? Actually answer it?
Sure.
Okay. So, how do you define a human?
A human is part of the species Homo sapien sapien, probably.
How do you define it outside of a, let's say, fuck.
Yeah, just like go to Wikipedia, and on the like the right side of human, it'll like show you like this long thing, and it like goes down the kingdom Animalia to like genus. I forget biology, but at the bottom it's like species. And it's
you're right. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're rekindling those biological words for me. No, so that's not what I mean. What is your definition of a human?
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. That's a Castlevania meme. I mean, you're kind of like getting to like a semantic analysis here of human, but at the end of the day, I think it's just member of the species, unless anyone else in here disagrees.
Because it is coming down to a semantic analysis of what I think of how I view a human as. Which is why I want to know what your views are.
Yeah, my view is whatever the biology says, and I'm not a biologist. I took like honors bio in high school like 25 years ago, but yeah, it's Homo sapien sapien as far as I can tell.
So I have to go, but I'll mention this. I don't think human means Homo sapiens sapiens only. I think that's why we have different species of humans. But humans, I think, is just a group of phenotypes that essentially describe behaviors of humans. Like say they walk on 2 legs. I don't know. We feed our children milk. Our gestation period is 9 months. This kind of stuff, right? We have eyes, we have a face. There are certain phenotypes that you can describe a human by. That's as far as I know, because we do have different species of humans, right? Like you just said, Homo erectus was a species of humanoids specifically. So I don't think that it matters. I can understand why you would think that it matters, but I think when you think that this matters, I think you're approaching this in the wrong way, because if you're asking this, it feels like more than anything you're trying to justify your position rather than try to question your position. And obviously you can find justifications for your positions, but we're here trying to get you to question that position. Because if you take away every single phenotype, if you're taking away every single phenotype of the individuals that you're not okay with exploiting, like take for instance intelligence, right? It's a phenotype. If you take that phenotype away from an individual and you say, should I exploit an individual that's not intelligent? They're still human. No, it's wrong. Okay, and then you start taking away all these phenotypes that makes them human, but you still keep in mind that behind those eyes, in that head, there is an individual who has an experience of the world, right? And if you just take all of that away, you realize that there's actually no difference between us and animals. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if you want to go through that, but if you do go through that exercise, as we all did, you realize that there is no difference. And therefore we should respect animals. We should give them the bare minimum of respect like we do to humans.
What Chip is describing there is known as the trait equalization process, and that is what I was kind of getting at with like the human scanner thing. Is like you could just like go down the line, like remove these traits one by one, and I'm like asking like, where does your morals turn? And it seems like it's like really shady and gray for sure. But you did bite the bullet on the chimpanzees, which I thought was wild. I think most people you ask wouldn't say that's okay. I think
I would still stand by that answer. Sorry.
The chimpanzee one?
It would hurt a lot of people. Yeah, I would stand by that. As long as if it's a delicacy, if it's something that people used to hunt and kill before for food,
that's. I think that's surprising to me, just to say the least, because I think if I ask any meat eater I know in real life, they would disagree with that. So I think you hold a very minority view.
Simply because you didn't probably pose a.
Oh, I'll put all the conditions in there.
Those,
I'll put them in. I work with engineers, dude. They know how to parse that stuff, and we work with a ton of hypotheticals and engineering.
Myself.
Yeah, they know how to add all the conditionals in. We build these complicated spreadsheets with a ton of if statements, and it's I would build that in there, and I'm pretty sure they would all disagree with factory farming chimpanzees. They would probably say they're like too intelligent or something.
Right, boys. Are we done? Oh.
Fair enough.
All right.
I guess I'm not one of them.
Yeah. Listen, the bullets that you were biting.
Yeah, so there must be some line then between chimpanzees and like a mentally disabled human. And what is that trait?
Just the fact that they're human.
So going back to the question with the scanner.
Because I'm assuming in your hypothetical that they're bred for food, which is what you mentioned.
Oh.
Actually, I'm not assuming.
So you're against hunting?
Yeah, I would say I am.
Weird.
If I go shoot a deer, you think that's a immoral action?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So hunting is fishing immoral if I go hunt a fish?
Could be, but I think it's also justifiable. I don't think you can compare hunting a deer to fishing.
Why the fuck not?
Simply because simply. So let me clarify that. Simply because of the population size.
Okay, I go out to the deep sea and I spearfish a dolphin. Is that ethical or unethical?
They are low pop at the moment, as far as I know.
Just one of them.
As long as they're not endangered and they are bred for it.
They're not bred for that. It's a wild dolphin.
Yeah, then no. If it's yeah, I'm against hunting.
Okay, so breeding chimpanzees into existence, raping them with like forcible insemination, putting them in cages, and all of that for that purpose is ethical. But if I go and hunt a chimpanzee, just one, that's unethical.
How do we know that they're getting raped?
That's
it's a genuine question. It's a genuine question, not a challenge.
Yeah, it's just built into my conditional. It's a conditional built into my hypothetical that this factory farm chimpanzee scenario, you have to breed them into existence. So that would entail jacking off monkeys, collecting their semen in like these vats, and then holding down the female chimpanzees and injecting the semen into them, and then taking their little babies away, making baby chimpanzee veal, and all the stuff that happens in the beef industry. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's fair if it's for that purpose, and also if it's culturally accepted and a delicacy.
So that's ethical, and killing one chimpanzee in the wild as like on a chimp hunt is unethical.
That's a tough question. Okay, that's a gotcha question.
It's not. It's like
I don't think you understand the words that you're using, frankly, right? I've been listening for a while now. I don't think you understand what a gotcha is.
A gotcha is like being dishonest. I'm actually trying to like extract your values here. Like I actually want to know what you think. Like I'm not trying to be rude, because I find it really interesting.
You're making me think, so I am thinking.
So that's not a gotcha. That's not a gotcha, though. Stop using this word.
Well, Joe understands what I mean, right?
Yeah, well,
Joe?
it doesn't matter. Like using your correct words. It's like a gotcha has like a negative connotation. So people listening to you who also don't know what a gotcha is are going to say, "Oh, Joe is so bad. He uses gotcha," because gotcha has a negative connotation, right?
Well,
I think
no,
that's the reason why you
debate.
didn't want to use the word slaughter before, because slaughter has a negative connotation. But that's the correct word to use. But in this case, it's not the correct word to use. Gotcha.
Fair enough. Okay, what's the word I can use? I'm just saying he won the debate on that front.
Yeah, you can concede. You can state your conceded
I'm
position.
Just saying, I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
I'm just trying. I just want to also like on the meta conversation.
I think is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, my goal here isn't to win a debate. My goal is to figure out what your values are. I don't care if I win or not. If anything, if I lose, I might eat meat again.
Yeah.
No, that's
same.
no. You're asking a really good question. So let me think, please. I'm engaged in this. Let's see.
Like if you gave me those two possible worlds, I would, and that was the only two options. Hunting one chimpanzee or like this factory farm chimpanzee scenario, I'd say like, bro, please just kill one chimpanzee. Please. I don't want that to happen. Like that I would find that way more ethical. It's like one chimp and like a chimp hunt, like some rich fucker.
That sounds like that railway question. Would you kill one person or 5 people?
Yeah, it's called the trolley problem.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. That's fine. I understand that. It's just not practical. It never happens. Maybe it has applications in other realms.
Well,
other
it can
practices.
happen. It can happen right now for you, Spade, because there are two possible worlds. One is you continue living as an omnivore, and the other is you go vegan. And one side of the trolley, there's 0 animals being killed. The other side, there's 150 a year.
Yeah, but hunting doesn't stop with one. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
In
the
your
hypothetical I
scenario,
came
it's
up with
just one.
was one chimp or like 80 billion chimps. I would pull the lever for the one chimp in a heartbeat. But I'm saying like the real life one, the non-unrealistic hypothetical that you're presented
but-
with right now is 0 or 150 a year.
I get that, but practically, I'm not the only one hunting, and I wouldn't stop with one chimpanzee if I was someone who devoured chimpanzees. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. I was just like bringing it back to reality here, out of the hypothetical thing. And you were like mentioning the trolley problem. So I was like just bringing it back to reality, to you, Spade, one-on-one, personally. You individually can make a difference. The empirics are pretty clear on economic data.
I would obviously go with the one. Yeah.
You would. So then, yeah, like for you personally.
Unless I really like it, then I would be okay with farming.
Wait.
What if
slow down.
What if I find it tasting really good?
Do you think taste pleasure is like an ethical justification for things? Like a sensory pleasure?
I don't think it's the sole factor, but it's part of a reason.
Do you think other sensory factors can be used as ethical justifications, like hearing or smell or sight? Or is it just taste buds for some reason?
Well, we've been talking only about, at least I've been only talking about food.
Yeah, you just brought up the taste thing. I was just curious on that. Like, you were like, I would do it if it tasted really good. And it sounds like an ethical justification based upon a sensory pleasure, which seems kind of strange to me personally.
Yeah, not only is it... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, as a combination of other factors, like I said, population, size. I wouldn't, if there's only one chimpanzee in the world, I wouldn't kill it to eat, for example.
You are smuggling in context there.
Well, that's another hypothetical. Why can't I pose any hypotheticals?
Well, because you answered based on your hypothetical and not Joe's hypothetical. You answered the question wrongly.
I already answered his question.
Yeah, he answered fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and then I was just trying to bring it back to reality, out of the hypothetical realm, because you could go vegan right now, and then 1 year from now, there will be 150 fewer animals that died for you.
And you would be eating tasty food as well, right? It's not like you're not going to be taste pleasure. It's not going to exist.
Yeah, there's no taste. Yeah, I agree. There's no taste sacrifice because, if anything, I accidentally ate a non-vegan burrito earlier this year, or I took a bite of it, and it tasted fucking horrid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's so much non-vegan food that just tastes terrible. It's like, why are people eating this trash? I remember before I was vegan, I would like go to restaurants and be like, God, that was fucking awful, and it was meat.
And
now I go to
honest
vegan
with you?
restaurants. Yeah.
Also,
So
like
when I
your
switched
taste
to
about
vegetarian and vegan diet, it's not like, so having meat is not an addiction, by the way. So
nobody
it's
said
very
that
easy to switch.
is. Nobody said
Yeah,
that
I get, yeah. So it goes back into the debate, how sad, all of that. Yes, I get it.
Yeah,
But
why aren't you going vegan
not,
after
it's
this?
It's not an addiction. You can switch whenever you want. And I told you when I did try it, it didn't work out for me.
Well, you tried a permutation of a
but
diet. Why
again-
won't you try a new permutation of a diet that works for me and Joe? Like a non-meme diet, right? Like a diet that is good, that like prevents you from falling into bad
I
health.
never said I'm not open to trying it.
I'm asking now.
Here for that.
I'm asking now.
Yeah.
Why won't you
I'm
do
open
that?
for it.
All right.
I asked you. I literally asked. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I think we were still hung up on the morality thing, and also partially because I said I was grappling with it, and it's one of my major issues.
Well, we weren't hung up
so-
on
which
it,
is why
right?
we're having
We just found your bullet biting like hilariously
Well, I think-
incompatible
yeah, I
with
think,
our positions.
Well, I don't know
I-
if I bit the bullet.
I
You
think
sure
Spade will look
did.
back on this, I hope, and just be like, yeah, factoring farming chimpanzees probably I disagree with. I think you'll think back on this. I'm hopeful, at least.
Yeah, you can listen back
If I
to it
do-
as well. Like, it's really good sometimes to like listen back to something that you said, because it's been a few hours since you've been here, right? You could have said some cringe stuff, right? Same as well.
I will readily admit I said so much cringe shit. Before I went vegan, I said stuff like Sam Harris would say. He's like, it's so good that the animals exist in the first place. It's like, oh my God, I was so cringe for saying that.
Oh my God, that is so cringe.
I know. I even said it independent from hearing Sam Harris say it. Like, I came up with that on my own. I was like, oh yeah, I killed the vegans.
You're
I
so
got 'em.
smart. Joking. Guys, I actually want to finish it. You can continue, but I'm going to sign off on the live stream and get off. All right? So, but you can continue if you want. So, see you later.
Sure.
Bye. All right. So, they're going to duke it out. I think, hopefully, Spade understands that the bullets that they beat are horrifically terrible. And they go, well, Joe is going to give them challenge 22 and all that stuff. So more than that, Joe's probably going to provide them with like a really good, cheap, protein rich, supplement rich diet. Okay. Jesus, I think I'm losing my voice, actually. So thank you everybody for coming, and see you next time.